buried it with fun in the backyard. $500,000 fill time for an emergency. I got 2 big bills ready for scope leaving. What is the greatest donation? I'm crowdfunding. Wrote off my Xbox and PlayStation. What is the greatest donation? Like 100,000 hustling so hard. I can't take a vacation. I will make piece deceased with my paper. Receipts, add your bot to a spreadsheet. Piece of shit. If LTG pays me 5 G's, then I'll show him. That goes, and a private react contribute. My tribute, no fucking chargebacks. Okay? Seriously. What is the greatest donation dash dinner wanted in Renton for tax evasion? What is the greatest donation evil winner? You owe me that bounty based on my calculation. And I paid for a very, very extravagantly expensive steak meal. The most expensive meal I've ever had in my life. I got the chair, the most expensive possible. This TV is pretty pricey, top of the line. I got paid for your stupidity. For your failed troll attempt, I made money. The most expensive vodka I've ever had was Grey Goose. Business class internet, the most expensive possible. I don't even want to tell you how much that was. That was the most expensive thing I bought. And that was exclusively supposed to be for this series. What am I gonna do, play with a fucking gun?
Bang, 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 bang.
All fucked up from a year of pain. I'm ready for the worst. I really hope our brief and fun association didn't hurt. I was branded as a living joke, lol cow and a meme. Whenever something good happens, it's usually taken away from me. From me. From me. From me. From me. It's weird how my life works. When I try to win, I lose. To think that you are snaking me, I'm completely confused. If you want me to fuck off, it's all good. Just let me know. I was a big YouTuber and I had money to blow. It's incredibly hard for me to trust anyone with my history. It's better you feel who I actually hate to be, unless I tell the truth and ruin the whole thing. I got fucking snaked by a lot of people over the years. The world is full of big mouth pussies who only talk then disappear. The worst thing you can do with me is to be dishonest. People will ask why the hell I did this. There's no reason to object. It's incredibly hard for me to trust anyone with my history. It's better you feel who I actually hate to be, unless I tell the truth and ruin
He did never bring up the snake eating again. Here we are. Star Wars, nothing but Star Wars. I've got the one half of Misery Merchant. The better or worse half, you decide. Mr. Merch, how you doing tonight?
Yo, it's time for men.
It's time for men. It's time.
And men of the Force.
Men of the Force. That's right. It's time for May 4th. It's May 4th. May the 4th be with you. Let's start with some basic questions here. Mr. Merch, are you a Star Wars fan? Should you consider yourself a Star Wars fan?
I consider myself a Lucas Star Wars fan, and more than just the films, but also how they're made, and that whole how inspirational that process and the story of George Lucas making the films being quite possibly to me more fascinating, inspirational, and entertaining.
Yes, I agree. The process of George Lucas's filmmaking is a story unto itself, as interesting as Star Wars. And to get right down to it, we were talking about this a little bit before the stream. DSP understands none of that. No appreciation for it. Nothing. Total waste on him.
Which is fine.
It's fine
if you don't pretend to be a fan and a long-term, enthusiast like he does.
Correct, because he does. We will hear in certain things tonight. He does consider himself a Star Wars fan. I pulled up some vlogs of them going through a Star Wars exhibit, and it's really special. You'll see. But I hope everybody's doing okay tonight. We are going to start with DSP's first piece of video game content, Star Wars The Force Unleashed. This was posted when? October 2nd, 2008.
Wow.
This is Star Wars The Force Unleashed. Star Destroyer gameplay sucks.
Also, before the chat revolts, I just want to say that Miss Merch will join us later. I don't know if we mentioned that.
Oh yes,
she will join us later.
She has work obligations and a household. Yeah, that's right. She's being the responsible adult, and us two dudes are just goofing off and talking about Star Wars. So big ups.
I earned my time off.
Yeah, me too. I got tomorrow off just in case this shit goes way too late. I told my boss. I literally told my boss on like Tuesday. It's like, listen, I'm gonna need Monday off. I got a Star Wars thing and it might run late. Literally, I told her, I got a Star Wars thing and it might run late. She's like, no, I get it. It's cool. Just take Monday off.
Nerd.
Like, yeah, you fucking nerd. Enjoy your Star Wars day. But let's watch DSP try and defeat a Star Destroyer. Force Unleashed. Here we go.
Let's do it. I'm looking at the screen. Let's do it.
Prime drunk DSP in this, by the way.
Yes.
Notice the lack of commentary.
Grab the fucking thing, goddammit.
There he is. Grab it, goddammit.
What the fuck? You're on the wrong fucking side.
I feel like he's doing nothing. Okay.
I feel like he's running around.
Nope. Maybe. TIE Fighter? Nope. Okay.
Nope. I think the problem is he's standing right against the railings, so the game doesn't know what he's targeting half the time. Okay, he's got it.
Also combined with button mash.
He's clearly not pressing the buttons, by the way. Hello? Mr. Burnell.
Oh, this is exciting.
Mr. Burnell.
Is he reading the guide? Oh no, he's slowly dragging. He's moving on the Star Destroyer.
He's moving, yeah.
I always wanted to grip a Star Destroyer.
But he's tilting both the sticks forward. So why? I think he needs to tilt them backward, no?
I need to maximize this.
There we go. Now he's got it.
Okay, sticks going down.
The stick's going down.
Oh, are they? They're not reflecting what he's doing. They're just showing what he's supposed to.
Oh, are they? Oh, so they're button prompts. They're not real-time readouts. Shit.
And they're showing you. I haven't played it in a long time.
And then he gets, the 360. Big ups to Xbox 360.
I'm playing my 360 now. Play Simpsons Hit and Run.
Yeah, that is the best place to play Simpsons Hit and Run right now.
emulation?
There's a great emulation, homebrew emulator version where they ported it to like a different engine, and it looks great. But
Yes, and they made it actual open world with all the zones, and they add missions and shit. There's a robust.
yeah, they took out the load screens. They resized all the cutscenes. It's good shit.
Come on, Phil, you can do it.
Come on, Phil.
Come on, the old drunk.
Star Destroyer coming down.
Drunken kung fu.
It's barely fucking moving. All this effort.
I remember slamming this thing down when I played it. I don't know what his malfunction is, but I remember slamming this fucking thing down.
I remember feeling it was a little slow, but yeah, it would be done certainly by now. And it was the second step.
And then he keeps getting cocked by the TIE fighters coming in. So, you know. I wonder what difficulty he's playing on, too. I don't think it's that hard of a difficulty, because he's getting hit. Like, he's getting fucking hit, and he's not really taking damage.
Couldn't get the other one.
Audio's overpowering Mr. Merchant.
Started Shire's moving back.
Audio's overpowering Mr. Merchant. I will take Phil down.
Filthy troll.
Here we go. I took Phil down on the stream. Thank you for the thanks for the feedback.
Your feedback is valuable.
Yeah, thank you to Pasta Maker. It wasn't that Merch was too low, it was that Phil was too high. I'm gonna boost Merch in the control room
Shitty tin
slightly.
can sound too, you know, it just sounds awful.
Classic DSP. I'm gonna boost you a little bit in VDO.
Consider
'cause you
too,
can.
this is at his parents' house. I don't know how many of y'all know that.
This is at his parents' house. That's
This
the
is
lore.
not. Yeah, it is condo.
I'll put a
And,
limiter on you.
On an older stream with Logan K, the three of us examined all those moving vlogs and shit.
Yes.
We did look at his house, and we examined this tiny, in his words, small shit room or whatever. And it was probably at least as big as his current office, if not bigger.
Yeah, it was quite spacious. It's probably as spacious as the office I'm sitting in right now, and this office is fairly sizable. So that was DSP's first ever like gaming content on YouTube. His first ever Star Wars content. I brought a couple, well, more than a couple more things, but one thing I want to get into to kind of set the scene, get an idea of his pulse and temperature on Star Wars. He reviewed Star Wars: The Force Awakens on DSP Reacts, and I do have that right now. Let me just copy this link here, paste it in here. I think it's important to get a feel for what he actually thinks about Star Wars, and I think this would be a good way to do it. So let's we can see what he thinks about The Force Awakens. Before we get into this, though, Mr. Merch, we've talked about Star Wars more than a little bit offline. What are your feelings and opinions on The Force Awakens, if any?
So there's always two ways I like to look at things when it released at its time of release or and the current day. When it released, I was annoyed at the recycling and the soft rebootism.
Sure.
However, I saw and felt a lot of potential.
Yes.
Especially that other people, the original plan, other people were going to finish the J.J. Abrams mystery boxes, which is always much better than J.J. Abrams finishing his mystery boxes.
Correct. The thing about J.J. Abrams as a creator, if you all don't know, he is phenomenal at starting stories and setting the stage for stories. But then he kind of meanders in the middle, and he has a lot of trouble bringing it home, finishing them up. You saw this with the Star Trek stuff that he worked on, and most importantly, Lost. A lot of people very disappointed at the ending of Lost.
I think the second time I saw it in the theater, I leaned to Miss Merch and said to her, I think when we look back, we'll say this was the weakest of the newest trilogy. And boy, was that fucking wrong.
There were
Holy shit.
It was
This is probably still the best one of
arguably
those
the
three.
strongest. Yeah, like
And I will tell you what. Oh, sorry.
go for it. Go for it.
There's a lot to be appreciated about Abrams' framing and scene transitions in this movie, colors. There's really good filmmaking aspects to it. Really good stuff.
Yes, like
even where it falls flat story wise.
It's very well shot, like, but parts of it look very slick. McClunky to you, Meth Bear. Thank you for the 19 months. Appreciate you.
Big ups.
For anybody who doesn't know, McClunky is going to be the membership sound for tonight. So anybody that does anything with memberships, McClunky to you, my friends. McClunky.
How about a Wilhelm scream?
Oh God, missed opportunity. I did not set that.
Pioneered by ILM.
That's right, and it's in almost every fantasy or sci-fi movie. The Wilhelm scream as a meme.
They work on.
Yeah.
Oh, and if they don't work on it, a lot of people put it in there as homage.
A lot of people still do it. Yeah, but let's get into this review. We got plenty of Derail stuff, but let's let Phil talk for a bit.
My bad.
No, it's not. No, no. That's what we're here for. I can't do it. Here, actually, no, but since we talked about the Wilhelm scream, I have to bring it up. We're going to derail. Wilhelm, go ahead, Merch.
Let me rerun real quick. Before we began, Logan and I tried to find evidence for Phil's claims that the button prompts on the screen for Star Wars: The Force Unleashed were incorrect and that the creator admitted to it. We couldn't find it. Doing a cursory search. I just asked Grok. Grok say there's no direct statement from developers explicitly admitting to or intentionally or mistakenly including incorrect button prompts in any version of the game. But there's a few pieces of evidence in community discussion.
Yes.
The Star Destroyer sequence in the original game is frequently cited as problematic due to its QTE mechanics. Players have noted that the on-screen prompts for adjusting analog sticks or pressing buttons to pull down the Star Destroyer could feel counterintuitive or misaligned with the actual input required. A Reddit post described the prompts as wrong, advising players to ignore them and focus on visual cues, e.g. leveling the Star Destroyer until it faces the player.
I wonder, Merch. I wonder. So you grokked that, correct?
I grokked it.
Okay, you grokked it. I wonder if I wonder if Grok partially pulled from a DSP thing. Because that set, the first part of that statement sounds awfully like shit DSP said in the video we just watched.
Well, it referenced Reddit, and I think that he definitely would have been around there at the time.
Oh, for sure. For anybody who doesn't know, this is a Wilhelm scream. I feel obligated to play it now.
Yeah.
There you go. Wilhelm. Classic. It's in every Lord of the Rings movie because ILM heavily contributed to Lord of the Rings, as we know.
God, so many Disney movies, even before they bought them.
Yes. Tron Legacy, hell yeah. God,
so many.
All right, let's
all the Indiana Jones.
All the Indiana Jones, yeah. Let's let Phil talk about Force Awakens, and then we can talk over him. I wonder if he's going to say anything about Black Stormtrooper.
Oh my God! Talk about wasted potential.
Yeah.
Here and over a month after its release,
I
finally had a chance
over
to get
a
out
month.
To the movie theater
Yeah.
to see Star Wars: The Force Awakens. It seriously seemed like everything conspired against me.
Star Wars movies are movies you want to see week one in the theater. Week one. That's what I do.
But I finally had the opportunity to go out to the
say
theater,
that you care about the series. Okay, he was sick, guys. He was sick. Don't make fun of him.
He was sick.
Over the past month, what did I think of the movie?
I would still go sick, by the way.
So here goes.
Of course.
Who cares?
That was like mad contagious, and I'm not going to do that to other people.
Yeah.
There's going to be spoilers. There's no way that I could give my.
I love his fonts. His fonts are great.
Revealing the things in the movie.
Spoiler alert.
So if you have not
remember,
seen
he
Star
can't
Wars:
edit,
The
has
Force
no
Awakens yet,
editing
massive
capabilities
spoiler
or
alert, I
know
strongly
how.
recommend
He's a
you
one-man
don't watch
show.
this reactions
But he's
video.
editing right now.
You
He's got
actually
transitions. He's got text overlays. There was a cut right there.
And then misses the opportunity to do wipes because he doesn't understand anything.
Oh yeah, what if you're making a Star Wars video? You got to use those wipes. That's a George Lucas signature. Come on.
Nice dissolve.
I don't like prequels. I don't like her.
Him and Marcia loved the wipes.
I just want to hear about what's going on in the future. So
and you've seen Spaceballs, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank God. Great, and it's one of the main things.
Yes, I am well aware and well versed in Spaceballs. She's gone from suck to blow.
Star Wars: The Force Awakens is that in a lot of ways.
And one of my favorite
like
dumb lines by John Candy. Just nice dissolve
so
after a transition.
Star Wars Episode 4: A New Hope, and I have to agree. So, spoiler alert, they begin here.
So meta.
A person.
All right,
who's
spoiler
stranded
alert.
On a desert planet, seemingly out
See,
of
he's got a
place.
picture of Daisy Ridley, like he's.
I do-
Gets force
Yeah, he's
power.
editing.
Yeah.
The Resistance versus
I do wanna
some
hear his
organization,
interpretation
whether they're
of
called
this.
the Empire in the old movies, or in this one they're called the
What?
First Order. The First Order is trying to take over the galaxy. They're building some kind of a giant super weapon. It's the Resistance's job.
No
to try and
way.
get in there and
Giant
stop that
super weapon,
and
Star
blow it
Wars.
up.
No
There's a
way.
showdown between good and evil.
This dude's
whether it's,
explaining the
you know,
trailer,
space
dude.
combat or whatever.
That's true.
It pretty much is the same movie. In
Whether it's
all
space combat
ways,
or whatever.
shapes, and purposes. And in fact,
I mean, so far
Well,
he's not wrong.
look,
He's not.
Yeah, even
It's very
even
Star
Ding
Wars.
Dong can pick up on it.
Yeah.
Hey, this is a New Hope again, with some slight, coat of paint.
Big ups to
Pasta
Pasta Maker.
Maker.
Thoughts on the Star Wars ring theory? I'm not familiar with the Star Wars ring theory. Are you, Mr.
Ring
Merch?
theory.
Ring theory.
Ring. He's talking about how they repeat and.
Oh, echoes like poetry.
yes, yes.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Well-
George
Well,
Lucas.
more
Yep.
specifically, have you seen? Okay, so if you just Google in another tab, you don't have to bring it up, but just so you see on your side, Star Wars ring theory. It's more about how he edited them, and then how filmography wise, scenes from Phantom Menace are framed like scenes backwards from Return of the Jedi. Shit like that.
So it wraps around on itself. Okay,
Yeah.
got.
Beautiful callbacks.
Oh my God, this is fascinating.
I will watch it like later tonight after all the Phil shit and we lose the audience.
It's only
You
I've got a 10-minute video on Star Wars ring theory. Hold on. You know what? We could use this for our first Derail segment. Let's do a Derail segment
I'm glad
on
you brought that up. Big
on
ups
ring
to Pasta
theory.
Maker.
Thank you to Pasta Maker. You just supplied us our first Derail segment. We'll watch a ring theory video after this. Big ups, dude. All right, let's go back here.
I'm telling you,
The
George is
characters
not
in this
the
movie
Dudley
who make
Do-Right
a
that
return
everyone makes
appearance
him
are
out to
actually in the
be.
exact
It pisses
same
me off.
roles that they were in the original.
They
A New
also
Hope
may not
film,
be
which
the
is kinda
super
like,
genius
well,
others
so
make
is it
him out
really
to
a
be.
continuation? Is it a reboot? It's kind of both. And in all honesty, for a series where the original trilogy
kind of
happened
both.
so long
Both.
ago, maybe this was the right route to go. I
mean, he's damn near coherent in this
He's
review.
close.
And I'm not speaking of coherence, this is a great stroke face. I'm not used to him being this prepared. Like
I'm a little shocked.
yeah, it's weird.
Because if you have queued up his thoughts on Last Jedi, it's a whole different.
Oh,
bag.
I didn't find. I'll have to search that.
It's-
I didn't
it's
find
during
that.
his couch time with Kat.
Oh,
interviews.
so that's right. Kat would have been freshly in the picture around the time
Yes,
of
sir.
the last.
They went
Okay,
and saw it.
interesting.
And then he never saw the last one.
I will look that up during this and get it ready.
Awesome, brother.
kind
Fuck
of remain
yeah.
reserved in saying I think they could have been a little bit
We
more
learning
original.
today.
There
We
was a lot of
learning,
original stuff in
because
the
there's-
movie,
I
but
did
definitely
research,
see
but
the
there's some
parallel
stuff I didn't
criticism
find.
That it's way too similar to A New Hope. All right, so let's talk about
Frozen
the
for
casting.
me. Is it
You
Frozen
have
for-
Frozen.
Rey,
Oh, you know what? Because I
this
need to bring
mysterious
this
girl, she's stranded
to
on the
the
desert
front.
planet of
there you go.
Jakku. You don't know how she got there.
Jakku.
She's a scavenger.
I'm glad he can remember her
on
name.
her own.
I am
She ends
glad.
up
I'm
having an
surprised he can
interaction
remember
with
names.
A guy named
Jakku.
Finn, who later on find out is actually
All right.
a
DSP.
stormtrooper who for some reason
Renegade.
out of the
Stormtrooper.
mind
He
control
sounds more
condition
badass
that
than
they
he is.
basically
Yeah.
Condition all stormtroopers
Renegade.
have. By this chance meeting and running in with a android called BB-8, they're now tasked with saving the
VB8.
VB8.
Did he say that?
VB.
Or is he just fat mouth?
Yeah, I don't know. Marble mouth. What he just said though, you got to wonder in Star Wars, is there such thing as a chance happening? Is there?
Oh, I don't. Yeah,
based on
Not
what we know
me.
of the living force, I don't
right.
think there's anything. I don't think there's any such thing as chance. It's the
Even in this life.
it's the living. Yeah, even in this life, there's a lot of evidence to suggest that our destinies may or may not be predetermined. It's like what Obi-Wan says. In my experience, there's no such thing as luck. Boom, boom.
Who is the maker? Who makes the grass green?
That's right. Who is the maker?
universe. Sounds kind of familiar, doesn't it? So now they have to get this android off of this planet of Jakku and try to get him to the Resistance. And there's
Not an
interaction
android,
with
a droid, by the
returning
way.
characters such as Han
Yeah, I know.
Solo, Chewbacca.
Android would be like
Later
a
on in the movie,
synthetic
they end up running
human.
into some old
They don't do that in
favorites
Star
like
Wars.
Princess
No,
Leia,
they don't.
And of
At
course,
least
there's
not
actually
legally.
some really
Not
cool
legally.
return appearances.
Ask
You're right. There
Forlom.
are synthetic
Ask Forlom and
humans.
a cameo
Yeah.
Ask
appearance and a few
Forlom,
other
yeah.
people
Yes.
who you may
think
recognize
he's
from
Lobot.
the original Star Wars trilogy, who kind of make a
Yeah,
return
he's
here,
more
even though they don't
cyborg.
have major
Yeah, he
roles.
is.
Again,
he
they
is.
frown
To see
upon
them
that in
return
Star
in
Wars.
some
Yes.
kind of respect.
Hence
Now,
Darth
some of
Vader
the things that I really
and the
like
Sith.
about the Force
Exactly.
Awakens,
And Saw
were the
Gerrera.
returns and
Saw Gerrera,
references
yeah.
and the things about the original trilogy.
He's
You know,
the,
seeing Han
story
Solo
of
come back
becoming
in a
what you
major
hate.
starring
Well,
role.
Saw Gerrera. I'm going to derail for a minute about Saw Gerrera. Dude's a fucking rhydonium gas addict. He's huffing
Yes.
the most recent episode of Andor. He's fucking huffing gas in that entire episode. He's like, I love it. I love this shit. It's a great scene. He literally is like, oh, rhydonium, I love you. But like, it explains so much about like his weird obsession with rhydonium and the resistance that he's just fucking hooked on it, man. That's
Well, before they added that in, I'm not 100% sure if that was already caked into his baked into his background.
No.
But you think of how he's first introduced in Rogue One,
Yes.
and he's limping.
He's
from the shadows
huffing
toward the
something.
screen.
He's huffing
And
something.
well, it's very much a respirator.
Yes.
He's mimicking Darth Vader. He has this outline. I think he's wearing a cape, or at least big baggy stuff.
Yep.
He's imposing, and it was a very clever way to introduce him.
Let's see.
And again, to
Saw-
demonstrate that he, over time, starts off with noble intentions, but becomes a ruthless.
It's the guy. It's Saw Gerrera.
And that's
it's the
so
guy.
that's how he was on Clone Wars when
Yeah.
he was younger. There's an episode with him, and where he's kind of established and drawn from. And then they went back and fleshed him out in Rebels and some of this other stuff.
Yeah, cool character, cool arc.
Great actor. Yeah.
Great actor. Amazing casting choice. Just
Love the look.
top notch.
And again, I like how he changes and decrepits over time.
Yeah, and like
Replaces-
you can tell that like Forrest Whitaker specifically came to it with a very deliberate way. He wanted to play the character as unhinged, and he fucking goes for it. It's fantastic. He fucking goes
he's
for it.
PTSD. Now we get the idea that he also has addictions.
He's torturing dudes in Rogue One and doesn't give a fuck. It's fantastic. Yeah.
Role, being a really strong character, and
Well, I don't
having
like
a
the
lot
way
of the
they
same
tortured
character
him, but yeah.
quirks
No, it's fucked up.
that he had.
They
gay.
get way more into that kind of mind torture in Andor. There are scenes in Andor about like mental torture that are really fucked up. Like,
That's what pisses me off. We already had it in A New Hope. We already had it in Empire Strikes Back. Why are we bringing in a weird hentai tentacle monster?
Tentacle brain monster. And
Stop.
and the thing
We got
is like
we got droids, we got fucking all kinds of shit.
spoilers for Andor, but like Andor actually explains the Imperial torture devices in that they're auditory torture, in that like there's a recording of an alien being that died, and anybody that hears that sound experiences nightmares and like immense torture. So even that's the shit that Han is experiencing when they're putting his head in that thing, and he's like and Chewie, yeah. Fucking Chewie. Chewie's a fucking real one. Oh my god, he is.
God, yeah.
He's
And
the
Peter
best.
Mayhew.
Yeah, Peter Mayhew. He lived for such a long time. He played Chewie in The Force Awakens. They still got him out, and he still did some of it. Fantastic.
The pasta maker's trying to flash forward time. We'll get to Solo.
We'll get there. I like certain things about Solo, but man,
My
man,
TLDR
man.
is I think it would have been fared better as a not Han Solo movie.
Correct. Thank you for the 199 channel.
And should have been tweaks to be a Dash Rendar film, but okay,
Well, and he says,
zipping my lips.
so channel says rogue lore builds and ages like wine, like fine wine. Well, they're expanding the Rogue One lore right now with Andor. Like that's all Rogue One shit. And it's fantastic.
It's Gilroy's baby, yeah.
I like it. We've had discussions about it the past few days. There are things not to like about it,
You go there.
but all in all, I like what they're doing with Andor, and that they're doing spy shit, and unfortunately, it's kind of like their answer to Kyle Katarn in a lot of ways, because a lot of that shit, like, listen, Kyle Katarn stole the fucking Death Star plans. All right, it was him. It's always been him. Hello?
So sick of them mining the EU after they disregarded it. Then make your own shit. Stop this.
They could have easily put him in there. Just put Kyle Katarn in there. Just make it Kyle Katarn. Come on.
Don't bring me a neutered, cucked Thrawn.
Yeah, that's right.
Like any other regular Grand Moff. That was terrible how he was brought in now. Just we're getting so derailed.
It's what we're here for. Here we go.
Awesome.
Speaking
Let's
of,
face it, Harrison
I
Ford
can't
is much
say
older
that
now,
they made
but
Han
he does
Solo
a great job of jumping back into the role
the
of
same
Han
thing
Solo, in my
in this
opinion.
movie.
Chewbacca's
No, they
reset him.
actually
No.
a little bit more of a
It pisses
supporting
me off.
role,
They
and even has
reset
some
him. That's
comedic
ridiculous.
They did.
actions and lines that make him
It's as though he learned nothing from 3 prior films. You know, like
general in the 3rd movie.
Well, Harrison Ford was very clear that he wanted Han to die in Return of the Jedi. He was like, I wanted that to
Empire.
be fucking. Oh yeah, that's right. The lore was he wanted Han to stay dead in the carbonite and not get revived, which would have been fucking cool and would have given Leia and Luke a lot of motivation for what they end up doing later. But
he knew he wanted them to have twins in the future.
Yes.
He knew that.
Yes.
Somewhere deep in his little fish brain. I'm not saying he had everything grandmastered out. I'm not one of those apologists. But there are certainly ideas, and especially by the end of Jedi, which is why he also added in the little boardwalk scene where he tells Leia she's his sister.
Yep.
Because he didn't know that in Empire.
I mean, clearly they set up a conflicted love triangle between Luke, Han, and Leia because of that massive kiss. You know.
Yeah.
But I was watching. So I saw a YouTube video about why you should watch the original trilogy with the sound off as a silent film, and I did that last night. I watched segments of Empire as a silent film with just the music on. People have done that work. It fucking works. It rules. Arguably, it's better. It's better without the dialogue. Like, it's fantastic.
The other thing is, and I'll speak for myself. Maybe you agree. I've seen it so much. Seeing it like that, I can hear everything anyways.
Yeah, me too. The dialogue is,
but I know what you mean.
The dialogue is burned in. I know. Or you could get music only track and then just put subs on if you want to. That's fine if you care.
I cope with reality, like when I would deliver pizza in terrible snowstorms, and I would put on the motherfucking Hoth battle music and just pretend I'm fighting for my life, because I was on that ice and shit.
Yeah. Wait, what is it? Road group, use your harpoons and tow cables. Yeah, that's
we about to fucking
so
drift
good.
around this corner.
Yeah, dude, I remember watching that scene for the first time, and we're like, they're blasting the fucking AT-AT. The blasts aren't going through. My brother and I are like, oh no, what are they gonna do? And Luke's like, use your harpoons and tow cables. And then they start like the first time you see that as a kid, it's like, holy shit, this is amazing. And
you're on the edge of your seat.
They used scale models for all that shit, and it looks so good. It looks so good.
Even before the special editions, when it got spruced up, especially because, of course, if you rented it on fucking beta or tape, and on your shitty little house TV, you were never going to notice that during that sequence you can see through the cockpit. You know?
Yeah. It's like
you didn't have a TV that good.
Yeah, they had the fucking opacity fucked up on a couple of the layers, but like
you didn't figure that shit out to the Laserdisc edition.
No, and
which my buddy had.
Yeah, one of my friends in college had the Laserdisc version, and he did a digital conversion of it. He fucking ripped it. I have an AVI of the Laserdisc version of Empire Strikes Back, and I cling to it with all my heart, because the best way to watch the despecialized shit is Laserdisc.
Yes.
Thank you for the 5, Shiny Teeth. Appreciate you.
Hey.
Return of the Jedi was hurt by Lucas's divorce. I agree. It feels like he phoned it in, crammed his original sequel plans just to be done with it all, like the Leia twist. I don't know. We were talking about this merch. The quote unquote slave Leia shit is actually some cool shit if you look back on it, you know.
Well, I think he means the.
He's my brother. He's my brother.
Yeah, being
thing.
related.
Yeah.
And again, I'm pretty sure by the time he worked out during the filming of Empire that Vader was Luke's father. I think he is connecting that all together by that point. I'm pretty sure he was committed to the bit by then.
Yes.
Was it hurt by his divorce? I mean, he was hurt financially, but it I think if my memory's correct, they didn't really go through with it till after the movie had released anyway.
Okay, interesting.
Now, emotionally, for sure. And,
you know...
the budget is what kept it being Ewoks and not Kashyyyk, I think, in the end.
Yeah, because, oh my God. Imagine that battle taking place on Kashyyyk back in 1981. Holy shit. That would have been incredible to see Kashyyyk done with like practical effects back in 1981. Like, oh my God. I guess they technically did do little Kashyyyk sets with the Christmas special. If you really look, like that shit exists, but it's not what we wanted. It didn't do it justice.
Weird shit Fox made and
weird shit.
Zero to do with
And it was more like the Christmas special is kind of something that was. It's an example of something that was kind of produced not against George Lucas's will.
Oh yeah, 100%.
But he technically said yes to it after a lot of arm twisting. He's like, yeah, I'm contractually obligated, so I guess make your fucking shit. But he fucking hates the Christmas special. He tried to snap it out of existence for a very long time.
Yes. So cool story. I have a friend who I'll probably be referencing a lot tonight, and because he and I grew up with this and we made films together because of all this and shit like that. And God bless him, he makes films now and works in the industry, and that's definitely why I'm not telling you who it is. But anyways. And plus, he barely talks to me, so don't even think like I'm in on it.
Yeah,
but he, back in the early days of fucking eBay, my man, we're talking like 1997. He fucking ordered a copy of the holiday. Fucking
I gotta look for something. Hold on,
actually worked. And it was definitely, a VH dub of like a VH dub of a dub of a dub. So it was terrible quality, but that was the way we were able to see it back then.
Yes. And I'm looking for something specific. Hold on.
As well as buying it at conventions.
Let me find it.
How most people did it and how it got passed around. I just thought it was a neat early day of PayPal and eBay, a Wild West story.
I'm gonna bring something up. I'm not gonna play the sound for obvious reasons, but hold on. Yes. I gotta get to
what up, Weird Al?
222.
Hey, you know what? Part of the huge hype of Phantom Menace also goes hand in hand with Weird Al.
It does. It really does. Oh, you know what? We can play this bit. You want to see someone buying?
He might strike you, dude. No, these are he was like Capitol Records or whatever.
You know what? I'm gonna take the chance. They will send me an email before they'll give me a warning, at least a warning. Here we go. We're gonna play. We're gonna play like 10 seconds. Here we go. This is a dude buying a fucking
old nerd song, dude.
Christmas special in the back alley.
Boom, right there.
California back alley. Yeah, he's got it. That's when you know you're a fucking Star Wars fan right there. Oh my God. Big ups Weird Al. My favorite.
The song My
Saga Begins.
Anakin
Hell yeah.
The saga begins.
Hell yeah, brother.
I've seen Weird Al like fucking 9 times or some shit all throughout my life. And
Oh, you
definitely-
seen him? You seen him in concert? Me too.
Oh yeah, like 9 times.
I
a
seen
lot.
him. I seen him. I think 6. You got me beat, but I've been to 6 weird. And dude, anybody watching, if you everybody, I don't care if you like him or not. If you have the opportunity to go to a Weird Al concert, fucking go. It's incredible. It is costume changes, fireworks, pyrotechnics. He's
Little less now. He's getting older. Give him a break.
little less. I saw him when I was in high school for the first time back in 2006, and it was like he did like 12 costume changes. He had interstitial video bits he was doing.
He was already getting old by then, brother.
Yeah, he was already in his 40s. Yeah, by then. But
So minus like 10 years, and I seen him a few more times throughout then too. Like watching him still putting his leg over his head and playing the fucking accordion.
talk about oh well, and too I know Mrs. Murch has a very stern stance on how everybody should be able to put their leg over their fucking head. and Weird Al,
you guys go rough on that. I do way more yoga than her. Just to let y'all know.
Listen, I heard her on your guys' stream, and then she called into the TBS message show, and she was like, listen, fuckers, everybody should be able to do this. It doesn't mean Phil's autistic, okay? Even though I firmly believe he's autistic, because I've made several videos on it. But Mrs. Murch drawing her line in the sands, I admire that.
Your conversation with her, does that come up? No, I don't want a spoiler alert, but you could just say yes or no.
No, I don't remember if hypermobility comes up. I don't, because we recorded it a couple weeks ago, and I haven't edited it all yet.
Okay. That Meth Bear with
thank
the
you for the
5,
my friends. Meth Bear says, I knew a guy who had Back to the Future trilogy on HD Laserdisc 1035i. And a Muse player from Japan. Holy shit.
Know what that is.
He laminated the original trilogy. Never was. Oh my God. Or no, he lamented. Not laminated. Lamented the original trilogy. Never was. Yeah, dude. Laser discs are special. We had
precious gem.
In school, we had this program called The Voyage of the Mimi. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that, but that was on fucking Laserdisc, and it had Ben Affleck in it. So, some people in the chat will know. Voyage of the Mimi, iconic theme song. We're not pulling it up now because this is Star Wars night, but
we're already so far off. And my God, the pasta maker, everybody, you're trying to get us there. Just let's try and follow a little structure.
A little structure.
Let's focus on shitting on. Appreciate
refresh.
Played Weird Al, and they said we coming for the ass.
We're coming for you.
Rolling.
We're coming for you.
They coming after me just for singing.
That's right.
In the original trilogy, even though he certainly had that in the original Star Wars trilogy as well. Princess Leia making her return, even though wow, does Carrie Fisher look a lot.
That's a weird. Well, the little card is blocking it, but that's a weird picture of Carrie Fisher to use. Why use that one?
But it was cool to see all these people return to their roles.
Probably from a website
in the movie.
Probably.
All right, so that's the hero.
Probably Twitter.
A little bit about the villains. Kylo Ren kind of taking up the mantle.
But she didn't
of
look great
Vader
in either of those movies.
No, she didn't.
Mask that alters his voice. He has pretty insane.
Don't do drugs,
powers,
kids.
It was
Or at least
cool to see that
not
this
more than
guy
you can handle.
had,
Not more than you can handle.
Of the powers, he was able to stop. Photon laser blasts, which you never.
Whoa, photon laser blast!
And you know what?
Quarter demon.
He's right.
Big ups.
He's right when he calls them like photon laser blasts, because they're not actual lasers. They're little bits of gas that they shoot out of their guns very, very fast, and it leaves a heat trail. And actually, Tabana gas, the gas that Lando is mining from Bespin in Cloud City, that gas is needed to make not lasers, but that's basically like you put the gas in the blaster clip and it shoots. That's why the Empire wanted Cloud City, because they needed more fucking gas for their fucking guns. There we go. Lore. Yeah.
Oh, Meth Bear asked if we were taken down. Were we?
We were not. No, we were not. It's more than likely a fucking internet issue than a copyright issue. Because I didn't get a copyright email. And listen, you know how many times Phil has said, oh, we got to stop watching this. They're going to take me down. They do send you an email, and I have that shit on my phone, and I did not get an email. So it wasn't that.
J.J. Abrams coming after me.
No. See, now I'm refreshing my inbox. Nope. It wasn't that. It's my internet being an asshole. But we're gonna power through.
Which is pretty damned insane
Full
and crazy. And the fact that he had this really cool
Damn
lightsaber,
insane
which a lot of
crazy.
people criticize, wouldn't that lightsaber chop your own arm off and shit when you're swinging it? I really don't give a shit about that. I think that it was cool and it was something neat and different.
That's a tough one.
And the character
The
is
finger
pretty
guards
complex.
were a point of contention.
What do you think about the saber guard? Where do you weigh in on the saber guard?
I weigh in on this is a fantasy series, and you should probably follow rule of cool over practicality, but not too much.
Bingo.
And I
Agree.
think it treads the line.
Gets
and
right
I
up to it. Right up to
Although a
it.
lot of the choreography was a bit subpar in these, goddamn, I think this one may have had the best.
Yeah, of those
Dude,
three.
okay.
Of those three.
All right, you want to hear my tism?
Go for it.
I tried during this time to rip this movie apart left and right to figure out whose Ray's parents were. And I also tried to figure out if they were going to provide reasonable reasons
Reasonable
for why
reasons.
Ray is so advanced in her abilities.
Right.
I noticed that if you examine her fighting style with Kylo Ren in the forest in that movie, she does a certain strike that I recognize only Sidious does. And I had ideas back then that she at least had something to do with Palpatine, or that she absorbed these abilities from Kylo Ren's brain when he tried to get in her brain.
The Force dyad.
That was a popular
Yes. Well, as it turns out, spoilers for The Rise of Skywalker, she is Rey Palpatine.
Oh yeah, I know.
Or no, just excuse me, Rey Skywalker. I remember
Ray, whatever.
I remember the friend of mine. I saw Star Wars with a friend of mine. My friend Connor. I known Connor since probably 6th or 7th grade or whatever. Big Star Wars guy. We went together. We were walking out of the movie to the parking lot. He goes, "My name is Ray Star Wars," and it's like, "Yep, that's exactly what it is." He's just like, "Yep, they did the thing. They said Ray Star Wars." It's like, yeah, buddy, like the most Star Wars ass shit they could have totally done was, "My name is Ray Skywalker." Like, what the fuck, dude?
And then the Emperor of Man slew Horus Lupercal and declared him John Warhammer.
Yes, exactly. Which like so if you think back to like Revenge of the Sith, that scene where Anakin is on his knees and he goes, "I declare you Darth Vader." Really corny dialogue, but an amazing scene. Amazing
It was
scene.
executed right.
Yes.
Because that's also in the, again, you're talking about sound design, what they did with his voice right there. And then it got lower, and then they put this effect where it like vibrated digitally. It was so
Almost like
awesome.
someone was speaking through Sidious at that time.
Yeah, or
Almost.
at least a dark power.
Yes. Something greater than yourself, because that's what Star Wars is about. Ultimately, it's about understanding that there is a larger world outside of yourself, and I think Lucas did a very good job of like conveying that through film, whether it be through sound design or even just like, I told you about this merch, a single line of dialogue hit me so hard as a fucking 7-year-old when I saw A New Hope for the first time, when Obi-Wan says to Luke, when they're in the Millennium Falcon, and he's talking about like, "Oh, I really could see the remote droid. Like I feel like I could see it." He goes, "Good for you. You've taken your first steps into a larger world." And I was like, "Holy shit, man! Like this hits." It's taking your
Seeing
first,
without his eyes.
dude. Amazing. Yeah,
Seeing beyond his eyes.
your eyes can deceive you. Don't trust them. Like, oh
Yeah.
my god, so good.
And then he uses
so
that
good.
to save the galaxy.
He turns off his targeting computer. "Luke, you switched off your targeting computer. What's wrong?" And he just goes, "Nothing's wrong." Bop bop, blows up the Death Star. Great.
But you know who else the Force moved through was Han Solo.
That's right. He
Coming through.
He
Sending
had to
Vader
be there.
sideways.
He had to be there. He had to be
Changed
there.
his mind, he's changed his heart.
Yeah. And even begrudgingly, And the thing is, we're derailing the derail, but even
Massive.
the conversation that takes place before the Death Star trench run, Han says to Luke, may the force be with you. The last thing he says is, may the force be with you. After an entire first half of the movie where he says, I don't believe in your fucking force. Nothing beats a good hokey religion. Nothing beats a good blaster by your side. Yep. And then that one line shows his whole character development that entire time. And Lucas did that through dialogue in a way that, like, the Kennedy years could not even come close to be honest. Like,
no. and as much as it is definitely in the equation, he does not come back just for Leia's sweet ass.
No,
he absolutely can't, because then he would have just flown back to Yavin, not
yeah, that's true. He could have just flown he could have gone to the command center.
Yep.
Like, I'm here for you.
Hey, baby girl.
Yeah, hey, baby girl.
Oh, yeah. One last kiss before it all goes to hell. But yeah, he went back and saved Luke.
Big ups.
He truly felt that friendship.
Big ups for the 5 shiny teeth. Okay, so of the 4 family twists, I like Vader, Luke the best, and Rey. Excuse me, Rey is a nobody second. Not sure if I dislike Rey Palpatine or Luke Leia more. I think Luke Leia makes sense. I think Rey Palpatine is forced. I like the idea
massively, and pun intended.
I like the idea of her being a nobody, because at
Much
least
preferred that.
The notion that I was operating on during that first movie is that the Force imparts power onto people randomly, completely randomly. Or I was thinking about, like, maybe it was the reverse side of Darth Plagueis impregnating Shmi with Anakin, because the widely held theory of the lore,
if that's the case, we don't exactly.
We don't exactly know,
as far as I know.
But if the Plagueis is Anakin's father through the Force theory is correct, I was thinking, well, what if a light side user did that with somebody with Rey, which could have been a very interesting thing to think about. But no, in the end, they just go, fucking Rey Star Wars. Like, come on, man.
Oh, and clones.
I don't know. It's not copyright related issue, but whatever. We're gonna soldier on.
I'm not gonna spoil too much about him, but I liked the fact that it ties in with the previous.
He already said spoilers.
Yes, he had a giant thing towards the beginning. Here, let me see if I can find it.
He just doesn't want to say.
There we go. Spoiler alert! You can see it in the YouTube scrub. Spoiler alert!
Yeah.
It's right there.
Yeah. He put the text.
Yeah.
Pretty neat, and I like that. Now, one thing that I really didn't like about the villains is the big overarching villain of the movie, whose name is Snoke.
Snoke.
What were they thinking with this guy? Let's face it. Number one,
one take for now.
One take for now. Dude, he edited this. He could have literally sat back on the couch, same fucking shirt, and been like, Snoke. And
just the audio.
Spliced it in. Yeah.
Or even just the audio.
Or literally be like, hello, editor Phil here. It's Snoke.
Exactly.
No, I do that in my shit all the time. Holy shit.
Ask Snopes.
Wow,
Snopes.
That really sounds scary to me. What does it even mean? It's obviously some
Phil
generic
was a
name they just made
guy.
up. It sounds like
Fucking loser.
Oh, he probably fucking loved Snopes, poking around on
Love
Snopes.
when Anders would make fun of that shit on Workaholics.
Yes. Oh
yeah,
my
you
God.
watch Workaholics?
The internet used to be fucking cool, man. Now
very
it's
tight butthole.
Oh.
Harry Potter, since a drunk
Workaholics. I haven't thought about Workaholics in a good long time.
It's hilarious.
You brought
they
me
were
back.
like the younger
Kind of like
It's Always
Voldemort.
Sunny to me.
It was
Yes.
like Voldemort got thrown with French fry acid on, or French fry oil on his face, and that's really what the character looks like. The
French
fact that
fry
Wow, he
acid.
bothered to splice in a picture of Voldemort. Big ups. Like,
And he's not totally wrong.
No.
But I don't know what French fry
the
acid
character
is.
doesn't really have any development in the movie. You have no idea who
corrected
he is.
himself.
He only shows up for a few scenes. He seems to be the big bad guy, but you don't know anything about him. Is kind of annoying. If one thing you could say in A New Hope,
you're not supposed to know anything about him.
Dude,
They
that's him. So Phil.
They did the same thing in the original trilogy with the Emperor. The Emperor be showing up on like voice recordings and like shadowed holograms in Empire, and you didn't know who the fuck he was. You just knew he was the Emperor. You know,
He's mentioned in one, maybe two lines in A New Hope, and there ain't no way him as a kid picked up on that.
yeah, like Vader threatens the fucking Death Star conference room. He was like, "Well, maybe the Emperor should come here and sort this shit out." And they're all like, "No, no, 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 no."
Well, Tarkin like walks in saying, "Oh, the Empire's dissolved. What's left of the Senate?"
Yeah, yes, that's right. Big ups Yularen, Tarkin. Yularen is actually in that scene, but he wasn't Yularen back at the time.
And that empty chair was supposed to be Krennic. Duh.
No, it was just an empty chair. It was just an empty chair.
Well, it is now.
Darth Vader was the
It is,
bad
yeah,
guy.
it is
Yes,
now.
There were hints to
Just
the
like
Emperor's
the-
interactions, but Darth Vader was the main villain.
Rebel
In this
guy
one-
with the mustache in Return of the Jedi is Rex.
Oh yeah, the white mustachioed rebel guy is well.
Look, I appreciate a certain level of interweaving. I do, especially with little things. It's an empty chair. Why not Krennic? That's great. That makes sense.
Thank you for the $4.99 to Pasta Maker. The expanded universe has such better lore than the Kennedy trilogy. Agree.
Oh my God.
Thrawn trilogy, Young Jedi Knights, Mara Jade, also good. Yeah, the Thrawn trilogy specifically. Any of the
Yes.
Timothy Zahn
Yes.
works of novelizations is fantastic, and all that shit
Crusher.
got relegated to Legends. If you haven't read any of the Thrawn books, read them. They're good. They're fucking good.
Yeah, at least the initial trilogy, because I think even in George's words, that's he said would be as close as he, would maybe do it, or at least similar. And like fucking, I think that's when he started the process of higher levels of review and where we started getting G canon and blah blah blah, all the
Yes.
different tiers, something like that. My memory's fuzzy.
Pasta Maker says the new Thrawn stuff is pretty good. I don't know. I don't know. I can go either way on some of that stuff, to be honest. It's a shame that we have
No
to.
from me, dog.
It's a shame that we have to watch things like I don't know, Ahsoka and that other and a lot of the other Star Wars Rebels stuff to see Thrawn stuff. Just put him in. Just give him his own show and make it about Thrawn and make him a ruthless Imperial strategist who will destroy entire planets for nothing more than like economic and strategic gain. That's the Thrawn we need. That's the Thrawn from those books. Okay.
He needs to be cunning, intelligent, outwitting everyone. And unfortunately, what I saw in some of the stuff is more just like your average Grand Moff or just another cool Grand Moff.
You're a smooth middle manager. That's kind of what he
Yeah.
comes across
And
as.
it's like, part of the importance of Grand Moff, Grand Admiral Thrawn, was that he was an alien that rose to those ranks in an extremely racist empire or speciest. if
how
you will.
many alien officers do you see? Even in the newer stuff that's more like inclusive of alien stormtroopers and stuff, almost zero alien officers. So for him to be a Grand Admiral, come on now, that's very significant because there's a scene in A New Hope where they're walking Chewie around the Death Star and the prison officer says, "Where are you taking this thing?" That's what the Empire thought of aliens.
Oh my God, I
It's
forgot.
no
The
Bruce
TIE
Control-
Fighter game.
Yes, he's central to the TIE Fighter
The
game.
pasta maker kicked that dust off my head.
Big ups to Pasta Maker. Oh my God, you are keeping us on our
TIE Fighter
fucking
was
toes
awesome.
tonight, brother. TIE Fighter is fantastic.
Mine,
behind the
another
scenes.
buddy of mine had that on PC and the X-Wing games. Woo!
Yeah, my brother and I, when we got a CD burner in like the late 90s, right? And our public library still had CD-ROM games that you could take
hell
out at
yeah.
that time. So my brother was copying Star Wars games. Like he copied X-Wing, he copied TIE Fighter. So we had all that shit because we just ripped the fucking discs from the library. My brother fucking was way ahead of his time on IRL piracy. Just great. Big ups, brother K. Just very, very forward thinking individual.
Hell yeah.
But you know absolutely nothing about him because they never elaborate. It's like they're saving too much maybe for the future movies. I don't know, but it is what it is.
No
I
way.
don't really like that character. and
I'd say they
hopefully
had just enough
make it
mystery
better
there.
in the future.
I'd say them fleshing him out more in the future movies like they did was a mistake. He was way better when they kept him more mysterious.
Well, cutting him in half in the second one was a mistake, and then in the third one, relegating him to just clones that they were just zomboid clones that I was manipulating and talking through.
Yeah,
very cool.
yeah.
Very cool.
Meth Bear,
So cool.
Meth
Very
Bear
original.
says
Oh.
that he would have preferred Rey to be the much younger sister to Kylo Ren and had to fight it.
That's where most of us, I would say, that was in. If you want to say the top three, like nobody.
Yep.
Obviously Han and Leia's twin kids, and then the third one I would say was the Obi-Wan child thing.
Yeah, there was some strong evidence in how she dealt with people and did certain things. And even, I mean, this doesn't really matter, but even people were like, yeah, she kind of talks like Obi-Wan. She's got that same kind of accent. It's like, well, no, I think her exposure to Star Wars was probably some Ewan McGregor stuff, and she's British.
Sorry.
So she's probably like, I'm British, I'm going to talk like this, you know?
Well, when she touched the lightsaber, they very prominently featured not just Obi-Wan's voice, but they went through the trouble
Anakin,
of
too.
merging Alec Guinness and Ewan McGregor's voice.
True. They did.
Saying,
and he said, Rey, run.
These are your first steps.
Yeah, these are your first steps. And then there's another scene where you hear them say, Rey, run. And then she runs.
Now, here's what flips me off. What they cut out of that vision scene, she was going to look to one side, and she was going to see the Bespin fight between Luke and Vader from another angle. They even filmed it. They had body double, all of it, and they cut it.
That's interesting.
I
See,
think that
I
would've
didn't
been
I didn't know that lore. Big ups,
Because of
Hair of the
lightsaber,
Dog.
right? Hair of the Dog.
Hair of the Dog says, I have the entire X-Wing collection by Michael A. Stackpole and Aaron Alston.
Alston, yep.
Yes, peak Star Wars. Long live the expanded universe. Yeah,
read
dude.
a few of those.
Michael Stackpole, and there's a lot of cool shit by Cavan Scott about Dooku and Ventress. Ventress, if you haven't read Dooku Jedi Lost, it is phenomenal. Go read it. It really, I was telling you about this, Mr. Merch, a few days ago. That book really fleshes out the idea of why Dooku left the council, because he felt he could do more good for the galaxy as a rich noble than a Jedi in poverty. And he truly believed that he could stop the Sith and stop evil. In the end, he was going to try and overthrow Sidious. That was his whole plan. But obviously,
Which is usually what most number twos are.
yes,
It's the rule of two.
The rule of two. Always two there are. No more, no less.
Which was a thing from Darth Bane from a long time ago, which they did canonize by cramming in the last episode of the Clone Wars when they got canceled early.
Yes.
Yeah. Yoda goes to Morban or whatever.
Yes. Oh my
Pissed me
God.
off it wasn't Korriban.
They had to, yeah. There's so many planets that have similar purposes and similar sounding names. It's really weird. But yeah, they had to rush that shit, man. The final, what was it, 4 episodes of Clone Wars that they did? They tie off a lot of
They
threads.
chopped down like 10.
In a very into 4, and it feels very. It's like, oh, by the way, Ahsoka, you're a Jedi. You're on the council again. The council acknowledges you. Here's your lightsabers, and it's just like very quick. Like, you get to have these back.
Now, one thing that people have been talking about, that again, this is going to be a spoiler if you didn't see the movie, Kylo Ren apparently has the mummified head of Darth Vader, and
All right,
he
this is
talks
stupid.
to it,
That
What
is
is Phil's
really
thoughts?
stupid.
What are Phil's thoughts? Let's see.
which is pretty creepy. And you're like, does he think he's actually interacting with Darth Vader? Is he interacting with the ghost of Darth
no.
Vader? Because if you remember correctly, back in the original Star Wars trilogy, Vader turns at the end of Return of the Jedi and becomes a good guy, and at the end of the movie he's able to show up with the ghosts of the other Jedi.
No, it's I think it was their attempt to portray mental illness, but it was like poorly done. You know?
Well, seeing where they went through it, where like Rey ended up having the whole, voices of all the Jedi's past flowing through her.
I am all
shit.
of the Jedi. Yes.
I kind of feel like maybe he was trying to set that up, as well as, of course, the overt granddaddy daddy issues.
Yes. Like, oh, I wanted to be like my grandfather. Yeah. Like,
Or like my uncle, but now my grandfather. I don't know. It's a
my
little
uncle
weird,
tried to
but
kill me in my sleep, which
it's a
like,
bloodline situation. Yeah.
which to be fair, I'd be pretty pissed if my uncle tried to kill me in my sleep too.
Not a chance they knew that then. Not a chance.
That's true.
This was
That's
made
true.
as,
That's true.
Yeah. These breadcrumbs were laid in front, or tracks
Because
were laid in front of
the
train.
uncle killing in the sleep thing was like what 2/3 of the way through Last Jedi, if I recall.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's insane.
Yeah, you're
And
right.
They didn't collaborate at all.
No,
It's
so
now all come out.
different
from
writers,
various
different
interviews and shit.
directors. Yeah. Yeah.
They had even Daisy Ridley finally admitted. All up until the third movie, they had no clue.
Yeah. No fucking clue.
celebration
Or just
scene at the
kept changing.
climax of the movie. So how would he be talking to Darth Vader about the dark side if Vader already was redeemed at the end of Return of the Jedi? It's kind of a confusing scene, and it almost leads me to believe there's something else going on behind the scenes.
That's actually a decent call out by Phil. That
Sure.
I gotta give him that one because Lucas is very clear that like Anakin finds balance, and that's why in the newer versions he's a young Force ghost because he manifests as he was back when he was quote unquote good and virtuous versus as Vader. Although pour some out for Sebastian Shaw, it was Sebastian Shaw for all those decades and decades and decades until it wasn't, you know?
Well, okay. So my counterpoint, which also at the same time, not just because Phil's dumb, but I don't expect a part-time fan who just level, but the force of Darth Vader had very much become his own person or a separate entity from Anakin.
Yes.
And also, I have no idea why he's not bringing up that Luke Skywalker set him on fire and pretty much presumably stayed there for quite some time. And it's a little silly to think that fucking Kylo Ren was able to fly back to that place, that exact spot, and then find it. And of course, Luke didn't bury it. I mean, come on, this is nuts. That he would even
I feel like
find
Luke
it in this level of intact quality.
Luke would have made sure that all of it was fucking gone. I don't think he would have left anything to chance. It was Endor. The Empire was gone at that point. The Empire was crumbling. They would have made sure. They absolutely would have made sure. I know we're having like a comic book guy actually moment, but like they would have made sure.
It's just
That's a cool
because it's
twist, and I'm
silly.
interested.
And for a AAA $500,000 budget movie, that's what I'm saying. It deserves
The biggest
better care
movie,
than
like
this
at the
kind of
time, it
stupid
was the
shit.
biggest movie in history. Oh, big ups for the Lefty raid. Welcome, Lefty viewers. Thank you, Lefty.
Oh well, I hope you enjoy. Oh, Star Wars. Yeah, sorry.
I hope you enjoy Star Wars. Friend and co-founder of the channel. Big ups, Lefty. Thank you, brother.
To see how that's going to pan out in the future movies. So what did I like about The Force Awakens? I certainly liked the returning cast. I liked the fact that unlike the prequel trilogy,
I
you
liked
could tell
the
people who
returning
made
cast,
this
thank
movie
you.
were huge
Graphics were
fans of
good.
the original trilogy.
Of course, he would fall for like, oh, it's Harrison Ford. Oh, it's
Oh,
Carrie
nostalgia
Fisher.
berries.
Yeah.
respect and didn't let their egos get to them. I hate to say it, George Lucas got such a big head after having so many popular
Excuse
movies
me.
in the 70s and
Let's
80s.
hear
No, actually, he's completely wrong. He's
so
completely wrong
humbling.
about this. George Lucas did all the shit he wanted. It's just people didn't like it. And actually,
That's all.
actually, in retrospect, George Lucas was right about a lot of things. George Lucas understood Star Wars in a way that like the Kathleen Kennedy administration clearly does not, which is why we are where we are today with Star Wars, because nobody else fucking gets it. That's the thing.
And you know
He
what
thought he
else,
could do
man?
no wrong.
Oh shit! Now I got it derailed in my brain.
It's all right. It'll come back to you. We got time.
Being humble, and then what he made people didn't like. Okay, yes. George did respond to fan feedback in real time.
He did.
Jar Jar, for example, Jar Jar was going to have a bigger role. He cut that motherfucker out to almost nothing in the sequels after people were so pissed off in the first one. After the first one.
Yeah, he's got like what 3 or 4 minutes of screen time in Attack of the Clones, and he's got like a minute of screen time in Revenge of the Sith.
The third one, yeah.
Like that character basically died. Like George Lucas did everything but kill him in a lot of ways.
You fucked Ahmed Best out of a bigger paycheck.
Although, so Ahmed Best plays the Jedi who saves Grogu from the temple. So Ahmed Best gets his propers, and it's just him in Jedi robes fighting clone troopers. It's a great scene.
He went back and edited his original Star Wars trilogy with utter crap that no one wanted.
And also, like, to like fill in some of the gaps on Ahmed Best, he played Jar Jar Binks. He was very proud of it, and he really put his heart and soul
He helped
into
develop the character,
and making it good.
and not just the character, Gungans. The whole
Yes.
Gungan, yes.
Like he helped flesh out the lore, because they sort of asked him, like, you're playing Jar Jar. What do you think this society would be like? Because you're the guy in the suit. Tell us. But also, he tried to jump off a bridge because people gave him so much shit about, oh, you were Jar Jar.
Media.
Jar Jar ruined Star Wars and all this shit. And he almost killed himself. He really did. But
Not just that, the media was accusing George and him of being racist for even doing that stuff. Even back then, guys, don't let them gaslight you today. They were the ones who fucking said that shit.
Also, Ahmed Best chose that accent for that character. That was his vision of Jar Jar, and he was a black actor who did what he felt was correct for the character. So it had nothing to do with George,
Well, there were rumors too that Michael Jackson was interested in doing the mocap for Jar Jar.
Oh my god! Could you imagine? There would have been so much more outrage if it was Michael Jackson. Oh my god! Especially because
At least just doing the mocap.
that was like prime investigation time for Michael Jackson.
I think just post. I think
just
after.
post, yeah. That would have been that would have been controversial as hell. Oh my god!
And
trilogy.
mad respect. Am I frozen? What happened?
No, you're good.
Okay. Mad respect to Ahmed Best, because he helped, and George and ILM helped pioneer the concept of CG characters, help push the mocap way further than it was already at the level it was at. Pre-visualizations, everything. The making of the prequels
Absolutely.
changed the game and actually set a lot of standards for how modern films are made, at least VFX-heavy films.
Also, I want to point out, because you remind me of this just about every time it comes up, George Lucas still to this day is
I'm a looper.
and always has been independent filmmaker.
Yes!
Even though he made Star Wars, which are $500 million films, independent filmmaker, not part of the Directors Guild of America. Because
You guys know why?
yeah, tell us why, Merch, because this is a major sticking point for you. Tell us why.
Because he won't put credits at the start of his films.
And the DGA was like, fuck that. You must put credits. No cold opens, sir.
This is one large reason why, despite many amazing, great directors that he is best fucking friends with, refused to direct it for him, but despite his asking, including Spielberg and others.
Yes. Imagine a Star Wars sequel trilogy directed by Steven Spielberg. Even the prequels, I could imagine, because Steven Spielberg is good at alien shit. He made E.T. He could make a lot of that shit work in a very interesting way, I'm sure.
Now, how did that, and here's where I don't really know, how did that work for the directors of Empire and Return of the Jedi?
Yeah, that's true, because it was Irvin Kershner and Lawrence Kasdan, respectively.
No, Kasdan wrote Richard Marquand or something.
Oh yeah.
Directed the third one. The dude did like 2 more movies after that or something.
Weird.
I don't think he did anything of note.
Oh my god. Yeah, I wonder.
Oh, Ron Howard was another candidate to direct Phantom Menace.
Well, Ron Howard did end up coming in to try and clean up Solo.
Isn't that sad?
Yeah.
You decide to jump in when Disney does it.
Yeah. Good point. It's like Disney's paying. I'll get a massive paycheck.
So again, their current sequel trilogy, they're not putting credits at the beginning. How are they still getting around this guild shit that apparently is part of the reason that fucked George back in the day?
Maybe they just don't. Maybe they were jealous of George Lucas and didn't like him. I don't know. Because you're right. It didn't matter. J.J. Abrams is still in the DGA, as far as I know. Ryan Johnson. Yeah. So I don't know.
And God bless Colin Trevorrow for bowing out of the third one.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
Smart move, brother.
Very smart move.
And everyone was
Hair
like,
of the dog.
Hair of the dog says, keep J.J. Abrams away from beloved franchises. Yeah.
Correct.
Make him write his...
He can do his own things.
Yeah, he can do his own things. He's very good at being in charge of his own lore. Don't give him someone else's.
Make another Dark Angel or something.
Oh, Dark Angel's so
like
good.
I didn't really watch it.
I did. I like Jessica Alba at the time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so...
This guy and his creative genius, of course, everything.
I lost you for a moment.
It's you just don't like it. But
I think my internet is
going wacky.
I'm gonna you know what I'm gonna take the streams down. I'll be back in like 1 minute. I'm gonna do the thing and reset my router. I'm just gonna pull off the band-aid, reset the router. Everything should come back up in like a minute. I'll be back, everybody. Don't go anywhere. Watch the pod. I'm putting us back on the stream. I've rejoined the room. You're playing Star Wars music. Yes. All right, I got to mute in here. Awesome. I think we're back. I think. Are we back on stream? There he is. We're coming back. Hell yeah. Let me make sure I'm back in the room. Yeah, the room is back up. We should both be back. Are you back in? Yes. I reset my internet. Hopefully that does the trick. Hopefully that's more stable. And I gotta put merch back in OBS. Hold on, you're not back in OBS because we had to reset all this shit up. Hang on. So merch is there. Merch A. I gotta get you back on stream, and then we'll go. All right. Just gotta go here. Gotta copy this, and then we're gonna put merch back on. So copy that. Put this here. Okay. So merch should be back. Are you back? Merch?
I hope so. Testing.
Yes, you're back. Hell yeah, we're back. Hello, everybody. We're back. We're still dropping a few frames. It's not as bad as before. So we're gonna keep it on, as they say. But yeah, man, the Ron Howard involvement in Solo, tragic. If he was on there since the beginning, the outcome would have been different. Definitely would have been different in my mind. It would have been a cohesive work.
Well, it's just it's an editing nightmare, and if anything, I guess he saved it, but not enough to make its money back.
I mean, yeah, he made it workable.
Yeah.
But
well, apparently he scrapped, a huge chunk of the footage. We're talking like 70% of what the Miller brothers or Lord, I forget their names.
I think it was Lord and Miller. I think like Lord and Miller. Yeah. He walked into a dumpster fire for sure. He did.
Brought in an acting coach for a Solo guy. All kinds of stuff, and then they had to recast Paul Bettany as the villain because it was somebody else who couldn't come back for reshoots.
Oh, interesting.
That means you had to reshoot everything that he did. It might have been Idris Elba.
Oh wow,
as the Paul Bettany character.
I like Paul Bettany. Paul Bettany's cool.
For what he was.
Yeah, definitely
and,
for what he
Harrelson,
was.
Woody Harrelson.
Woody Harrelson. What an
talking
inspired
about that,
choice.
yeah.
What an inspired choice. Oh my God. Yeah, the internet is more stable. Awesome. Cool. So that router reset works. I swear I reset it before the stream. I still have some shit to work out. But what were we doing? Oh yeah, we were watching Phil. We are however many, like hour and change into this. And we've gotten 7 minutes and 56 seconds into this single video, so let's fucking go.
Envisioned originally and
We
blah blah
watched
blah.
The Force
And he's
Unleashed.
full of shit. I mean, the bottom line is
We did watch The Force Unleashed. That's right.
George Lucas became an egotistical prick. This
Wow.
movie did not. You can
This
tell
is
that there
Bro.
are fans of the
Far
movie, and
off
when you watch
the
it, if you're a
mark.
fan of the original Star Wars trilogy, you're gonna love the references. You're gonna love that they actually
could say
seem to take it a
obsessed
little
with
more seriously and
technology,
take it
but-
into the modern era in a lot
Come
of
on,
ways. You know,
man.
the phasers now, some of them.
He
have
definitely
explosions,
wasn't
so-
he definitely wasn't an actor's director, as they say. He didn't really know how to direct actors.
Largest downfall, yeah.
So he relied a lot on fixing it in the edit.
I think there's other aspects in there some people don't consider. When you look at the, oh my God, it's like we're talking about prequels and we're on Force Awakens. But shoot, he had to fund the damn movies practically himself, which was another issue. So a lot of studios didn't want to touch it. They didn't want to touch the idea of 9-year-old Darth Vader, and they didn't think people would like it, and da 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 da. So that also led to the egregious licensing deals that all movies engage in now, but
Yes.
he definitely helped pioneer that.
Yes,
But
he
had to
certainly
make his
did.
money that way. So in the background, I think there's an anxiety of knowing that you are actually burning somewhere around $1 million a minute of filmmaking.
And that is terrifying for a studio exec. It really is. Fucking terrifying.
And a director, writer, mastermind that all this shit's riding on his shoulders.
Yeah. And it got
So
to a
it's like,
point
all
where
right,
like
2-3 takes. All right, that's good. Cut.
well, and it got to a point where like George Lucas, there were certain projects he wanted to work on that he was willing to fund himself, like a lot of the Star Wars underworld stuff that was going to take place in the lower levels of Coruscant that
Oh, yeah.
kind of became 1313, and then 1313 got canceled. He was going to just fund that shit himself because he really wanted to do it.
Which would have been millions of dollars an episode at that time.
Yeah,
to produce
so-
at the level he wanted. And
He
now that's
he was
practically
ready
a
to
norm.
drop like 200 million on like a mini series about the Coruscant underworld, which would have been awesome, dude. Like,
which they're about to co-op and mine again. However, the new EA game set in that setting could be promising, but it's also EA, so
yeah,
keep your wallets tight.
keep
See what
yeah.
happens.
Do not hold your breath. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, EA. They've made some decent Star Wars stuff, but I don't
Sadly,
know.
their most successful, if you want to say that, has been their freaking mobile game.
Of course,
It's like 2 mobile games.
of course. Why not? I mean, mobile games
Power
work.
battles or whatever they call it.
Yeah, mobile version of Jedi Power Battles, which was a PS1 game, by the way. Like
Oh shit!
originally.
Yeah, or maybe I'm conflating names. I don't remember.
No, I think it is. I think it is either is it Jedi Heroes or like Jedi Hero Battles or something.
Yeah,
something like
And
that.
it's just also weird card thing, and yeah, it's money sink.
I don't. Game Master says the chat needs to be refreshed. Oh, it does. Thank you, Game Master. I will refresh. Yeah, everything broke, but the internet works
Nerds.
better now. So
Thanks
let me.
for being nerds. Thanks for indulging
Thanks for being
us,
nerds.
enabling this waste of time.
It's a colossal waste of time, but you know what? There's fewer people in the vortex that I'd rather waste time with, you know?
Yeah.
That's the thing. Love wasting time with you and Mrs. Merch when she eventually gets here. She's doing adult
Eventually.
responsible things, so good for her.
Work meeting. That
Work.
probably could be an email.
Yeah, most work meetings can. Let's hear Phil's take on these movies.
The modern effects that really add to the movie.
He called George Lucas a pretentious prick. That's where we left off. So let's see what he actually says.
and I think that it makes it a better movie overall now that it's taken into the modern era. So I did actually like the new characters. I think that Finn and Rey make a cool duo. BB-8, I mean, it's a droid.
Cool
You
duo.
Flip it's saying half the time, and it's making jokes, and you don't even know what's going on. You know, it's okay, but really the human characters, in my opinion, were the focus of the movie. I like them. I think that there's going to be tons more development, hopefully, in the later films, because at this point, I really feel like I need more of them to understand these characters and their motivations. You know, why
Hit me with a pause.
Yeah, I was just about to pause. Go. I have my thoughts on what he just said. Go ahead.
There you go. I sent you an article on Discord.
All
you don't
right.
have to show it if it's, whatever, but you could just read basically the headline. The Force Awakens had more CG visual effects shots than The Phantom Menace. So what Phil
Yes.
just said about, all that, and there's all this praise, and this is how bad movies have gotten in VFX heavy. There's a bunch of praise for The Force Awakens to use practical stuff and in-camera stuff. Great. Awesome. But don't let people gaslight you into thinking that it was less than the prequels or the prequels were overindulgent.
There was
It's
a
just
lot
more
of
noticeable.
there was a lot of shit, especially in the Phantom Menace, that was done in camera, and you can tell.
Or they're miniatures.
Yeah, or like
All in Naboo Palace
the
and a whole bunch of that.
the shots that I love are the very obvious like digital DV tape camera shots where they're storming the throne room, and it's obviously shot on like a DV handycam, and George Lucas was really excited. He's like, yeah, we shot some scenes on digital camera. But I love it. I love that he was like the first guy to be like, no, we're gonna shoot some of these daytime scenes on fucking digital cameras. Like,
Until Blu-ray, you really couldn't tell the disparity.
yeah, that's true. Watching it in 4:3 at like 480i or 480p, you really couldn't. I've gone back to those Blu-rays pretty recently in like the last couple months. It's really stark, the cut between film camera and like the DV cameras he was using. So,
And then speaking of that, I believe the following two were all digital cameras.
yeah.
First movies made, all digital cameras, I think.
Well, Attack of the Clones was very obvious. All digital. Revenge of the Sith, yeah, very early digital cameras, to the point where like the blacks were crushed in a really weird way in some of the night scenes that was uncomfortable. Like they didn't quite understand how to light for digital cameras yet,
Yeah, but they were pioneering it.
but they were
so
doing
awesome.
it. Yeah, that's the thing. They
And
were
I wish
doing
people
it.
would accept
Yeah.
more,
Like take risks. Like say what you want about the Lucas prequels, but he was taking fucking risks. Where like if you look at Star Wars now, outside of certain aspects of Andor, nobody's taken any risks in how things are shot or how dialogue is. It's all very samey, to the point where you have Skeleton Crew, where it's Star Wars kids living in a condo complex, basically. Like.
Oh yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go for it.
Oh, and another like side effect is that the original guys who started Pixar were very much in competition with ILM.
Yes.
And they put winks and nods to each other in each other's films.
Yeah, there's big ups to Pasta Maker. Thank you for the $4.99. You take into account Lucas's want to emulate his hero Kurosawa. Kurosawa was focused on filmmaking first, and I think Lucas does the same. I agree, especially if you look at there are scenes shot for shot in A New Hope that are like directly out of Kurosawa's style of blocking and just setting things up. If you look at the Obi-Wan and Darth Vader lightsaber scene in the Death Star hallways, that is like such an homage to the way Kurosawa would shoot his sword fights if you go back and you look at how the blocking used to be. So yes, I agree with you, and also myself, the Pasta Maker. Big ups.
I'll try and give a nutshell of this in case we go deeper later, but at the time, George and his friends, his group of other guerrilla filmmakers who were coming at the time, Steve Soderbergh, Scorsese, and some others that I'm drawing blanks on right now. Cinema was dying in the sense of basically the original Hollywood heads were dying off and retiring and whatnot, and new money men were taking over, and they had no idea what the fuck to do. They had no idea what audiences want. Sound familiar? And it was these guys who were pioneering films, getting made, that were finally drawing people in and changing things. And especially if you watch George's first film, THX 1138.
So good. Go back and watch it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Long story there too with Scorsese and how MGM fucked him, or Warner, whoever did it. And which is also why he's very protective of his work from his very first major studio experience. But he really wanted to be an experimental filmmaker.
Yes.
And Star Wars ended up being somewhere in between too. And of course, highly inspired by Buck Rogers and the other guy.
Just it was Flash Gordon and Buck Rogers. It was all that. And then the samurai movies, like you said, to Pasta Maker, a lot of Kurosawa nods. Even like the way Darth Vader moves and walks, he's kind of like a samurai lord, and they were calling him Lord in the original Star Wars. That was all very intentional,
and his own interest into Eastern philosophies and history and
Buddhism, Taoism,
Joseph Campbell's hero's journey.
Yeah, George was interested in telling stories, and he thought that film was a uniquely superior way to tell stories visually. So he took risks. Now, people, I don't know. I don't know what current day Disney is doing with Star Wars, but they have no vision, and it's very annoying.
And he got into film because he was a car nerd and damn near killed himself in a car accident. So he figured he's on borrowed time after that, and this is part of why he does what the fuck he wants.
It's why we got American Graffiti as well.
And the Force.
Yes.
The First Order, what allowed him to break through the mind control.
I'm a Lucas sweeper.
I am too. Dude, I'll sweep for George Lucas all day, every day. He's so fucking cool.
But I won't totally suck him off.
No, I mean,
there's a few where he's worthy of criticism for sure.
He is definitely worthy of criticism. People that have worked with him said he was damn near impossible to work with. But he's a visionary.
But hey, maybe their ideas were stupid. See, you never really know.
It's amazing to me, like, that being deep in the Kennedy years right now, how much people retroactively appreciate what George Lucas did. They're like, oh, we kind of want our guy back. Like, there's a lot of people pushing for him to make his sequel trilogy, and I think that'd be fucking cool.
I sent you a video. We don't have to get into it now, but Kenner pitched him a sequel trilogy idea, or at least a toy line based off of like comics to be a sequel.
Yes.
And then, man, he shut that shit down.
Oh, we got another Lucas sweeper in the chat. To Pasta Maker. Big ups, brother.
Yeah, I could tell.
That's going to be interesting to find out in the future movies as well.
So he has enough sense to know that Finn should have more to him.
Yes.
Jedi that we know. Who knows?
Like, he's not wrong.
Find out in the future, and I definitely like those new characters. And now it's time for my criticisms of the movie, of which
All right, let's fucking go.
Okay,
here we go.
I gotta tell you this.
I'm gonna open a soda for this one.
I don't like CGI.
I'm gonna start.
I think that CGI
I'm gonna make a new
decade has been used over excessively.
Special merch cigarette. Custom
cigarette. Yeah. Get your doobie, get your dab, and let's fucking go.
These movies looks bad. Star Wars The Force Awakens has a mix of good CGI for things such as the space combat scenes with the X-Wings and the TIE fighters. Looks absolutely awesome. But then to the scene, there's a scene on a freighter with these...
Well, how else are you going to do space combat in 2012, Phil?
Okay, but I'm going to give him this.
Okay.
He's pointing out that stuff looked good, and the goofy... and the only reason they're designed like this is so Abrams can replicate the Indiana Jones Harrison Ford running from a boulder scene. The big round Final Fantasy looking fucking
that's in the bowels of the Falcon. Yeah.
That whole storyline's stupid.
Yep.
I think the second time I saw it in the theater, I actually fell asleep during that whole sequence.
Yeah, it's just a weird sequence.
It slams the brakes on the pace. It's
didn't need to be there. You could have had Han and Chewie doing anything else. I think it would have been cool seeing them bickering while trying to repair the Falcon, and that could have been your scene, because there are several scenes in the original trilogy where Han's just screaming at him while they're trying to fix the hyperdrive, and that would have been fine.
And that whole sequence serves to set up that he is a deadbeat retard who just went back to his old ways and fucked my wife and my family.
Man-child. Yeah.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Instead of just being like, I have a beacon on the Falcon and you fired it up and here I am.
Yeah.
I'm a 5-star general. Woo!
Yeah. I'm all of a sudden in the Rebel Alliance. I'm a high-ranking member of the Rebel
He should have
Alliance.
showed up in a Mon Calamari warship. That'd have been dope. And then
Yeah.
had a shootout with Kylo Ren. Oh, man! We're making a better
That would have
movie
been so
right now.
good. Admiral Akbar is there. Oh my god.
Old Admiral Oldbar.
Yeah, that would have been so cool if it was like Han and fucking Akbar. It's like,
And then you could add Lando too instead of the whatever we got in fucking the third one.
yeah,
Homeless Lando.
really weird use of Lando. How he just shows
Like
up at that
member berries.
festival. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
it.
Yep.
I happen to be here because my daughter's lost here too.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Huh?
I'm Lando Calrissian, 82-year-old Billy D. Williams.
You like Colt
Yes.
45?
You know what I will say? I still love Billy D. Williams though. I was happy to see him.
Maybe he got it.
But-
He never lost it.
Yeah, he never lost it. Yeah.
It's
Even
I
Chunky.
still I watched Empire last week in preparation for this, and that scene where they're on the landing pad of Bespin, Cloud City, and he's running up to Han, and it's like fake argument. He's so good in that scene, and then when he sees Leia and he goes, "Hello, what have we here?" He's so good. He's everything that character needs to be.
He knew how to embody that
Fantastic.
through and through.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
and Glover, I'm sorry, he fell a little short. He just like was almost there, but he needed more work. And them crazies wanted to do a Lando spin-off show. with
Yeah,
him.
they
Like,
wanted to
oh,
give
dude,
they wanted to give him his
stop.
own series. Yeah.
And plus, they made him a caricature too. Oh, got a closet full of capes and all that stupid
and
shit.
they made him
Caricature.
and they made him sexually attracted to the Falcon, literally sexually
Okay,
attracted.
yeah. See, I burned that out of my memory. Thank you.
No,
Fuck.
because and also that sets up, that explains the lore when Han is telling 3PO, I'm gonna plug you in the back and you're gonna talk to the Falcon. The Falcon
Yeah.
is like AI intelligence that Lando was sexually attracted to. He called
None
it
of
like
that needed to be there.
he called it his woman. It was really weird. It was really
It
weird.
was stupid.
He wanted to fuck his ship, y'all.
The best part about it was it did the droid uprising and none of the droids cared and it just ran outside and got shot. That was
Yeah.
the best part about that dumb thing.
Like a lot of the droids were like, no, we'll just stay here and do our work. We're good. It's like, oh my god.
where they're just
Like, the whole
walking
scene
around
was
like,
just
oh.
crappy CGI.
Deposit Maker says, I like it. Come on. You're on thin ice, brother. Thin ice.
ice.
Thin ice.
And you're like, why is this in the movie? They couldn't do some kind of a creature effect here that would make sense. They couldn't have
She
written this
joked
scene
about
so
a
it
robot
needed
period.
excessive
Now it's coming
CGI,
back to me.
and I really
That-
didn't
no.
like
Yeah.
those
Yep.
scenes simply because
No,
of that. It
see?
looked so
A lot of weird shit in Solo that you kind of like, you block it. You block it.
Ah,
Oh
them
no, one
fees
of the main
nest.
characters gets caught by the tentacles is getting pulled around. You could tell 100% that it's fake. Keep the
I mean, it's a
Well, no
movie. It's all
shit,
fake.
man.
It's all
Do you-
fake.
Yeah. Did you think the Sarlacc monster was real? Those tentacles were real. They went and got a octopus or something. Like, dude, come on.
Come on.
Where's your mind? I mean, it's like on
Crappy
one
excessive
hand,
CGI.
I know what a person mean when they say that, but you gotta, can you talk about lighting?
You could a better description would be it didn't fit. Like when when I look
Looked
at a
out of
scene
place.
that looks weird, I said this wasn't blended well. It didn't
Yeah.
fit. Then again, I've worked on short films, and you have experience with visual effects style stuff.
Or at
So
least critique of it.
we have the vocabulary to say, oh, that effect didn't fit. It looked. What I'll say, what I usually say is, oh, that effect looked hinky.
Or that sticks out.
Yes, that
And
sticks
that's
out.
one of the worst compliments. You want your VFX to be seamless.
Be seamless.
You don't want to think about it.
Yeah, it's like how there are VFX in Well, Tron Legacy is a very good example of this because Tron Legacy has
Good flick.
effects that are both perfect and that glaringly stick out. Like there are moments where you're like, this is like Jeff Bridges' young face.
Pioneered de-aging.
Well, they did pioneer de-aging, yeah.
That's Disney tech. They've been had that.
They've been had that for decades, yeah.
CGI
Since 2000.
That was made in 15
or
14?
whatever. I'm gonna look that up while this is playing. I think it's 2009. I mean, I'm gonna look it up. Tron Legacy, 2010. 2010, brother.
Think about that.
Yeah, and it was convincing. It was very convincing.
Enough. And
Now, another thing that I
we talk about AI, but it's like, number one, these aren't really AIs. If any, at best, they're large language learning models or whatever. And yeah, man.
Yeah.
Back then, before that stuff, they were working on the algorithms and the tech to do it.
It was
using
all
stand-in,
Disney.
using older pictures.
Okay, the pasta
That's
maker. The pasta maker is officially off of the ice because he says Tron Legacy is a good movie. You're
Yeah,
no
it's good.
longer on thin ice. It's good. I like
Not
it.
great, and certainly better than the first one.
The soundtrack. Oh my god.
Thank you, Daft Punk, and I'm so looking forward to the next one. The Nine Inch Nails
Wait,
soundtrack.
there's a new Tron thing coming out. Oh, hold
Yeah.
on.
There's a neutron.
How did I not hear about
I think
this?
they might have a stinger or a teaser, but yeah, Trent's working on the soundtrack,
Nine
or at
Inch
least
Nails.
portions of it.
Oh
yeah.
baby, yeah.
I'm dying thinking of the name. It's Tron Supremacy, I think.
Oh my god, I am. Sign me
No,
the
it can't
fuck up.
be. That's too stupid. That's
Tro-
Born
I'm
Supremacy.
gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up. Tron Supremacy.
The
I'm gonna look it
Millennium
up real
Don't be
quick.
that.
is in this movie. And
Tron-
the
Falcon.
ship of the movie. 99%
Tron
of the movie
Legacy
was in space
sequel.
inside of the Millennium Falcon. And it's
Well, no
just
shit,
silly
Phil.
because if
The
you
Falcon's a
watch the
character in
original
itself.
trilogy of Star Wars movies, the Millennium Falcon is kind of
What?
the running joke. It's supposed to be a crappy
a
ship
joke.
that Han Solo kind of manages to operate to the point where it could be a ship that could actually save the good guys.
It's a
in
hot
that
rod,
movie
yes.
series.
Tron
It's a custom hot rod.
Ares. Tron Ares.
Supremacy.
Ares.
Yeah, that sounds
yeah,
right.
that's not supremacy at all. You were just thinking of Jason Bourne. You know.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny, you know how I compare the Millennium Falcon? It's like, you know how your dad might
can't
have
believe
a
what he's
car.
saying.
He's
I
the only
cannot
person who
believe
can
what he's
drive
saying.
it. It's a junker. It's
No,
a
actually, like including the Millennium Falcon was one of the few like decent things they did, because it made sense for there to be like, oh, this is a thing we know. Why it was on Jakku made no fucking sense. But it was good they included it. You know.
What I think he's building up to is that she was able to operate it. Like he's slowly,
I don't-
indebtedly building up to the point it was Han Solo's baby and Chewbacca.
I don't know though. It's a Corellian ship. It was a quite common
Oh,
ship
she
at
hadn't
some
piloted
point.
anything.
Like-
Come on.
Yeah.
You don't get in a motorcycle and then jump on an F-16. It's not the same.
Well, you could argue it was the Force. It was the will of the Force.
That's my
you know?
explanation as
Yeah.
well, but
Yeah.
it's a bit rough. Finn was there. He's technically a pilot.
He is. He's a pilot.
But then he
He-
jumped in the gun.
He
So
knows
he wasn't helping her pilot.
He knows how to operate a TIE fighter. Well,
But he jumped in
kinda.
the gun.
Yeah, that's true. He should have been
He didn't help
flying.
her.
What the fuck? Yeah.
I know. What a missed opportunity.
What?
And then that could have been the mirror of Luke being in the gunner seat.
Yeah.
shooting
Oh
them
my
instead
god.
of Finn.
Ring theory.
Man,
Ring theory.
what a bunch of hacks.
Oh my
over there.
God.
Disney hacks.
We've solved it. We've solved it.
I hate it.
But he
What has he
somehow
got to
finds a way. He
say?
has the magic touch to get it to start when no one else can get it to start. He's the one who can actually get it to work.
Well, him
that's really
and
what the Millennium
Chewbacca.
Falcon was. If you
And
watch the
Chewie,
original
yeah.
trilogy of Star Wars movies, even Han
Also,
Solo-
like Chewie is the ship's engineer. The
Yes.
Wookiees were ship engineers. They're very good at building and fixing ships. You don't have the Millennium Falcon without Chewie. Also, there are in EU lore, there are Wookiee ships made out of wood. That's a wooden spaceship. Think about that. I want that. That's fucking cool.
it happen.
Spaceships made out of wood.
Fossilized
Well,
great
issues
trees.
fly,
Yeah.
A lot of times it wouldn't start. So how is it that throughout this entire movie, the Millennium Falcon is this amazing ship, has almost no technical difficulties, even though it's been on a fucking desert planet, bereft and
What's he talking about though? They struggle to start it. They spend like 5-6 minutes just trying to make it fire up. Like, what's he talking? And they can barely pull up. Like it can barely get off the. I don't know. Did he see the movie?
Yeah, she crashed all over the fucking place
Yeah.
before getting it
No
going.
technical difficulties.
Prep it,
That's
and no one's done
a bit
maintenance
silly.
to it in years. It can easily just fly off and take away, and it's ready to save
And then
the
even
galaxy
when they
again.
left,
I
she had
hated
to
it. It
rip
was
out
super
some
cliche.
regulator or something.
Yeah, she had to run a bypass on some valve.
Fun continuity between those shots too. She's holding the thing in her hand differently, or it might even be a whole different piece.
Oh, see, I like those little
I'm a dork
continuity.
like
errors.
that. I
It's
love
fun.
continuity.
It's fun.
That should be my job if I ever did work in the industry. I'd be that
Script
idiot on
supervisor.
set.
Yeah, no, you would literally be a script supervisor. There was a couple short films I did. I worked on with my friends, and I had to be a script supervisor on one of them. And you have to be so obsessive about how people's hair is falling off of their shoulders in one shot to another.
me.
You have to literally put your hands on people and move them one step to the right. It's a very, very fun role to have on a set.
You
It's-
said cut. You had food in your mouth on the right side of your cheek.
yes, like
Like I'd get down there like that.
like literally you need 2 pieces of corn in that spoon. Sorry. Like that is your job to like tell people, be like, nope, in the last shot we did, you had 2 popcorn kernels in your hand. Get 2, please. Yeah.
And up until the making of The Phantom Menace, and particularly the 2 sequels, this was almost an impossibility for filmmakers. They would have to send film to print sometimes around the friggin' world just to get back and see what they shot.
And it would take
Weeks sometimes.
it would
in
take
some
weeks.
productions.
Yeah, where like you didn't have dailies, like they call them dailies. You didn't really have dailies. They have now because it's all on cards. You know.
Dailies was shit from last week. Yeah.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true. They would watch shit from last Friday, this Friday.
Well,
Yeah.
we still have access to the shooting location.
yeah, exactly.
Well, barely.
Easily could have just put a different ship in there and had the plot progress a different way. I did not like that.
I don't-
They got like
Yeah, I do have to bring up the fact.
yes and no.
I don't agree with this entirely. We could have easily had another ship. Yeah, maybe, but it is thematically significant that it was that ship, you know? Like
I believe it was intended to be another mystery box to potentially have an answer from a book.
where
or a
why is the
comic.
ship here? Yeah,
Yes.
like that because that is an intriguing question. Why is the ship here on this war-torn outer rim sand planet, you know?
And there's a throwaway from Han about it got stolen from me 10 years ago or whatever.
Yeah. Fucking repoed and ended up in a junkyard on a different sand planet after it got repoed
Very
from the
weird.
sand planet we all know. So
After it blew up the Death Star 2,
you think it'd
you
be
think it go in a museum.
yeah, this thing belongs in a museum, Dad. Yeah.
the fuck,
This movie has
dumbass
so
hacks.
many parallels.
Yeah, you know what? You know what would have been fucking. You know what would have been fucking way cooler? I just thought what you said just made me think of it. What if the Millennium Falcon was in some kind of Republic monument, and they had to fire it up and fly it out of the monument, Battlestar
been neat.
Galactica style, where in
Yeah.
Battlestar Galactica Reimagined, the Galactica is a fucking museum that becomes a warship because
An
it's
emergency.
because it's the only ship off the network that the Cylons can't control. They should have done the Battlestar Galactica angle on the fucking Falcon. That would have been fucking cool. Oh my god.
Yeah, like they could have went to a bigger city, you know, which also would make more sense for an Imperial presence to be.
They could have stolen it from Coruscant. Like that would have been really cool if Rey was like a street kid on like the lower levels of Coruscant, and she like finds her way up to some monument, and it's got the Falcon there. I don't know. There's a way to make it work, you know.
I was still trying to work in with the Jakku theme, but yeah.
Yeah. Just don't make everything a sand planet. Also, I'm tired of the sand planets. There's plenty of biodiversity. Come on.
Yeah.
A New Hope movie, and I understand that, and I think some people will like that, some people won't. I really think they could have done things that were a lot more original.
Oh, and Shiny Teeth says, I think that intentionally breaking scene-to-scene continuity could be an interesting premise for a film.
It's been
Films
done
have done
before.
that. Yeah, films have fucked with continuity in a very deliberate way. Memento by Chris Nolan does that in very deliberate and interesting ways, because the whole premise of the movie is that the Guy Ritchie's character's memory is unreliable. So
Yep.
he does very interesting things with shot to shot and scene to scene continuity with that. So
And that's how I first fell in love with Chris Nolan. Can you maybe remember he made a film before that about a guy who like follows a woman around? It's kind of a stalkerish, but I know I watched it. It might even be all black and white.
Wasn't
have
it
any clue what I'm
called?
talking about?
Wasn't it called? I'll look it up while this
Unfortunately,
plays.
Because it's
The
so
Neighbor or
similar
some
to A
shit.
New Hope, I was predicting
The Neighbor,
halfway through
The
movie shit
Follower.
that would
Hold on.
happen,
I don't know.
I watched
and
that
knew,
after
I
Memento
kinda
because I
knew
was like,
what
this
was
guy's
coming.
hot.
Like, you know there's going to be some
Hot.
big dramatic turn
He
at
was
the end
hot.
of the film, just like there was at the end of A New Hope. You know
Why is he wiggling like this?
Yeah, it's
He's
weird.
wiggling like a fuck Jabba the Hutt background character.
It's weird.
Instead of almost doing this as a redo, that it
A
really is
redo.
a better film. And
Redo.
overall, I think that criticism does stand up, and people who say it's too similar are kind of on the right page there. My
Oh, he's
final
wearing the
point of
Leanna chain.
criticism
Wow.
is about the ending.
Following.
And of course, if I
It's
tell you
called
the ending, I
Following.
spoiled the whole movie, so I
Following,
won't.
yes.
I'll tell you
Before
this, the ending is a
Memento,
huge
and it is
cliffhanger,
black and white.
almost a
Yeah.
letdown,
If
you guys are
even
Chris
though
Nolan
for some
fans,
people
check
who'll be
that
like,
one out.
Yes, this
I ain't
is
seen
great.
it
Other
since
people are going to
tape.
be like, that's it? You're actually ending here? And I kind of
That's
agree that the ending could have been done better. The one thing that's not the same as A New Hope. Remember the end of A New Hope? Everyone, we destroyed the Death Star. Everyone gets medals. That's the end of the movie, because they didn't know at that point if it was going to be successful and end up being a trilogy, so they had a definitive ending, and that was good. And this movie...
I counterpoint. Lucas always had the inkling that there was at least going to be 3 movies, but he wanted to make sure that he could kind of tie off that thread, because Star Wars barely happened. Is my understanding of it. So
From my recollection, he signed for 3 if the first, and usually how it goes, hits a certain threshold.
yes.
And as part of that deal, he had to give up the rights to direct the second and third, which is then also how he maneuvered the deal for the merchandise.
Which was the best decision he's ever made, because
Kenner
he's
too.
just gonna he's just gonna collect money for all of the Disney Star Wars merchandising. His grandchildren are gonna get that
Some
money
of
too.
them, not all of them. This goes into why they are making tweaks to characters, like why C-3PO has a red arm.
As a red arm.
And,
Okay.
and why, yes.
Because
So
then,
as
because
make
then they can
changes-
say that Lucas didn't contribute to that
It's-
one. Therefore,
right.
for the red arm C-3PO figure,
You can probably Google. I think Timothy Zahn has gotten Zero from Thrawn and all the characters he created that they've brought in.
I believe it. I believe he got fucked over.
And not just the ripoffs.
because like novelization adaptation is different. Like a lot of times royalties get murky unless it's like a 1-to-1 adaptation that like we're adapting this book, but like movie studios can take characters out of books relatively easily if they own the IP, and Disney owns Star Wars. There you go. They probably said, fuck you, Timothy Zahn. It's ours anyway. Sorry. You know?
But we know
Youch.
it's going to be a hugely successful trilogy, so let's just have a really crappy cliffhanger ending with no resolution, and let's see what happens. And I don't like that. You should have at least had some kind of a resolution. I hate it in video games.
I don't know.
What a dummy.
I don't know. I kind of really liked where they cut The Force Awakens. I actually think it builds a lot of cool tension.
I do too.
Yeah. I actually admire that. That's one of the few risks they actually took, is just cutting it where they
Making him
were
the MacGuffin,
they were
and yeah.
literally about to speak, like they were about to have a conversation, and then the camera just cuts, roll credits. That's actually fantastic.
I hate it in movies. Give me a resolution in my movies so that at least you can say, okay,
2
this
years
is the
later,
definitive
not so
end.
much.
If I never see the next
Nope,
two, at
nope,
least I
nope,
know
nope.
how this one ended, and in this case, it's open-ended, and it's annoying in that regard. So ultimately,
you.
Star Wars: The Force Awakens for me is a mixed bag.
Like,
Certainly,
brother,
I like the
okay,
film way-
why at this point would you even want to see another Star Wars movie that wasn't... Oh my God, how am I trying to say this? You're watching the 7th movie in a set of 6 if you want to ignore everything else. and
Yes.
that's fine. So why on earth would you think at this point you're going to get a close-ended story, you dumb shit? Look at that face. That's the face of a guy who thinks he's going to tune in to the 7th part of a series and thinks he's going to get a close-ended story with a brand new cast.
Yeah.
Dingleberry.
He wants each movie to be this tightly, neatly contained little package.
Into itself.
And that's never how Star Wars has worked. Even you could argue...
Just a New Hope. That's it.
Just a New Hope. And that's because...
it wasn't guaranteed.
And that's because the studio literally were like, yeah, George, you can make your stupid film, but it's going to bomb. Like, I bet you it's going to bomb. Like, that's what all the executives were saying. Nobody's going to watch this shit. And then it turns out everybody fucking watched that shit.
From what I recall, he only had one Fox producer that had his back and really pushed for it. But thankfully, he was a C-suite, up there guy.
Yeah, of course.
And it was a small budget, and they went over budget and over time and with ILM and everything. It's a miracle it pulled off, and it's lightning in a bottle, baby.
Best-selling movie of all time, Star Wars. Yes.
Prequel trilogy, that is 100% true.
Get fucked on with the
win. I really
win.
like it as much as the originals. I mean, the nostalgia factor is so
Depositmaker says, do you think 70s sci-fi is underrated? Yes. 70s sci-fi is awesome.
I mean, there's a few in there, but 80s sci-fi, I would say. It was refined more, and also... I mean, people had a better sense of how to make sets and shit look better. Yeah. Especially Roger Corman, who would reuse, the master of reusing sets and other people's
Roger
footage.
Corman, big ups for Death Race. And
you like schlock, yeah.
Death Race is great. Big ups James Cameron. James Cameron really understood the sci-fi of the 80s.
But also, if you like 2001.
Yeah, 2001. Phenomenal.
And a few other real gems, real thinkers, instead of trying to ooh and ah.
Phil,
again, why Star Wars changed the game in 77.
Yes. And speaking of
Alien soon after. Sorry.
Speaking of 2001, Phil is the ape screaming at the monolith. That is DSP. That is literally DSP. I don't understand any of this.
In fear.
Oh, okay. So he's the one in the fetal position. And okay, got it. Yeah, he's not even looking at the monolith. Yeah, good point.
He's frightened.
He doesn't want the knowledge that the monolith would impart. Yeah,
it hurts.
Stand up to the original Star Wars movies, no matter how good it
actually is. Oh, he's wearing the chain. See that?
Yep, the Liana chain.
He's wearing
that earlier.
The elusive Liana chain. Wow.
Worked on this movie, love the original trilogy. They really wanted to almost make it as a love letter to those original
Are you sure
films.
about that?
And I like the fact there's returning characters, there's new characters, it's a good mix. The villain seems interesting, at least at this point. And I don't know what's going to happen.
Larry Kasdan let me down, but it's not all his fault.
No.
For more. But at the same time, I really think that there were so many cliche things and so many parallels drawn to the original movie that it kind of didn't reach its maximum potential. Because of that, I'm hoping with
take a breath, Phil.
Yeah, that was your best sentence out of this whole blob.
And it's all muddled up because you didn't breathe properly.
And it's also still very vanilla and acceptable. And
this is a Twitter take. This is an obvious Twitter take, by the way.
Amalgam.
Because Twitter was fucking ablaze with cold takes when this came out. I remember.
And yet,
I was there.
At the same time, he's telling you, I wanted it to end with a throne room scene, basically. And everyone gets a medal.
Yeah. Yep.
Nice little wrap up.
Nice and simple.
Loser.
Yeah.
Fucking loser.
doesn't want a thinking man's story.
Now, everything went to shit. Were you able to pull? If not, I can pig go. Him talking about the next movie.
No, I did not find that. But I was looking for it. I'm gonna try looking again.
Does this scrape? I don't know. Did he put on the main channel?
I think it's on DSP. It'd be on DSP Reacts. I think I'm gonna search it on Reacts.
It's where he had a cat. Oh, there is another time. It looks like you may have mentioned it.
DSP Reacts. I'm gonna search Reacts specifically. I'm gonna use the YouTube search function for Last Jedi.
Okay, you know what? I actually got one where it's not with cat, and maybe my brain is busted because I am dumb.
The Weekend Preview, Smart Guys, Ask the King.
Discord. Everyone loves this. This is a great show. Thank you. Let's get some subs.
Oh, you found it? Okay, cool.
Well, I found one.
Okay, I will queue that up. Okay.
But it's hard to tell because So I feel like it's after the movie, and he's talking about it playing through the Saga Lego game.
Oh, okay, got it.
So it's not when he originally saw it.
So let's hop to.
But it
this.
is someone asking him. Okay, I got the next one. When you're ready, boss.
What are your opinions on The Last Jedi? Well, yeah. So let's. Oh, it didn't save the timestamp. Hold on, I got to do this again. No. You did it correctly. I did not transfer.
I did everything correct. I did nothing wrong.
Bad paste. Here we go. And then somebody just super chatted. Hair of the dog. Props to Gene Roddenberry too. Correct. Gene Roddenberry.
Man, Gene was a little crazy though.
He was.
Guys, when you really look into Gene,
he was a bad father. Bad father.
He was a little L. Ron Hubbard-ish, and he was in that crew with, as far if my memory is correct, I believe he associated with Jack Parsons at JPL Laboratories, who was also into weird sex magic.
Yes,
with Aleister Crowley and shit.
Yes,
Gene was a weird guy.
Definitely Satanism adjacent for sure. Yes.
In the name of New Age.
Yes,
really. Man, sorry, don't meet your heroes.
I didn't hate the last.
I don't want to shit on him. He had great ideas.
He did have great ideas.
Right? Like I didn't have an issue with Luke, like a lot of people did. A lot of people absolutely hated Luke Skywalker in that movie.
Yeah,
and I thought that it was all right.
They flushed him down the toilet, asshole. That means you didn't understand Luke.
They gave him nothing to do.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. They gave him nothing to do, and they had him die in such a weird way, but kind of not really die. I don't know.
How does a Jedi die for being tired?
Yeah, exactly. I'm tired,
but
boss.
Also his turn. It just shits on the entire purpose of the original trilogy, where the man overcame his own struggles and found forgiveness in his father to the point where he was willing to die for it.
Well,
so his father would come back to the light. Why would he have a dream on a whimsy and be so afraid that he would draw a sword over his nephew? Sorry,
because
that's hack writing.
Because J.J. Abrams. That's why. Because J.J.
No, it was Ryan.
Oh yeah, that's right. That was Ryan Johnson. Yeah.
They did not compare notes or collab, and Colin Trevorrow said as much about Ryan as well.
Well, this is what happens. Oh, okay, we got Catherine on the couch. Let's fucking go. Let me get this ready. You bring it in.
Yeah, that's probably the better clip, anyways. If we're gonna hear him blather about this shit.
Okay, so
these are separated by what, months?
Yeah, so this is July 13th. The one that I'm queuing up is July 13th, and this is this is 2 years ago. 2 years ago this one.
Oh shit, yeah, I'm dying.
Right.
2022. Yeah, weird.
So his opinion
weird.
may
Okay.
have been swayed or changed.
I thought it was all right. Okay. Well, yeah, so we have a little soundbite of him saying he thought it was all right. This is he and Catherine on the couch.
But then he talks about other people's opinions about Luke. Do you notice?
Classic. It's
Phil.
always other people's opinions. Yeah, people think this about this. Got Catherine here with her smoky eyes, her paisley top, and bra straps showing. So
shirt and TOS, we'll say.
She is good to go. She's ready to go, Philip.
Skirt and
The
TOS.
Last Jedi, I don't feel it's a terrible movie.
I gotta boost him.
I don't feel it's an amazing movie.
It's not terrible. It's not amazing. But it is a movie.
You're not gonna like it because when you see the death of your characters you love and whatever.
Kat is so disinterested. She is.
Wasn't portrayed in the way that
oh my god.
I thought this character would have acted.
And
in
here
the
we again.
trilogy or whatever.
She's chat.
My argument there. He basically just shit on my argument.
She is chat scanning. Look at her.
Oh yeah.
She is glued to the chat. She's pissed. She's got the pouty lips. Oh my god.
Barrel of the gun too. This is the straight on corner demon.
Yeah. Oh my.
Down the barrel of the gun.
Corner demon's up. He's looking right at Philip.
Me.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah. Please.
Kevin.
I got a wife. Don't.
She's right next to me.
Oh
Shoot her.
my god.
Shoot her instead.
Actually, no. This is 2018. I got a girlfriend.
Oh yeah.
And supposedly not a cat.
a
Supposedly.
girlfriend.
Yeah, my girlfriend.
And I liked it. Even though I'll admit there's entire acts in the movie that seem out of place and they're filler, I still enjoyed the movie. And I think it's leading up to a really good third and final movie in the trilogy, although admittedly
oh
you see
boy.
things like the big bad guy is already out of the picture in the second of three movies. You'd be like, what's going to happen in the third one, right? But I actually personally
good question.
Jedi, although I didn't love it, I didn't hate it. I don't.
Oh my God, Kat's doing the panda thing, literally doing the panda thing, like looking off into space, figuring out things to do.
She probably read something stanky in chat too, so she had to think about it.
She's fucking pissed.
Yeah,
this
dude.
is the face of a woman who definitely wants to be here right now.
I believe this is the one where she demolished the fucking stress ball.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. They had like one of those like Earth like globe squeeze balls, and she destroyed it. Yes.
Now you tell me, you think her fucking purse strap is ripping the kitchen cabinets apart, or do you think cat
rage?
There's a little spoon or something that was blocking it from opening proper. And she was like,
slammed it down. Yeah.
And this is when she was quote unquote going to the gym.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Off her stress
she was going to the gym. Yeah. Forgot about that lore.
Super Meat Boy.
Super Meat Boy.
I promise you.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry.
Super Meat Boy. Depression Man himself. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I promise you, as she's sitting there, she's got more tea in her blood than he do.
Absolutely. She is fucking pissed. All I can do is look at her face, and
I know. It looks like she wants to put him in a headlock.
Yeah, like she's got her lips slightly parted. She's given it this still is iconic. Oh my God.
And look at his face, the fear, because he is now saying you don't have to answer this if you don't want to. Look at that fear in his face, and then her eyes
into such a good thumbnail. Oh my God.
You can tell this is guys.
This is real.
Walking on eggshells is like.
This is real. They're both walking on eggshells too.
Yes. And I promise you, it's only worse this day and age.
Oh, 10 times
and
worse.
They barely grunt at each other.
10 times worse. This is back when Kat was thin. Imagine now. Imagine the force behind her movements and the mass behind her punches, her being as big as she is now. Holy shit.
Okay, it's up to you. You want to read it and see? Do you want it?
You want to read it?
Oh, we're derailed. We're going to the next thing.
I mean, unless that person's a troll.
No, I don't.
Unless, please tell me. Are they?
Well, I guess if they're not.
I'm too dumb to figure it out myself.
Okay. So the
sorry, we are
Kat,
derailed.
We are so derailed.
How do you deal with
that's why we're here.
And she's gonna say I got out of the jam.
I usually just like watch TV or watch a movie. Like I'll try to get my mind focused.
I
on
distract.
Usually I like game, because it's like the thing is like when I get like feel down, I don't want to think about like negative things.
Those feelings are yucky.
I
don't want to explore those.
I want to say I've seen a Tevin stream of him saying something like, "Oh, she just said when I'm stressed I play games." Well, you're playing games all day every day at home. You must be stressed then, or something like that. You know, that's a really weird thing to say. What do you do when you're stressed? I play games. Okay.
Yeah, I ignore the problem.
Yeah.
And she doesn't even.
Just like,
Well, yes, go on.
I was just gonna say, she doesn't even describe it as like I do these things so that I can focus on my problems, because that's how I am. I am an ADHD type that I can find a Zen state by keeping my hands or body busy doing something.
Me too. I am
especially
similar.
Repetition.
Yes.
That's why martial arts worked really well for me, as well as fucking playing certain games.
Yes.
But that's so I could sort out myself,
Yeah, you're kind of like defragmenting your mind by doing that. Yeah. Kat, this seems like avoidance to me, not to go on like a psychological analysis derail.
That's what I'm getting at.
This seems like avoidance to me. And also, if you think about the way Phil talks about depression, he says, "Oh, if you wait things will work out. That's what he always says about depression.
Right.
Which is so far from the truth.
And then it comes out of nowhere.
That's comes
repression.
out of nowhere. Yeah, because the thing is, anybody that's dealt with depression, it fucking sucks, man. But the thing that makes depression so difficult to deal with and work through is the steps you have to do to deal with and work through your depression are things you don't want to do because you're depressed. It's a cycle. It's a self-destructive
Just like
cycle.
exercise.
Yes. You have to do unpleasant things that will eventually make you feel better to work yourself out of your depression. I've fucking been there, brother.
To get
I've been
stronger.
there. Yeah. You got to build up your mental and emotional muscles, even though you want to go to bed or play games and forget the world doesn't exist, you know?
And by doing that thing that allows you to let go, that can be described as, distracting the monkey with the banana.
Yes, not solving the
way-
problem. The monkey is still there.
But then the monkey stops fucking with the rest of your mind. You see
True.
what I'm saying?
Yes.
You distract the monkey with the banana, so then you can let go and do other things.
Like
dig deeper.
Like playing a game or multitasking or reading a book can be a way. Thank you for the sub,
Or
Utini.
exercise.
Utini to
Hey.
you, Jonathan Wood. Utini. Yeah,
Or
dude.
exercise or martial art.
Exercise.
Whatever it is for you.
Go on a walk. Like whatever it takes.
Tennis.
Whatever it takes to quiet your mind.
Golf.
So Qui-Gon said something to Anakin in episode. I almost said season 1, episode 1. He said something like, when you learn to quiet your mind, the truth will become clear to you. And he says that to like 9-year-old Anakin, and that's fucking true. You got to quiet your mind. And then you can see things for the way they really are. And if you think about how Anakin ended up, he did not quiet his mind. He let Palpatine get in there and cloud his fucking judgment. And then ultimately that created the Darth Vader persona, which to derail slightly about Darth Vader is the Star Wars largely views Darth Vader and Anakin Skywalker as two separate people. And that is very deliberate. George has been doing that since arguably the end of The Empire Strikes Back and the beginning of Return of the Jedi. They are two separate people in one body, basically.
Which is why we brought up the burnt mask, Vader mask situation. Stupid he would have the mask, but very on the nose visualization of him trying to communicate with Vader's aspect.
They could have done that in a million different ways that didn't require the mask, but
he would have had something left on his his flagship crashed into the fucking
or he could
Death Star.
He could have
something would have been somewhere, an Imperial flag, please.
He could have gotten his hands on his lightsaber. That's it's more plausible that his lightsaber would still exist,
See,
and one of his lightsabers did exist.
Luke would have taken it.
Well, one of his lightsabers did exist because Rey ended up with it. That's Anakin's lightsaber. So his first one is.
We never got the story for another time.
Oh yeah, big ups Maz Kanata. A story for another time, and then just never.
Who I liked the potential of.
Such good potential in that
nowhere.
Story. Tell that story.
Cool glasses, though.
Cool glasses.
Usually
Yeah.
I just try to
We do
focus
not
on
need to watch
something
this.
else or, like,
Get
do
out of here.
something.
Get out of here.
Killing
We're
us.
done.
Yeah,
We're done.
yeah. This isn't Star Wars.
Okay.
Yeah, get out of here.
Let's derail. I'm gonna take something off of my derail document. We haven't even gotten into the derail document yet. Let's see.
Star Wars derails, though.
Have you? Yes, they are. Have you heard of? Derails. Have you heard of Ryan versus Dorkman?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna get into some Ryan versus Dorkman. Hold on.
It's been a long time.
One of the OG fan made lightsaber duels is gonna be right fucking here.
With like After Effects 96, guys.
Yeah,
Or
incredible.
something like that, 98.
Because I know one of the things that you wanted to really talk about is just the amazing depth and breadth of fan made Star Wars content that can't really exist today because of what Disney is doing. So
Sort of, yes and no.
So sort of, yeah.
But it's also goes hand in hand with the brink of consumer level and off the shelf technology that began allowing a second wave, like I described George and his buddies in the late 70s saving Hollywood, that came up, gave rise to another wave of Mavericks in the 90s and mid 90s and late 90s, including, those fellas you might have heard of, the Wachowskis.
That's right. The Matrix
who made
people.
The Matrix.
Yes. Iconic lightsaber fan duel.
There are much better examples, but yeah.
but this was like the first one that I remember really taking off. So I wanted to highlight it tonight. Like, I thought this was so fucking cool at the time. It's like, holy shit.
Yes, it can be done at home.
Yeah.
At least with enough know-how, gumption, and stuff you can actually buy.
They did this in like the school workshop, you know?
Right. Well, I was not going to rotoscope in my home. You know what I mean? To make my own lightsabers the way they did.
Yeah.
Or have the cool glass tricks.
And those are like good props, too.
Yeah.
Like somebody made those props.
Damn, and they're going fast too, right?
Yeah.
They probably sped it up a tad, but
there's definite speed ramping going on here.
Film at a higher frame. Yeah.
Yep.
We tried to do it too. This looks better, I would say, than what we did.
Yeah. You had to rotoscope every frame back at this time. There was not smart roto brush.
Well, digitally, yes.
Yes.
That's what I meant. We certainly weren't doing it on film back then.
No.
In a backyard. And
Just a couple nerds in like a workshop doing this shit. Really cool.
Not entirely sure if they custom music.
I think so, yeah.
Is this from something?
I don't recognize this. Reverse grip.
Yeah.
Yes.
With the on-off.
Yes.
This is pre-prequels, yes?
This was pre-prequels.
Yes. So think about that. I
So
want you to think about that.
so the idea that like lightsabers were supposed to have like a safety mechanism where you had to have a hand on the grip for a certain amount of time, this video acknowledges that.
And I don't know if gold was established as a canon color yet.
That's true. You didn't
really
you
not
didn't
sure.
have
Maybe in
Plo Koon.
comics.
You didn't have Plo Koon with his gold saber yet.
Yeah. I love that guy.
Yeah, Plo Koon's awesome.
He got so much cooler in the Clone Wars.
Yeah, he did.
Love his voice effects.
So a little bit of Clone Wars lore.
Shiny Chief is asking if this is 2006-ish.
Is it? It might. Well, let's see. I don't know. I don't know if this is the original post. March 14th, 2006. If this is I think this is the one of the original posts. Big ups to Pasta Maker. Thank you for the $1.99. A friend of mine would make a lightsaber from PVC. That's fucking cool.
Oh, dude, sticks, everything, anything.
In
fact,
pick a
wooden
nice
dowel
looking
rods
stick.
were me and my brother's choice.
Well, yeah, you could definitely do like the dual bladed style with a nice wooden rod from like
we
True
beat
Value
each other
or
till
whatever.
they break, and then we get other ones.
Yeah, dude, amazing.
Which pissed my dad off, but
I remember when those those FX lightsabers first came out. How fucking expensive they were. You were cool if you had an FX lightsaber. My family could never afford one, but I had friends that had them.
or even buying a baller replica hilt from a convention or something was like just awesome. You're like royalty back then.
I got the Luke Skywalker green hilt, baby.
Oh,
yeah,
one of the best designs.
Which is very similar to the Obi-Wan hilt, which is very similar to the Qui-Gon Jinn hilt. If you notice, George Lucas did a very good job of like making sure that there were elements between master and apprentice carried through in the costumes and the props. He was very into that. So.
And his prop masters and designers, big ups Doug Chang for the prequels largely, and freaking Samuel Jackson for giving us purple lightsabers.
Yes, that was part of his contracts. It's like, I need a purple lightsaber. Okay.
George is like, well, I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
And
It's
after
like,
a little while, he's like, George, come on.
yeah, it's like, oh, come on. You know you want me in your movie. Sure.
And you know it'd be badass.
Yes.
And he was right. He was right.
Meth Bear sent us something on Discord. I want to give it a look. Thank you, Meth Bear. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Thank you, Meth Bear. We will watch this next. I completely forgot about that. I thought this was the coolest fucking thing at the time.
Oh shit! I looked away. Do you think he did the flip up? Did they do that in one cut, or did they
let's
fake it?
find out. Let's go back. Let's.
We had to do that in a movie. A fan film. Hey, good job, kid.
Good
job, kid.
I think they had someone on a ladder catch it, and then in the next shot they had someone drop it down.
Oh, the saber for sure. But I meant his
that's how
flip
I would
up.
do. Yeah, no,
I meant physically.
that flip was that flip was real.
He did it,
I think
yeah.
the kick up was real. So big ups to him. And this was just shit like high school kids were doing at the time.
Yeah, nerds.
Nerds. Fucking
probably weren't
nerds
even
in their
in theater.
t-shirts and cargo pants, you know?
They probably weren't even in theater. They were just in the film class and
Yeah.
robotics team dudes.
Yeah, because this is definitely some kind of like college workshop or something, you know?
I didn't go to film school.
I did.
Well,
I did.
a weird thing where I did a summer course at Columbia College.
Oh, that's cool.
I might have walked past Kanye.
Wow.
I
Well,
think
that
he was there after
doesn't
me.
that doesn't mean what it would mean 10 years ago. No.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
I think he was there after me.
Yeah.
I felt like a big boy though, riding a train up in there and all that shit.
Oh, hell yeah. See, this was fucking cool. Oh my god.
And it's tough to do.
Tough
and
to do.
Expensive.
Yes.
Still, even by 2006.
Yes. Like
Well done.
dozens
With
of
the smoke.
hours. Dozens
Yeah.
of hours on
Oh
this
yeah.
thing.
Like
If,
this is
if not
long.
more. This would have been like a year-long project at that time.
Oh. I wonder if while they were editing it, they were like, you know, maybe we should have got costumes.
Yeah, just nerds in
We're doing all this
sweatpants
fucking
and
work.
baggy
Yeah.
t-shirts. Yeah,
Oh, and hey, there's the wipe.
big ups Michael
uh,
Scott and Ryan Weber. Big ups. Oh,
yeah.
Meth Bear sent us something awesome that we're watching. Thank you, Meth Bear. I was searching for stuff for today, and I completely overlooked this. You'll know. You'll know when you see it. Hold on.
Please don't be Thumb Wars.
No, it's not. Thumb Wars is not on my list. No.
Thank God. It was cute at first. Yes.
SC38 reimagined.
Yes,
the
sir.
reimagined hallway fight.
I kind of want a version of this movie with this cut in.
Yeah. I bet
Just
people
for
I bet
funsies.
people have done it.
It's a space station. It's too big to
Or
be a
no,
space
it would
station.
have the end of Rogue One and this scene put in.
Yes.
So end of Rogue One leading into.
He says he's found the main controls to the power beam.
It's a good edit. It's a good edit.
My screen's frozen.
Your screen's wait, hold on.
I'm stuck on the Death Star.
Oh, you know what? No,
Safety
it's
I must face him alone.
I think that's just the thing.
Oh, okay.
That's just
All right. Thank you.
This is a
I thought I
monologue.
was tripping.
I thought I was frozen too, actually. You mentioned it. Stealth sequence, Star Wars stealth sequence. I always appreciated that.
Reminds
bit.
you of Geonosis?
Yes. It's like it's like hive hallways. Echoes, man, like poetry.
Oh, so how he's ducking around and shit. And this was kind of really before AI shit was getting bigger.
Yeah, it
So,
was.
This could be done even more convincingly.
This was when?
The face shit was like barely there.
2019, yeah. So
Yeah.
we were on the brink of some good AI.
That was Will Smith eating spaghetti nightmare shit.
Yes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And Vin Diesel eating rocks. Or no, The Rock eating rocks. And Vin Diesel drinking diesel fuel. Yeah. That's what we had back then.
Even a diet. How they did that with the glass. that
The
visual trick.
reflection, dude.
Oh, the hallway, yeah.
Oh my god. This
Because of course the Imperials are buffing it every day.
Yeah,
got buff
they
droids.
have the cleaning robots. Yeah,
If Sam's Club got a buff droid, of course they do.
absolutely. Yeah, I go to the grocery store and there's a fucking buffer droid in my way all the time. Yeah.
I definitely give him greetings
Yes.
so he doesn't kill me.
They call him Marty where I shop. His name is Marty.
Come at last. The circle is now complete. When I left you, I was but the learner. Now I am the master.
Only a master of evil, gods.
Yeah, if they did this today, this would be like, this still is really slick, but it'd be, oh my god, this right here, the eyes, and
slice.
it's so good. It's so, oh my,
The red pill or the blue pill?
they had the chance to do something like this in the Obi-Wan series, to have this kind of iconography and symbolism, and they didn't. They didn't quite get there, you know? They came close, but it ain't this. Yeah.
No. And then they lifted Reva's story from the lady from
From the Jedi game. Literally that. Yeah. Yeah.
And then brought Leia into it for no reason.
Yes.
Can't win, Darth.
He was Luke's guardian.
Strike me down.
Fucking
I shall
idiots.
become
That's
more
right.
powerful than you can possibly
The
imagine.
Organas took care of Leia.
Also, like, again, people say, like, oh, she was excited to see Ben Kenobi because she had a history with him when they had the adventure when she was 10.
She don't know him in that movie.
No, she might know him because their fathers were like her Bail was buds with Obi-Wan. That was established in A New Hope. They mentioned that a few times.
Yes.
Like, you served with my father in the Clone
Yes.
Wars. Like, they were supposed to be like war buddies, basically, was the lore that they were establishing
At the time.
until it. And also, the Clone Wars was a completely different thing when they were referring to it.
Almost nothing, yeah.
Yeah, which the Clone Wars, one of the lore reasons for the Clone Wars pre-Clone Wars was like a cloning experiment gone wrong, where these clones got out of control and they sent in a bunch of Jedi and soldiers to kill them. That was the original concept for the Clone Wars, like when they refer to it in A New Hope. I like what we got just fine, to be honest.
Oh, sure.
But I like some of Lucas's weird, unhinged original concepts. They're cool concepts, you know?
Yeah, and then, born from a different time.
Or like or like C-3PO was originally supposed to be like a shady like car salesman, basically, in one of the early script treatments for A New Hope.
Yeah, and Anthony Daniels helped shape that.
Yeah, Anthony Daniels, big ups.
True nature of the Force.
Oh, he's on fire. That's so good.
Yes. And I love the idea. You can see Obi-Wan just not being able to keep up with the hits that
Yes.
Vader's putting out with one arm.
Like almost, but not quite. Yeah.
Yes. And they did pretty good restraining and keeping it in very similar to a Cloud City fight level of what Vader's unleashing here. It's a little extra, but I felt like they were being quite conservative for the most part.
A little extra, like a few extra flourishes, but nothing too over the top. And
For the most part, yeah, his brute force, one hand,
the
I'm
lore
playing with you style.
the lore explanation for why Vader fights so brute force and differently in Empire, and when we see him, after the Clone Wars, a lot of nerds will say, "Oh, he was so powerful that he was able to be slow and menacing, and he didn't have to dance anymore. Basically, he was so confident and powerful. He kind of just let the fly come to him." And then he would just kind of devastate, which I kind of buy that level of hubris. That's okay to me.
You have to look how Luke fought and consider that Luke was not a challenge ever at any point for Darth Vader. At any point. And that's why you don't see him go on a hinge. He didn't even need to.
No, he really didn't. The only time where Luke surprised Vader in Cloud City was when he blew the carbonite in his face. That's when he's like, that's about the only time. You
But
know,
he was never a challenge. He was never Luke Vader's life was never in danger until Luke embraced the dark side
that's
for a
why
brief moment and chopped his hand off.
That's why he says impressive, most impressive, because it's literally like, I didn't think you were going to live. I didn't think you were going to dodge that. Like, that's impressive. Nobody dodges me, you know?
And he gained skills in a short time.
Yes.
You copy.
And it was a force jump out of the hole.
It was a force jump.
Yep.
We're in the main hangar across from the ship.
Nice. Come on.
Oh, and what I was going to say, there's no way you can say her interactions with Obi-Wan in this movie reflect that she was a kid hiding under his jacket in that stupid show.
Yeah, they basically had they had a road movie together in Obi-Wan the series. Like, they traveled the galaxy together, and none of that's reflected in this, you know.
Overall, Lucas was overall Lucas was very careful to consider such things.
Yeah, and I think this very much gives the vibes of like, this is a guy that I know. He's a friend of my father's. My father talks highly of him, so I'm glad he's here. You know, it's kind of like if a family friend comes to bail you out of jail or something. It's like, oh, cool. I'm glad he's here. Cool, but it's not like,
and in particularly working around how Obi-Wan described that time to Luke.
Yes.
They ended up giving Anakin the cargo ship. So he was a cargo or freighter pilot or whatever.
Yes.
Before.
He was a navigator on a
Shit like
spice
that.
freighter. Yeah.
And then, of course, the certain point of view thing.
Yes.
Vader killed Anakin.
He did.
But unfortunately, Obi-Wan gave up hope.
courage.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And Luke was a new hope.
That's right.
I do really like this concept of Obi-Wan taking a bit more of a beating. So that way, like, it gives more weight to him accepting his end. Which is still there in the original.
Like, he tried. Like in this version of it, he's really trying.
Yeah, he's really, really trying.
I'm
but in the
old.
original, yeah.
Yeah, like, in the original, he just kind
They
of...
were playing with glass swords, and they couldn't do anything with them.
Well, yeah. That's why it was all fencing. They were basically lightly fencing. Which, like, to be fair, a lightsaber that can cut anything, you would use it like a fencing foil, because all you got to do is tap the person and they're fucking dead, you know?
On top of David Prowse not being able to see out the mask, there's so many limitations.
Yeah, Alec Guinness being old, David Prowse being a giant. So
too.
they were very careful because, like, they didn't want to hurt Alec Guinness. Alec Guinness hated being there. Hated it. Like, he's done so many interviews at the time where he's like, the money was good, but I fucking hated it. I think it's the stupidest thing I've ever worked on. Which, like, big ups to him for, like, just calling it like he saw it, though. But he got a lot of fucking money from that shit.
That's why he sat down in the sequels.
Yep. Yeah, he literally sat in a chair on a green screen for the sequels, and that's all.
Left us all fucking wondering, can a Force ghost touch things?
Yeah, can he? I don't know.
He sat down. I didn't think about it until I was like 25.
He sat down on that log. Yeah.
Didn't even think about it for so many years.
Why didn't he go through the log?
Why sit down at all?
Yeah.
Your ghost legs are tired?
Alec Guinness was tired. That's why.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where we got to use our heads and make some concessions that are reasonable.
Yeah, see, this is a beating. Oh my god.
It's just, as well as a wonderful display of Vader's power, with, again, not being too over the top.
Yes.
What kept you?
We are running some old friends.
Is the ship all right? Seems okay if we can get to it.
I wanted to see how my lifelong grandfather, uncle figure was doing.
Yeah, exactly.
That smuggled me under his jacket. When I
Ran
was 9.
into some old friends. That's right.
Yeah. Or like, did I miss in the show? Did he Jedi mind wipe her?
And
did they
also
at least do that?
No, I don't think so.
Oh my god, it's so
and
stupid.
You would think that Leia would be more devastated that Obi-Wan got cut down instead of a kid that met him 3 days ago. Literally
she puts a
3
coat
days
over
ago.
Luke. That's it.
Yeah. Like, oh, I'm so...
They move on.
It should have been Luke comforting her. It's like, he was a friend of my father's. He saved me from a kidnapping, you know?
And she's like, bitch, I lost the planet. Fuck your old man.
Yeah.
I lost the planet.
Yeah, that's true. Her whole family and her people, for whom she was a senatorial representative, all dead. All dead.
Gone. Your culture. Everything.
Gone. Everything. Thank you for the super chat. $4.99. Deposit maker. I considered Star Wars word of mouth mythological tale like the Iliad or the Odyssey. Each person adds to the myth. That's exactly Lucas's intention. Actually, literally Lucas's intention for like what Star Wars is supposed to be. It's supposed
I wanted
to be
to make a modern mythology for young people.
Literally, he wanted to make like a modern Iliad. Like that is exactly
Arthurian legends, all of it.
Yes.
All of it.
Knights, samurai, yeah.
Shaolin Temple.
Yes.
Rescuing the princess.
Exactly.
We're going.
47 Ronin and whatnot.
Yes.
I'm probably screwed up the number.
No, 47 Ronin, that's right.
Okay.
That's right. I watched the Keanu Reeves version of that a while back. It's okay.
Oh, it's not bad.
It's all right, yeah.
Bit middling, but fun action. Look at that. That was the last of his energy.
I like this, where he gives one last push. And this
Hail
is
Mary, wake up super.
And this is Padme's funeral theme, by the way. Very good use of this.
With the voiceovers.
Yeah.
Because I believe there is that line. He believes for a moment that she's having an affair with him.
Absolutely.
So he's tapping into that
you were with
for
him. You were with him. You turned her against me because he shows up on her ship. You know?
Yeah, I know that could be taken, certainly you turned her ideologically against me, but I also think, for the adults.
No,
that's part of the implication.
Yes, the implication. Dennis Reynolds style implication. I always interpreted it that way because if you are not thinking clearly and you see your girl with your mentor, you're going to assume the worst. You're gonna be you turned her against, and it's quite possible that in that moment Anakin might have thought, is this even my kid? Is this even my baby?
Yes, correct.
That's what I've always thought.
To why he never bothered to look, follow up, yada yada.
Yeah. So I think Anakin assumed this kid, because they only thought it was one kid at the time. This baby is not mine. Therefore, he fucked off and didn't bother to check anything.
And he didn't know they were babies either.
He didn't know.
Did she tell him twins? I don't think they knew till they were born.
The pregnancy robot said she's carrying twins. The George Lucas voiced pregnancy bot, she's carrying twins. That's a weird that's a weird voice line. Yeah, she's carrying twins. She's lost
appeared to die from a broken heart.
She's lost the will to live. Like very good but odd use of George Lucas. Amazing.
Very George.
Yeah, very George. Yeah.
And I like the idea of Palpatine killing her from a distance, and at the same time when George's time, I'm pretty sure that was an actual diagnosis.
Yes.
When people would die, they died from a broken heart,
Yeah, that's probably what he was thinking. It's like, she just, didn't want to live anymore.
And there is some truth to the sense of anxiety. Oh my God.
Well, and she flat out says, I don't know you anymore. You're breaking my heart. Like, she literally says it. She literally is like, I am at my wit's fucking end with you, guy. You're breaking my heart. I have given up all this shit for you, and this is what you do. You're breaking my heart.
I just had to choke down some emotions and got the chills because it's not just that. She is witnessing the death of the Republic.
She is.
Everything she fought for.
She is.
My God.
And actually,
so imagine that stress, man.
So I can't find it, but I swear I looked and I looked and I looked. There is I don't know, it must be a fan script or something, but there is a fan rewrite of that scene where it's Obi-Wan, Padme, and Anakin on the landing pad. There is a fan rewrite of that scene where she fucking walks up to him as if to comfort him, give him a hug, be like, come back to me, stabs him with a fucking knife, stabs him in the heart. It's over, which is like very interesting way if she like knows she has to end it. Now, a fan wrote this, obviously, but I think that that's a cool angle. Like, what if she just stabbed him, you know?
Then what would happen is she would turn to the dark side.
Yes, because the dark side is
your alternate.
The dark side is about energy and vibes. Because she
and that would
allowed
be a
him
violent revolution where
Yes.
she then becomes the thing that she hated.
She
And then
becomes
now
the
she-
supreme ruler of the galaxy.
She opens the door to I'm okay with murdering who oppose me.
Yes. Oh my God.
For
Yes.
the greater good.
Fan fiction. We're writing it right now. Yes.
Writing better stuff than Disney.
Yeah, I
Live
think
on air.
I
Hire me.
I think totally the idea, like canon for me is Anakin thinks that Obi-Wan and Padme be fucking, and he thinks that kid is not his. That is the most logical explanation for why things happened the way they did, and also it makes it even more biting when Palpatine says to Anakin as Vader, "It seems in your anger you killed her." That makes that sting so much harder if you think about what his assumptions would have been. Oh my God.
Because one of his last memories is actually force choking her and tossing her to the side.
Yeah, like
He never saw her get up.
one of his last acts when he before he turned to Vader was choking his wife and trying to kill his best friend. Are his last memories as Anakin.
My best friend killing me.
Holy shit. Yeah, that's true. He thought he
needed pieces, leaving me for dead.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And so that's why for him, Obi-Wan represents the last piece of his old life until he realizes Luke is his son.
Yes.
And that's what, of course, brings it all back.
Brings it all that ring theory, baby. Yeah.
Oh, wait till we watch that video. Let's do that after this.
All right. Yeah, sure.
Why not? Fuck Phil. We'll get back to
Fuck Phil.
Remember, Miss
Star
Merch
Wars.
is coming maybe in another hour.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so I'll say on that cut, takes a little away from how the original deals with how he looks at Luke and also the music difference. I think there's more weight to the sacrifice in the original.
I agree.
I love Darth Vader stomping on his cloak. Like, what the fuck? Is he got change? He's got some credits slinging around.
Like, but also if you look at it as like, yeah, fuck this guy. Like, fuck him. Like, I'm just gonna step on his cloak.
But it's more like probing the way it comes across in the film. I love it.
Well, and also lore again. Qui-Gon was the original Force Ghost.
Correct.
Original. He taught Yoda. Who
which is like the end of the Clone Wars.
Who tells Obi-Wan, you got to go to Tatooine because the spirit of Qui-Gon is there. He's going to teach you some things. Is one of the things that Yoda says. So he teaches Obi-Wan the Force Ghost technique. Anakin has never seen it, so he's like, "What the hell?"
No one has.
He's gone. Yeah, it's completely new phenomenon. Like, Force ghosts are common for us. They're everywhere now. But like back at that time, no one knew. No one knew how to do the Force ghosty thing. And then at the end of Rise of Skywalker, everybody's a Force ghost. Everybody.
Yeah, or at least you could argue the Force manifesting through those powerful users.
The Force. The Force.
But let me back you up just a tad. That was solidified in that rushed last season of the Clone Wars, and that was part of Yoda's journey at the end.
True.
And it was a great episode where he went to that planet that had like these other Force souls like trapped on the planet.
They got Liam Neeson's voice for that one. And
that's how they were able to teach him.
Yeah, they went all out. Yeah.
But again, touches on that concept. The Force is not Jedi and Sith.
No,
and you guys have narrowed your view, and that's why you're fucked up.
the Force is bigger. Like we were talking about this the other day in the DMs, but like the whole
I was distracting him from his work.
I love multitasking while I'm trying to work. I love the idea that like Star Wars and like this is what Lucas was trying to say, but I think maybe he didn't have the words for it or people misinterpreted his whole idea behind the Jedi collapsing to a Sith uprising was the notion that the Force is not divided into two narrow bands. It is much bigger than anyone thinks it is, and even the people who claim to understand it and wield it have no fucking idea, which is one of the coolest things George Lucas ever did, barring midichlorians. Now midichlorians, weird fucking shit, bad idea. But the idea of the living Force being much bigger than Jedi and Sith, amazing idea that I wish he spent more time with. And he wanted to.
Those two were put out at the same time.
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
Those concepts were put out at the same time. Now think about it. Why? Why did he do that? Which one won out in the end? Midichlorians or the living Force?
I would argue the living Force, or at least they try to say as much in Rogue One, because of the blind guy played by Donnie Yen. He's one of the wills, where he's basically saying the Force wills what it wills. It's much bigger than just the Jedi. Everyone is sensitive to it. I am with the Force is with me. All of that. So they touch on that in Rogue One.
He was a bit of a Oracle conduit type.
Yes. And they kind of knew that just about everybody in that equation had to die because that's just how it had to be, which is like a very interesting way to end that movie.
But if we get to midichlorians later, but I'll just keep my argument simple that they were put out in that same film also as a juxtaposition of kind of like a science and faith thing.
Interesting.
As well as genetic upper limit.
Yes.
At the same time, everybody has midichlorians, is the point, but some have a bit more, and then to have even more of a scientific reasoning for a virgin birth that he really wanted to have.
True.
But essentially the Force created, motivated midichlorians and DNA to start moving, and manifest in Shmi. Or Plagueis injected her with a thing in the middle of the night and she didn't know.
And then you've got Jesus, and that because it's basically a Jesus thing, Immaculate Conception.
But it's Anakin and not Luke. A lot of people call Luke, Space Jesus. No.
It's Anakin. It was always Anakin.
Redemption.
And Anakin was the one that, at least at the time, brought balance to the Force by seeing his son in pain and killing Palpatine. Correct. Anakin, the prophecy did come true, if not
it's mixed.
Not 22 years later, but it did come true.
And that's also why it's mixed. He didn't want to do one for one. I mean, that's hackish and cheap. So, he borrowed and not quite stole.
Well, he wanted it to, like, Lucas wanted to leave some of that up to the fans' interpretation of, like,
of course,
what do you think Vader's motivations were? And I think he saw the last bit of humanity in himself by looking at his son in pain, and he did the thing, and he said no, that really corny no that they threw in there, where he just goes no. And he lifts him up. Well, so the original version, the original version, he just goes no, and he lifts him up. Not like the scream, because
yes, okay,
because they put in the scream, like they make Vader scream in one of the recuts, where he goes like no, and he like lifts him up and throws him. I like a very definitive, firm no, and he just goes up and lifts him up, because that's what fucking Vader would say. He would just very calmly say no, and then lift him up over. And also a little bit of on-set lore. David Prowse, giant man, British bodybuilder who played OG Darth Vader in the costume.
But not during the fight sequences. I'm
really
quite positive that was a different guy.
Well, so I could be. I could have seen a thing or read a thing
Empire and Jedi
that got this wrong, but apparently one of the doubles who was in the Darth Vader suit was trying to lift Ian McDermott. He was trying to lift him and he couldn't. And Prowse was there on set and he's like, I can fucking do it. So they just had him do like the scene where he lifts Ian McDermott up and throws him, because whatever guy was doing that scene at the time couldn't physically do it. So I want to say Prowse was the one that was lifted him the fuck up because he's a British bodybuilder. So. Oh, he also, hold on. I just thought of a
giant.
I just thought of a derail. Hold on. Have you ever heard of the British Green Cross Man?
No.
You're about to because it's Star Wars Derail. So I'm gonna say let's see, David Prowse, Green Cross.
Bob
Man.
Anderson is best known for his Olympic fencing, but yes, he was a Hollywood swordsman, trained Mark Hamill.
Okay.
And was a Vader stunt double for a lot of those fight scenes.
Okay, so he must have been the main guy, but I read somewhere that Prowse actually did like the lifting part.
Probably.
But I just found this. So
it's also sorry.
No, go for it.
But as you're pulling that up, it's also a very good point to make that his style was fencing.
Yes.
European fencing, and you can see that reflected in the movie. But I also, if you do see some behind the scenes stuff, I think he did work in more Japanese kendo and some sword styles from that influence as well. When it came to the stunt choreographers of the highest point of the Old Republic for the prequels, that's where they wanted full on wushu
finesse. Yes,
and just insane impressive control. And Ray Park is a dynamo.
Yeah,
if you've
incredible.
ever seen him perform.
Yeah, like a lot of the cartwheels and flips he was doing with the dual bladed hilt, that was all him. That he was just doing that shit. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The man's incredible.
He's a tiny short little guy, but he could do fucking flips.
5'4", 5'6".
Yeah. Like, great.
That's why I played Frog in X-Men.
Yes. He's
or Toad.
He's really good. So this is Green Cross Man. British PSA about when to cross the street. David Prowse, Green Cross Man. Here he is.
Hi there. I've been watching him. He finds a safe place, stops, and stands well back from the curb. He always stops before crossing the road.
Pick up Green Ranger.
For real.
And off he goes, looking and listening all the way. He's great. I'm going down.
David, and two, if you're I gotta get a freeze frame of his face. If you've seen David Prowse's face, that's fucking him. That's the guy. That's big Darth Vader man.
It'd be a nice follow-up to show some scenes where it's on-set audio. And it's
my god, yeah!
Throw the mask.
I gotta find that. There's plenty of compilations, so it'll be easy to find. I'll search it right now.
By the way, this man was pissed that his voice was replaced.
Oh, and nobody told him. Him. He found out in the theater watching the movie that his.
In fact, a fair amount of that cast, the voice was replaced.
Yeah, to be fair, yeah.
Supporting people, that is.
You really know what you're doing.
Like Wedge.
Always
I don't think that's Wedge's
Green Cross
voice.
code, because I won't be there when you
No, it might not be. I know.
There's a lot of ADR.
I know the A-Wing pilot that crashes into the bridge of the Star Destroyer was played by a woman but voiced by a man. I knew of that replacement. In Jedi, yes, played by a woman.
Guy?
Yes, played by a woman, voiced by a man. Weird. Darth Vader, David Prowse, audio. Here's somebody.
I think you're thinking of the Emperor in Empire Strikes Back.
I might be. I'll
the
look,
original Emperor in Empire Strikes Back. So I think it was a lady with a mask on.
I'll look for that. But I did find a couple clips of the David Prowse Darth Vader audio. Here we go.
Finding the right voice for Darth Vader was another challenge.
And action.
Lucas had never intended to use the on-set vocal performance of David Prowse.
Start tearing this ship apart piece by piece until you find those tapes. Find the passengers of this vessel. I want them alive.
I kind of like it.
Hear David Prowse's accent in the Darth Vader mask, muffled, because he would do the real dialogue. Trying to curse Carrie Fisher or something.
James Earl Jones any day.
Yes.
Of the Imperial Senate on a diplomatic.
You are part of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor. Take her away.
It was hilarious.
It sounds so flamboyant too, coming from him. It just sounds like I'm gonna say it. It just sounds like there's a gay twink under there, you know?
Well, it is a little too proper.
Yes.
Or upper class, hoity-toity.
And
at the time they were calling him Darth Prince, Darth Vader, Lord Vader.
Yes.
So he was probably coming from that idea.
Yes. What would a noble lord sound like? And like James Earl Jones, like James Earl Jones does do kind of like upper crust, like British affectation to the way he delivers it, but he has a way of delivering it where it doesn't come off as hammy. I don't know. It's hard to explain.
We didn't know what Darth sounded
amazing.
Like. That was the first time we heard him. We're like, is that it? Is it going to be some Scottish guy or what is this?
Prowse's voice would later be replaced with a more menacing performance, provided by classically trained stage and film actor James Earl Jones.
The GOAT!
George had hired
Mufasa.
David Prowse.
That's right.
But he said he wanted a so-called darker voice.
All right, boss. So here's what I got for your A-Wing pilot.
All right.
That was a dude.
What did you find? It was a dude?
Yeah, a female pilot whose cockpit footage was originally recorded but later cut. So maybe that's...
okay.
But I'm also quite sure the Emperor in Empire Strikes Back in that hologram call was like just some slapdash...
lady in a green mask. Yeah. because I remember that. I remember watching the original cuts of the original trilogy at my grandmother's house, because that's what I told you in DMs. That's when my brother and I like found the original collector's gift pack set that my stepdad bought in like the 80s. We cracked them open. And we weren't supposed to crack them open because he was going to save them and like sell them for money, presumably. But once we put in A New Hope and he saw how jazzed we were, he forgave us. He's like, yeah, you guys like these things. That's awesome. But I remember watching
your boys. How can you be too mad, you know?
He was just...
You were watching them. It's really his fault,
yeah,
actually. He should go to jail.
He should have made him less... he should have made him less accessible. He should have put him in a place we wouldn't find, you know? We were poking around in like the TV room area and we found these tapes that were in the wrappers, you know? Wait, you had something for me. What were you? Oh yeah, you were looking at the A-Wing. I found a bunch of stuff on ring theory, but I don't know if it's like the definitive ring theory.
Well, I think whoever originally brought it up was did a multi-part thing, but if you could just kind of get a gestalt off maybe even the first part, because then a lot of it is just examples to reinforce his idea.
Okay.
And although I would absolutely sit here and drool over all of it, I mean, hey, it's up to the audience. It's up to you.
Yes.
Miss Merch told me she's kind of finished, sort of on the way. I think she also may need to make another stop.
No worries.
So, you know, we can keep carrot dangling that.
Whatever. Yeah, there will be a lady on this stream. There will be a lady on this stream.
Fellers, I got my, Angela's coming. I got, I got my standing desk. I'm good to go.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Unless my kitten shows up, but he hasn't so far.
Not the Battle of the Star Wars. Man, it's all like take videos and like essay videos on Star Wars parallels. Yeah, let's. Not exactly. I'm struggling to find ring. All right, let's watch this. This looks good. Star Wars parallels. Yeah, this is kind of the vibe. Illustrating parallels and scenes from episode 2, episode 5. Yeah. I don't think this video calls it ring theory, but it's the vibe.
They're going to visualize the concept, and I think that's much better than getting into watching someone talk about it.
Yes. Because this is what we want. We just want the fucking scenes. Yeah, looking in on a dinner conversation. Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Patience! For the Jedi, it is time to eat as well.
And I lament some of the cutscenes from that movie, from him dining with her family. That I wish could have been in there.
Very
as opposed
good.
To maybe the field frolic.
Very, very good context to like who she was as a person. Instead of being like a lady in a hot dress, you know?
Yeah.
Because one thing about George Lucas with Padme's costumes for Episode 2 specifically, he wanted her to look hot. He was very specific about
not hot,
about
beautiful,
this. Well,
royal.
Her
dresses and makeup.
There was a reason for it though. He was very specific in that she needs to look so stunning and so beautiful in this movie specifically so that Anakin can believably fall for her and want to kill for her. That's why he made her just so regal and beautiful in this one specifically, and that was toned down somewhat in 3. Well, mostly because she was pregnant, but they made her impeccably dressed in this every step of the way.
More so the first one, because by this point she's moving on to the role of senator. So she also wasn't, and it's actually here when she's home where she is more, dressed like this, and he sees her with the collar loose, so to speak.
Yes,
and her tie down.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's true.
From being the diplomat and the politician, and now he's seeing, that girl wearing her favorite dresses when she grew up on the home farm.
And then
they
frolic.
both got to see parts of each other.
Yeah.
And she got to then see him murder a whole tribe of sand people.
Oh,
and
yeah,
that's
true.
Cool too.
True.
That's very cool too.
And she hung out on his home planet with his family and friends when he was 9. So,
Yes, which is also the first major seed of doubt too, where he gives into some rage and feels that Obi-Wan, he says specifically, Obi-Wan and the council are holding me back from being master and from his abilities.
And he says,
and setting up Senator Palpatine sees more potential in me. And then, of course, it's very, I think, clearly the implied that Sidious made him dream that his mom was there, or at least orchestrated the circumstances, knowing that his mom would be like a beacon in the Force for him,
right?
And that he would go do what he did.
And he says, I feel angry about this, and I know I shouldn't. He says that specifically.
You're right.
He says, I know I shouldn't, which is actually in that brief moment, not that whole scene, because the way Hayden Christensen delivers that scene is very mixed, but when he says, he says kind of under his breath is, I feel angry about this and I know I shouldn't, is like a very powerful line, but then he rages and throws shit and says he's holding me back and the whole thing falls apart. If it stayed quiet and through his teeth the entire scene, it would have been much more powerful. But like you said, George doesn't know how to direct actors. And
in both cases, it still makes her uncomfortable, and of course she's a bit more of a class actress by this point, more accomplished than Hayden, and so she probably needed less direction or didn't need as much.
Yes
and she definitely portrays being afraid of him and what that can do, and that's probably the reason the family skyhopper doesn't work anymore.
I'm
just kidding, but
totally. Yeah, well, he was throwing
docks.
shit in the garage. Yeah, so
a lot of people don't really. Even on New Hope, it's docked right there.
And Luke is standing in that exact same garage. It echoes.
He has the little model.
Yeah, he does. He has the little model. Yeah.
I was also thinking that cutscene female A-wing pilot might have been a card. Like a Topps trading card.
Oh, I had the trading cards. Yeah.
So that's probably too where you see her.
Powerful Jedi. Oh, come on. How could you know my father? You don't even know who I am. No, I don't even know what I'm doing here. We're wasting our time.
Well, we get the idea.
This is interesting.
And I don't mind if you just pull a few different comparisons up. You see, wow, almost the framing shot for shot. Even some of the eye lines, down to some of the eye lines.
He knew what he was doing. You have these curves back here. You've got these curves up here. Like
yes,
like Yoda is kind of half lit from the other direction. Like
there's too many examples to be happy accident.
Yeah.
But there are also a lot of the people who worked on the originals with him on these too. So
we're at least involved for the first for the first 3 prequels. Yeah, they were heavily
or
involved.
at least on such an extreme professional level that they also did their homework and watched the old stuff and made sure to correlate.
Yes,
in a way that made George happy.
Totally. And this scene is like a very good demonstration because this is Luke trying to figure out who he is, and this is Anakin and Padme trying to figure out what they are to each other. And Padme gets glimpses of who Anakin would later become when he says things like, "Oh, if people don't do the right thing, then they should be made to." And then she says, "Who's going to make them? You?" Which is like a very, very spooky line if you really think about it. When he's like, "Who's gonna make him? You?" Very, very good.
And it's about temptation here.
It is
because even
Luke
about
is
getting
temptation.
antsy and irritated that he, is not getting more out of Yoda. Or
Yes,
what he feels he should be getting out of Yoda.
Yes, and this is Anakin wanting more out of his relationship with Padme right now,
And the council.
but
and being a
but
Jedi and all of it.
But she says to
Wanting
him
more.
She says to him in this conversation basically like, let's enjoy the weekend. Like she doesn't say it, but to put it in layman's terms, she basically says, let's fuck this weekend, have our fling, and see where things go. But he's like, nope, I want more. And she's like, but my career, Annie, but my career, So this is about him, like she's telling him not to rush into things, and Yoda is telling Luke the exact same thing. It's incredible poetry. Let's pull up something else from the document. Oh, we're getting DMs in Discord. Depostamaker. Oh, Depostamaker sent me more David Prowse voice clips in Discord. Let's watch those. The more David Prowse we got, the better. Thank you, Depostamaker. You're the man.
Darth Vader.
I haven't confided in many people who walk in here and said,
Oh wait, is this?
I know you American dollars.
Oh, this is a parody. Okay.
It just came upon me without any warning at all.
I don't think I've ever seen this. Giving this a taste, Depostamaker. Your career's on the line.
Very thin ice.
Shall we say $1 million American dollars?
Oh, is that
$2 million.
Is that his voice from another show that he was on? David
I think
Prowse?
so. No, I think this is James Earl Jones, but it's like other clips spliced in, I think. Yeah.
Nice restaurant, some fine music.
Oh, it is.
This is a consular ship. We're on a diplomatic mission.
Interesting, Depostamaker. Interesting. Star Wars ring
Joe
theory.
Jones from Coming to America.
Oh, it is. Big ups to Depostamaker. Thank you. I appreciate you.
So what I sent you there is essentially the ring theory was spawned from a lengthy article. And that's why you're not necessarily finding a video of directly on it. It's about people
I
talking.
pasted the wrong link.
Reflecting upon the article.
Okay, interesting. Let's look at a little bit of this article. Articles don't really play on stream. If it loads, the page is not loading for me for some reason.
It's all right.
Maybe
I think
everybody's hitting it. Everybody, because it's May the 4th. I don't know.
I think I found a much better visual, just faster cuts compilation.
Oh, cool. I will put that up.
That would probably visually, again, to explain it visually is actually better.
Yes.
I will link the article in chat, however, for people who want.
Yes, feel free to do so. I am gonna. Oh yeah, okay. So article came up. I'm gonna put this on screen. Yeah. This Yes, Star Wars poetry, musical journey. This is what we wanted.
I think this would be and so many things that I'm a big nerd and I don't even you can't think of till you put them side by side.
Yeah, like this is incredible.
Because and then you and I are types that are thinking of how many people involved it takes to make this happen.
Hundreds.
Just the careful planning, sets, everything, set design.
See, framing, I didn't even.
Shot composition.
Holy shit! I didn't even pick up on Anakin being compared to Darth Maul when this door opens, but that's absolutely what it abso-fucking-lutely what it is. It's
you didn't notice it, but your brain did.
Yeah. Big ups Mike Stalaska from Red Letter Media.
You probably could have even taken the door opening and revealing Darth Vader for the first time because he has the outline. That's why he has the hood up and the robes of what he would become. And that's also why he had long hair in that movie. It gave his head the outline of the helmet subconsciously.
But also, to derail a little bit, in theory, Captain Rex would have been with Anakin that entire time, gunning down children in the Jedi Temple. Think about that. Think about that, right?
Well, 501st would be locking down other quarters, for sure.
But wasn't the 501st specifically Anakin's unit though? I think
they show him in the movie marching in with them, and I'm pretty sure. No, Rex. Okay, so in the show, Rex had left before that. In the movie,
Rex was off planet.
In those scenes, but he shows the 501st going in with him.
Yeah, because definitely there's that iconic shot of most of the 501st going up the steps of the temple with him. Like that is a huge iconic shot. Yeah. Okay, but Rex wasn't there because that would be kind of fucking weird if Rex was like, I don't like Order 66 because he's one of the a few
like
hundred
the main five that broke their programming
because there were a couple hundred clones that were able to resist Order 66, but him and like a handful of others were very prominently able to resist it. So the idea of him having to gun down children, kind of weird,
Yeah, I think he's split by then.
Yeah.
But splitting hairs, visually, we're going visuals here.
Yeah, we're going visuals here.
And the sentiments of these scenes, too.
And they got these
not just
sets.
About visual.
They got these sets exactly right, like decades later.
Well, they still exist.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
They just redecorated and cleaned them up.
Yeah, true.
Literally dusted them off like archaeologists.
Because the Tatooine homestead was like a practical thing that they built, like an entire stage that they built.
Yep.
So
and they went back to Tunisia.
Yeah.
And filmed stuff for Phantom Menace there.
Yeah.
And on location.
Echoes.
Isn't this beautiful?
I didn't even connect Obi-Wan crashing the Coruscant window with Luke falling. But oh my god.
Isn't this just beautiful, though?
It's wonderful.
When you really start thinking about it. And there's so many more examples.
Yeah.
Even down to ship landings. And when you delve into the article, even the film structures, scene structures.
Oh, yeah. Well, the structure is the most obvious. But seeing these put together visually. And I didn't even connect Padme with the chains, Leia with the chains. Like, oh, man.
And the blanket. Put a blanket on the little one.
Oh yeah, Obi-Wan does that maneuver twice. The arm slice maneuver twice. I didn't... Man. Star Wars is good, y'all. It's really good.
I almost feel like we're having a memorial.
Yeah, for when Star Wars was better. Yeah, for sure.
You lost. Remind you what you lost.
Yes.
And that
what could have been.
I blame the fucking media and a bunch of normies for complaining too hard.
We didn't know what
the prequel era.
we didn't know what we had. We're obviously, both individuals on this call, huge prequel apologists, obviously. But man, we didn't know what we fucking had until Kathleen Kennedy came to town.
I was alive during the time. I was a junior. I ditched school to go stand in a line, in a circle around the theater just to buy tickets in advance to see this.
I was 15 years old. I was a freshman in high school style individual, but you better goddamn know, my friends and I found a way to see it 5 times in theaters. Revenge of the Sith, we saw 5 times in theaters because it was that good.
Incredible.
Yeah.
I'm pissed I missed it at this last rotation and then they took it out.
Yeah, and you know what? Okay, so I'm gonna be pissed with you a little bit about these limited theatrical runs of Star Wars movies. They'll be in the theater for like 4 fucking days, and then they'll be out, and it's like, when do I have time?
Enough.
Yeah,
yes.
I need to play. I work. I need to plan. Yeah, imagine you had kids, and the tickets sell out in 15 seconds. So it's like, oh man.
But you know what? And I double checked this today. That motherfucking Snow White's still there, and I'm sure you know and seeing that.
Come on, put Revenge of the Sith back in. Come on. Yeah. I would love to see.
Thunderbolts is out. I can't have you competing with that.
I would love to see Empire in theaters. Empire in theaters would be amazing. As someone who was not alive when Empire came out, it'd be amazing.
Special editions.
Well, yeah,
I saw them in theaters.
They'd probably be the special editions.
5 times each. Oh, buddy.
Big up Shiny Teeth. Thank you for the $5. I always felt that Lucas was really middling with his actual written story. If he had someone touch up the scripts, the prequels would have been uncontested gems. I agree. I think the way he scripts things and the way he writes dialogue is a problem, but man, his visual storytelling is special. You know,
that's why I think it's bullshit too that his friends couldn't come in and at least ghost direct. Yeah. I mean, how much money do you fucking need, man? You can't come do your boy a solid and like help direct some really emotional scenes you know he struggled with.
I mean, George Lucas,
Steven,
or Steven or Robert Zemeckis.
He was another candidate, Zemeckis.
Yeah. Ron
all
Howard.
His buddies.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
You couldn't come in and work for 2-3 days off books for solid. You're already multimillionaire sipping Mai Tais, as Phil would say.
I mean, George Lucas could have literally just given someone money to come in and be like, "Hey, can you help me out with this?" He has all the money, you know.
Even legally, he could have like gifted him something.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I'll buy you a yacht if you help me punch up this script. You know.
Hey, quick fun fact: my guy at the VA. This is a while ago, though, but the guy who initially helped set me up, this dude had a bunch of Star Wars shit when I went into his office. And I'm like, oh, well, cool. This man was a lot driver for Skywalker Studios during Return of the Jedi.
Wow.
And I don't remember if he said he worked on the prequels in any capacity, but he had a bunch of actual props.
Wow.
He had a few. He had one in a drawer he pulled out, which I think was one of Mace Windu's hilts.
Okay.
Pictures. Wow. It was like, oh, how did fate bring me to this guy? How did the Force draw me to this guy?
Incredible. Thank you for the raid, WPIG 1651.
Let's go.
We appreciate it. Thank you, WPIG.
I hope you guys like boring shit.
Yeah, I hope you guys like Star Wars derails because we're fucking on one.
And Miss Merch is coming.
Miss Merch is coming. We've been teasing you with the presence of a woman for several hours now, but I assure you, she is coming.
Giggity.
Oh, Yularen, by the way, that guy's supposed to be Yularen.
Krennic was supposed to be there.
Krennic should have been there.
The maneuver.
This is incredible to see.
The impossible flip.
I didn't even pick up on the framing of Padme versus the framing of Anakin being their deaths, respectively. I didn't. Oh, it's so good. George Lucas is so fucking good.
And then he said, no. And I was pissed.
Yeah, he broke shit in the room.
Man, everyone in the theater snickered at that.
Yeah, it was kind of funny.
Oh, as she breathes her last,
chills, man.
His machine starts. Oh, I'm dying.
Yep, funerals in the rain. Well, symbolic funeral. Oh yeah. Okay.
I love Boss Nass. I liked him better than Jar Jar.
Boss Nass got too much shit.
And Captain Tarples. He was a straight man.
Yeah, Captain Tarples was a real one. He put up with Jar Jar's shit constantly. Oh, I didn't even.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this is giving me chills, my man.
And that's where Hayden was best with his face.
Oh, his facial acting.
Face.
My girlfriend maintains that he is one of the best physical actors of his day. He just has trouble delivering dialogue, which is probably true. Because the man can scowl, the man can smile. You gotta direct him well.
Howard could have come in for a day.
Howard!
Howard! Look at your fucking movie.
Look at your movie, Howard. Ron Howard.
And both young Carrie and Natalie, man, just beautiful ladies.
Yeah, incredible. Carrie Fisher in her day was one of the hottest ladies in existence. I maintain
her walking
that.
around on that white thing in A New Hope.
Yeah.
Boob tape.
Man, as a child, that's
young me figured that out quick.
That got me to her. There's a scene where she's laying like a pinup model on the prison bed in the Death Star. Even as like an 8-year-old, I thought some things about that
saxophones
and late. I never thought about women's legs the same way after. Like holy shit! Like
it dawned on me one day the way she was jiggling walking out of the trash compactor.
This lady's a snack. Holy
I like
shit!
That.
Yeah.
You know how it is when you finally figure it out as a kid. You're like, oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Never thought about it like that before.
No, I'm gonna say it right now. I love Natalie Portman, but 20-year-old Carrie Fisher, 10 times more of a snack than Natalie Portman.
10, huh?
Just saying it. Yeah.
If she had access to the same wardrobe, that would be awesome.
True. Yeah.
Wow.
I also like that in Obi-Wan. They actually got the same Owen and Beru as last time. So same
difference
actors.
between the guys.
Well, you got two suns. Suns are rising in this one, setting in this one, and there's clouds.
They have a dark cloud looming over them, whereas Luke has an open and bright sky.
Oh, okay.
Full of possibility.
You're smart. Okay. Symbolism.
Even down to color, brother. Think of it this way. There's nothing on the screen they don't want you to see.
Yes. Very deliberate. Yeah, written and directed by George Lucas. Hell fucking yeah, brother. I've got more stuff on the Derail document. There's a specific thing that we should watch.
We could go back to the Community.
Is
that where you're going, or
we could?
I don't want to jump your gun.
We could go back to the Community unless you have anything specific we'd like to look at. I brought lots of stuff.
Mainly in regard to fan-made shit.
Oh, fan-made shit. I've got some fan-made shit. Let me pull up my document.
I want to stop the momentum you had just now.
There is. Let's see. Where is it? Derails. Have you heard of? Okay, actually no. We'll start with this one. Are you an anime fan, Mr. Merch?
Not so much.
Okay. Are you a fan of?
I would say a few older things.
Are you a fan of TIE fighters by any chance?
Well, of course.
What do you think about a TIE fighter fan-made anime?
Yes.
All right.
I remember this.
Let's fucking hit it.
This really inspired my nephew.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like yours and Mrs. Merch's AI art style, actually, in a way. I was looking at this morning, and I was like, wow, this looks like some of their AI intro stuff.
A little kind of Western influence, if you will.
Yeah. But this is incredible. I remember when this came out, I was like, fuck yeah! Finally, the Imperial perspective. Well, we got that in TIE Fighter the game, but... This is an incredibly looking thing. Oh,
I
Meth
miss
Bear
these.
sent us something else. Awesome.
Excellent.
Thank you, Meth Bear.
Yeah, I like the style.
Yeah, it's pretty slick. It's pretty slick. And I like that they tried to flesh out what Imperial probe droids would see. That's
Really do?
Yeah,
Instead
yeah.
of get shot by Chewbacca. Oh, Xavier. They got Grand Moff Xavier.
Yes. I always liked the here, go back to this. I always liked the idea of a pit where like the underlings are literally under the commanding officer in a fucking pit. Star Wars did that very well in like how the warships are set up. The rebel ships are deliberately not set up that way. The rebel command ships, everyone is on the same level, and the commander is in the back. Like if you think about Akbar's ship, it's the opposite of this.
Circular.
So, yeah, it's circular. Everybody can see each other. Where these are just drones in a pit,
They're
man.
compartmentalized.
Yes, compartmentalized.
While at the same time, they all see the man up top.
They only see the man up top and the people immediately next to them whom they must
Their
work
stations.
with. Yes, yes.
Which can be very good.
Yes.
It's reflective of a submarine.
Oh yeah, that's true. It's kind of like a submarine CIC.
You could also make the argument it helps establish that the rebellion ships were outfitted for war, not designed for war.
Yes.
Whereas these Star Destroyers are killing machines.
The guns were tacked on to the rebel ships. These were
designed, yeah.
These were built. Like Mon Calamari eventually did build warships, but that was long after this war started. So most of their shit is just stuff with guns bolted onto it.
And older.
Yes.
By decades, if not hundreds of years, in terms of at least the model, with a few refreshes.
And if you really look, a lot of the rebel ships you see in the middle trilogy, as some people call them, are repurposed Clone Wars hardware. If you really look, they're designed to look that way.
Oh, well, yeah. But then, of course, the brilliance of them having to reverse design things that look like they would eventually evolve into what we see in the original trilogy. Just masterful. And not in a cheesy-ass way either, I don't think.
It's in a way that works, yes.
Like, imagine if instead of the first one, Naboo Starfighters, we'd got just some lame-ass X-Wing. That would have been too on the nose.
Way too on the nose. But you can see the template for, like, the X-Wing and the A-Wing later on.
Even the droid fighter reflects the TIE fighter just enough.
Yes,
without
exactly.
being obnoxious. yeah. Roachbait makes a good point. The Empire stuff with guns, as they build guns with ships around them.
Well, it's like what's the A-10 Warthog is literally a plane that they built around a gun. If you're familiar with that piece of aviation,
my dude, I miss being in Missouri and I would hear them babies training in the background.
Yeah. That's literally it sounds like a fart in the sky. It's so great. You hear them?
Oh, I'm close enough I can hear the bullets hit the ground.
Oh my god.
Not like that close, but you know what I mean. You can hear the impact.
I was gonna say those shells hit your house. You got no house anymore. You're done.
Oh no.
Done.
That was when I was training, basic training and shit. You hear them training.
Oh, okay, yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
Away but close enough.
But close enough. Yeah.
You hear them flying overhead, and it's like it's coming.
Yeah,
and I'm about to come.
It's got yeah. Oh my god.
And Miss Merch is coming.
Oh, she is.
Yep.
I'll make sure. I'll make sure to bring her in when she gets
her
here.
The video link.
Oh yeah, send it along if you could. And then it'll take me a couple seconds. If she's gonna do Avatar style like you, that's fine. It'll just take me a couple seconds to get her in.
Yes.
We told you, chat. A woman is appearing on stream.
Angela is here.
Yeah. The Angela of our stream. No.
What'd you say, babe?
None of yeah. I'm sorry, babe.
Check Discord. Check Discord, and then there's your video link.
There's your video, and then I will. I'll drag you in. Bring some class and some dignity to this stream, because it's just been us spurging about Star Wars for the past 3-4 hours ish. So I have a vehicle inspection at 8 a.m. tomorrow, but I do not fucking care.
I love it.
We'll
and,
make it
right on time for some TIE Fighter anime. So.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. When do you say reckon this came out?
Let's see. This particular video was released
receipts in the chat.
10 years ago.
This merch is coming.
2015, March 24th, 2015. Oh, my God.
Wow. So, okay. Again, definitely well before Spaghetti Will Smith. And
yeah,
a lot of talent here.
I think this is, I don't think this is really AI. Ah, Mrs. Merch. Here she comes. Hello. Let me tweak your settings a bit, and I'll get you into OBS. Oh yeah, I'd appreciate it. Keying is easier when it's green, but I can bring you in, and then if you want to change it to green, I can key it when you do that.
There's a Kermit joke in there.
There absolutely is. All right, I made a track for you. Where is it? It's Misery Audio. Here you go. I'm gonna paste you in here. No, it's okay. Type away.
This is how democracy dies. To thunderous typing.
To thunderous applause. Blech.
Thunderous keyboards.
All right, so Misery. I gotcha.
Yeah.
And then
receipts in the chat.
Yeah, we've got
emoji.
we've got the woman. The woman is here.
Oh yeah, hey, that's great. You know,
woman.
The woman is here. The champ.
All right, big
she's
announcement for our channels. We got the monetization. We're gonna get shekels.
Oh
now.
hell yeah! You did get monetized. Big ups for the merchants getting monetized. That's amazing.
So we need some emote ideas. I think maybe a receipt could be a neat idea.
Oh yeah, a receipt would be a good idea.
For when she's making the guys hot.
That's right. We're hot. If you're not getting ass tonight, give me a hell yeah. That's one of my favorite PWR quotes in the world. Misery is Miss Misery's coming. Supposedly she's coming in.
Green background. Did her voice disappear?
Yeah, you did.
Myself.
You did.
That was me.
You did disappear. There she is. I don't see, or hold on, let me go back to the video.
We're getting to you, Meth Bear.
Oh, you know what? I know why I don't see your avatar, because it's something I did it's my fault I don't see your avatar. If I take this,
away.
I did.
How dare you?
I got to do this, and then I got to apply.
That's my job.
Yeah, well, I hear. So, Mrs. Merch, while I'm getting this set up, I hope you're doing well tonight. Mr. Merch tells me you got a desk now. You don't have to sit in the closet anymore. Is this true?
No, I've had a desk the whole time.
You've had a desk the whole time. Okay.
It was just why was I in the closet? Oh yeah, because our terrible microphone audio bleed. So sometimes I would actually just go in the closet and stream from my laptop.
Oh yeah.
That was a long time ago, but now we are a little bit better now. We don't have to do that anymore.
And Merch's got a standing desk. You're not doing the closet stuff. So Mrs. Merch is here, everybody. We told you. We told you.
Only like 6 hours into the stream.
No, we started.
We just got started.
Yeah, we started like almost 4 hours ago.
We got through all the boring stuff that everyone missed.
They were watching TIE Fighter anime. Yeah. We barely watched Phil this entire time. We're living up. We're living up to.
That's actually true.
Oh, Meth Bear says can't take Star Wars commentary from a woman seriously. Well, Meth Bear, that's
I agree.
The opinions.
You can't have serious
Star Wars commentary without a woman.
Hey, I'd like to note that
bullshit conversation.
I'd like to note that though he's been on this channel several times, the opinions of Taken L's and its guests do not reflect the opinions of Meth Bear. They are his own opinions. Thank you.
Well, you know,
Meth Bear's just a big shit-eating grin. You know,
yeah,
it's all good.
He's just razzing. All right, so we're
well,
gonna...
like we said earlier, why do you think George divorced? You know, during Return of the Jedi, she left him for his fucking architect.
Oh,
Skywalker
really?
Ranch.
That's the lore. Oh,
Yes, the
Marsha,
guy who did the stained glass in the Skywalker Ranch.
Oh my God!
While he was out dying in Tunisia.
Well,
That
Marsha
sucks.
Lucas did make Star Wars what it was, at least the first movie.
She helped. She
Yeah,
helped play a role.
Yeah. She's like, George, you gotta edit some of this shit down, okay? You gotta knock this shit off, dude. Take it back. All right.
Well, that I did some digger deeping, and that's not entirely true. From some other sources, she was actually trying to champion for keeping in the big scenes and stuff.
Interesting.
And it was George who didn't want him. He didn't like how they were filmed. He didn't quite like the acting.
Oh.
Yeah. I did some digger deeping.
I want to
Digger deepin'.
Digger deepin'. I want to I want to ask Mrs. Murch a couple of things
Yes,
about
let her
Star
do the
Wars
talking.
because you know, you and I, Murch, have been talking for the last 4 hours and change now. Mrs.
5
Murch,
minutes.
I've 4 minutes. We've been talking a lot, Murch and I, and Murch described yours and his relationships with Star Wars as like a shared consciousness, part of your DNA. So is it true that like both of you are literally like Star Wars fans on the genetic level?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first time I saw any Star Wars film was, I can't quite place it. I was maybe 3 or 4 years old when my parents, they rented Return of the Jedi on VHS.
Oh hell yeah! What did you think of the Ewoks when you were a child? Were you
I'll be
pro
honest,
Ewok?
The first time I saw that movie, the first time I ever saw Star Wars, that was Return of the Jedi, and they rented that one because they thought I would like the Ewoks.
Okay.
Now, I honestly don't remember hardly anything from that first viewing other than the scene where they're, in the Ewok village and they have C-3PO like tied to the chair. And then like Luke starts, using his force powers to trick the Ewoks, I just remember
God.
Yes.
I all I remember is my mom, she was like, oh, look, they're spinning him around. Oh. Like that's all I remember from that first viewing of Star Wars. Okay. That's it.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
At some point a little bit later, I don't know, I still was probably around 4 years old or maybe. That's when then I started watching it again from the beginning, and that's when I do remember like falling in love with it, becoming immediately absolutely obsessed.
Oh hell yeah! I'll see you at the cantina, and then we'll meet in Docking Bay 94. I always remember Docking Bay 94. It's a thing my friends and I used to say when we were like, when we wanted to meet in the parking lot, we would just like a couple buddies of mine would literally say Docking Bay 94, and we'd all wave to each other. It was really nerdy as fuck. I was friends with a lot of Star Wars kids when I was in high school, but we did that shit.
It was an inside thing that you guys knew what you meant.
Yes. Docking Bay 94. That's right. Hell yeah.
And how I describe the Star Wars origin for me is like I have seen it since my birth, that I have no first memory. It's been there. I couldn't tell you the first time. It's just always been there.
Always been there.
Did he tell the cute story about? Oh no, it was Indiana Jones. But
there's a cute story.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll say it's semi Star Wars related because it's John Williams related.
Oh, okay, sure.
And Lucas.
Yeah,
and
Lucas.
Yeah. Very,
Harrison
very
Ford.
relevant. Yeah.
But the story. I'll tell your story, okay?
Oh, sounds good. See if you get it right.
Sure. Your mommy was pregnant with you.
Correct.
And you would. Your mom went to the movies to see Indiana Jones. I forget which ones she said she saw.
Temple of Doom.
Ooh, Temple of Doom.
Cool.
Like the best one. Okay.
Yeah.
So
the best.
She's pregnant with little baby Mr. Murch, and when like the theme song comes on, dun, 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 he starts doing backflips in her uterus.
I believe it.
And she thought she might go into labor.
He's kicking.
I went ham, I guess.
So wait, so that's actual Mr. Merch
That's how old I am.
lore, where your mother was like, "You were kicking the shit out of me when I was hearing this Indian." Wow,
I hardly enjoy the movie.
That's great. You love John Williams in utero. Amazing.
Yep, it's always been there, man.
Wow,
Been there.
Cool.
We had the soundtracks on vinyl.
Wow,
just listening to them. Yep.
I
actually got my own tapes.
gotta change the needle. Gotta find the groove. Yeah.
The Christmas my brother got his first CD player. One of the first 4 CDs he got with it was the Return of the Jedi soundtrack.
Oh wow, yeah. I had when I was getting into, I got really into audiobooks as a kid because I had to have lots of eye surgeries. So my mom, she knew at some point that I was getting into Star Wars. I was about 7 or 8 when I was getting into Star Wars, and I was having eye surgeries at that time. And she was like, "I'll get him a bunch of Star Wars audiobooks." She got me tapes of the Tales from the Cantina radio plays to listen to. It was fan-fucking-tastic. If people ever want to hear cool Star Wars stuff that's no longer canon, go listen to Tales from the Cantina. It was a Star Wars radio play featuring Mark Hamill and Carrie Fisher. Fan-fucking-tastic. Great. Amazing.
There's also a great Legends book now called Tales from the Cantina, which is a collection of short stories involving a lot of the people in the scene and just fleshing them out more.
Oh, there's a novelization. I gotta check that out now.
Oh yeah, that was back in the day.
I'll add that to my list. There was
a period we had to go to the laundromat, and I read a lot of goofy Star
Wars.
Oh hell
yeah!
During that time, yeah.
No,
and that was a little miniseries, Tales of, and they also have Tales of the Bounty Hunter, where they flesh out.
Tales of those.
Yeah, well, we have them over there on the shelf.
Okay.
Yeah,
and they
physical books.
Go through all the bounty hunters in Empire.
Nice, including what was it?
Find out what the fuck a Dengar is.
Dengar? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Forlom.
Yeah.
IG-88.
IG-88, what a fucker. Oh my god. That's the IG-88 lore is fascinating. But we're gonna watch some we gotta get through this TIE Fighter anime.
Sure. I mean hell, anytime we're blabbing, you just let it play with the audio level.
No, I'm good.
It's visual based anyway.
The music adds to it. A fucking rock guitar.
Yeah, this is badass.
It is badass.
It's like 2014.
Yeah, April of 2015. Yeah.
There you go. That was a really good following shot.
Yeah, like the camera work is also reminiscent of actual Star Wars. Whoa.
That's what I like about it. This is very like Transformers, the way they have the motion of the camera and the machines leaving the tails.
Yes.
Very early Transformers.
See, I'm watching this. I'm like, why can't we get Disney or whatever to do something like this for Star Wars?
Yes.
Instead, we get all their do bullshit TV shows.
Yeah.
Make a fast-paced pilot show. Just make a mini series about. Do an Alphabet Squadron miniseries. Like, do that, because Alphabet Squadron's fucking rad.
If you were wondering her opinions on anything up to this point in the show, just rest assured it's pretty much whatever I said.
Her opinions are yours. Okay, got it. Noted.
I don't mean that as I'm speaking for her.
No.
We've been together for years.
Listen,
we've talked a lot about Star Wars.
I would think about if you're married and you're both this much into Star Wars, you probably share the majority of the same opinions. So
we kind of do.
Yeah.
I don't know what he exactly was saying.
That's logical.
But for the most part, I think we're pretty on board with the same stuff about what we like about Star Wars, what we dislike about Star Wars.
Yeah, and I think I tend to be. I'm a lot more forgiving about current Star Wars than the two of you are. Like, I'm watching the fucking shows. I'm watching them. I'm getting through. I've seen all the shows.
I understand.
I really like Andor.
That's the one I haven't seen yet, which I do want to watch.
So
I would just love to hear your downloading them.
Yeah. Just find
good.
find
Don't
them.
give them money. Thank you.
Well, no, we do have a Disney Plus sub because there's stuff that my lady watches on Disney Plus, so it's like, all right. Well, she watches
Understood.
She watches a lot of shit on Hulu, and you can get Hulu for cheap through Disney Plus.
Exactly.
So
yes.
that's how they get you. That's
Well, it is, and you know that'll be a greater discussion if you once
streaming
her here when
streaming
we get more
services.
into, well, and in general, the shit situation Disney's in, the absolute failure of Disney Plus financially as a streaming service, and some of the shenanigans they've had to pull to fluff their numbers up, including packages like you're saying, where there's other parts of the world. If you look at the deals they're trying to push, they're damn near giving it away for free,
8 cents,
and with other services,
yes,
less than what they're making on it, and they're taking losses in other parts of the world to try and make up for, and it's failing miserably.
You know what?
Their
Let's
best thing. Oh man, sorry.
No, after we get through the last couple minutes of this, I'm gonna put on something silent in the background, and we can just spurg about how streaming services are ruining Star Wars. Mrs. Merch is here. It's a great time to get into it.
I know she needs to talk more. Just let her wake up. She got here.
No, you're fine.
Well, I mean, snap out of the work brain, and you know.
I'm out of work brain.
Hell yeah.
She got a Red Bull. She good.
Fuck work.
Drink Red Bull.
Yeah, Red Bull gives you wings, like a Force ghost. I love this turbo laser gunner aspect. Just very cool.
Yes, this is good use of 3D and making it look 2D.
Yeah, this is like some Gundam or Transformers type shit. Like this
Very
is
much so.
that
Matt
caliber.
Cross.
Yeah.
We're talking about that shit with Len the Deranged. He's also here. Big ups.
Oh
Len the
yeah,
Deranged.
hell yeah. Len is here.
You can go
Big
watch
ups,
us
Len.
also talking about things.
Yeah. I caught a good portion of your guys' stream the other day. Overpowered panel, by the way. Over fucking powered. You three dudes.
We had a lot of fun. Learn a lot about each other.
Yeah. That's what
Which
we
is kinda
all.
what that was, I
that's
guess.
what we all always do. Yeah, we're all learning about each other. I mean, most of our DMs lately, Merch, for the past month have just been Star Wars. It's been us talking about Star Wars and DMs.
Sure, and even before that, that's where you and I have connected.
It's
film,
like
sound,
film,
media production.
Yeah. Like, how do you make this
Also
sound
industry
like
side.
this? Yeah. Yeah,
little metaphysical here and there.
and we've been talking about how Disney Star Wars is in the shitter for a year now. So we can get into it. We can get into it
more
right
misses
now.
than hits.
I'm gonna put on a "This Is How You Don't Play" that we're gonna mute and yes,
Drawn and animated by Paul Johnson.
Paul
Is this
Johnson.
just one guy that did this?
I believe so.
Oh my God, Midnight Run.
I believe
Music by that guy.
I believe what made this so groundbreaking is it was like one fucking dude that worked that worked for 2 years on this one sequence. Yeah,
That's really cool. I mean, like,
well, there's
come on,
3
Disney.
names here.
Yeah.
Well, but the animation was just one name.
I know.
Yeah.
So far.
But there's
far.
sound effects, music, mixing.
Any more?
Okay. Yeah. So you do have consultants, assistants, but it was
essentially
less than 10 people. You know.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Incredible.
Well, essentially the animation was 3 at best or 3 at most.
Yeah. And then obviously you have, if you're, an animator's not going to be a sound guy. So you bring someone in for that. I'm going to grab a This Is How You Don't Play. We're going to mute it and we can go on a little bit of a rant about, why
super low in the
why
background.
Star Wars is in the shitter. Let's see. This is How You Don't Play. Star Wars Connect. Yeah. All right.
Oh. So we're gonna see some. That's a good one
Oh,
to have
yeah.
because we're gonna see him do some weird.
Yes. We
motions.
could have
back
it
injury on
lower.
display.
We could have it lower in the background. Why did it start here?
We're gonna see the back injury on display, and like you said, weird shit, not just from Phil, but also the absolute barbarism of what this company did to the Star Wars license.
Yes.
Who is that?
That's Joe, I think.
Joe.
Yeah,
Joe.
this random motherfucker.
Like Joe was like a neighbor or something. Where's Doomer Ziggy? I don't know. Doomer Ziggy knows who all these chuckleheads are.
He was the old Street Fighter guy.
Yeah, okay, old Street Fighter guy.
The really sad part is the moment he appeared on screen, I thought his shirt said Lugo.
Oh my god. Fat Lugo. Chubby, like teenage Lugo. That'd be awesome.
Speaking of Lugo, Nerd Brew's got some more Lugo shit coming, allegedly.
Oh, nice.
This
dude postures almost like Phil's. I'd see why you mistake it at first.
But yes, we wanted to get into the decline of Disney / Star Wars. So let's let her rip. Merch, you have a lot to say about this.
Sure, we'll dovetail from chat. VLX11387 says they rely a lot on Dave Filoni, and a hot take, I think he's a little overrated despite being Lucas's former protege.
He is.
Correct.
Yes.
You're right.
And I think Filoni has a massive ego. And I
don't think it's a hot... Yeah. Sorry.
And I think he has a massive ego, and I think he insists that he knows Star Wars better than anyone else right now, which is not true.
Well, he's proven it. And
yes.
Everything that Phil said earlier in the video we watched about his review of Force Awakens, where he has his bash Lucas moment.
Yes.
I would say those things are true to Filoni, where he said he was egotistical and oh shit, what else did he go?
Egotistical, egotistical prick, head up his own ass, doesn't compromise. Yeah, like that kind of shit.
It's like tough because he's, yes, those things you've described, but at the same time, he's also one of the better people working on new Star Wars, new Star Wars. And so, yeah, that's why I say he's not bad, but overrated.
Yeah.
That's a good way to say it.
I would
overrated.
say fallen. Fallen.
Yes. As soon as he started doing live action shit is when it started to fall off. Yeah.
You can see it in the Book of Boba Fett.
Because it went from him making Star Wars animation to him saying to himself, I'm making movies. This is movies now. And it's a completely different game. One that he doesn't quite understand. That's why the beginning of The Mandalorian, the first couple episodes are so weak, because it's Filoni directing live action when he has no idea how it works, and it's very clear in those first couple episodes. That's why they started sending other directors in to direct.
Also, we're Jon Favreau.
Yes,
and Jon Favreau, I do believe, loves the series.
He does. He really does.
At this time that the first season come out, Kennedy was still focused on the films. Disney Plus hadn't been launched yet, I don't think.
And they needed content for it, so they made things like The Mandalorian,
The pandemic happened. Obi-Wan was supposed to be a movie. They were actually, in principle, you can find articles of this, I think they may have even taken Ewan McGregor on location. Canned it, tore the script up, and now Kathleen, of course, all the movies were on hold, and then Kathleen got more involved in the show from Mando Season 2, around there and then onward, and that's where I think you see the real change in the shift.
Yes,
Book of Boba Fett was a book of ass.
It's all of a sudden,
that's not my Boba Fett.
All of a sudden, Boba Fett wants to be like a by the book sheriff for some reason.
Shit is stupid.
Like, why? He's a killer. He's the galaxy's most infamous bounty hunter. What the fuck? Come on.
Little lame mod prog moped gang that just looks so out of fucking place.
Yeah.
Out of place.
And I think they were trying to do some kind of American graffiti thing with those kids, being like street kids in their hot rods or whatever, but they didn't quite.
Been a dirty swoop gang, man.
Yeah, literally.
It's Tatooine. Everything's made out of junk. They got these shiny Power Rangers, and that's what everyone called them right away. Power Rangers looking bullshit, color coded. It's just like
they were literally
man, did you put in charge of designing this one?
Literally, like Super Sentai bullshit. Yeah.
Worse.
Yeah.
Ah, jeez.
I would say
she had a queer eye for the straight guy. It was terrible.
I would say Boba. not Book of Boba Fett, excuse me. Mandalorian season 1, pretty good once other people started directing the episodes. Season
1's solid.
Season 2 is decent, but then it falls off somewhere near season 3. Because
that's where I fell off from it.
Well, Merch and I have talked about it. They did things they shouldn't have done. They could have gotten anybody else but Luke to train Grogu, and he didn't even end up fucking training Grogu. He was with him for like 5 days, and then he left. Like, come on.
This is where I think they're going to fail in the movie. They're going to make him his new babysitter, and I think that's pretty much all you're going to see of him.
Ugh.
And shit. I do think the start and the intent of it was Jon Favreau trying to because he knows this guy, Jon Favreau, is very smart. Ever since he did the Jungle Book and worked with Marvel all throughout their best days, he knows fans, and he knows that we were pissed about The Last Jedi. And then, of course, I think the third movie was out by then or about to be.
Yes.
And this motherfucker had to have had some idea what was going on. And he was trying to repair Luke's image and repair goodwill with the fan base. We're going to give you Luke again and in his glory and not the piece of shit you got in that dumb movie.
I hope so, because Mark Hamill, he's not looking too good these days. If you watch him
he's done.
If you watch him in interviews, I don't know if it's cognitive decline, I don't know if he's on drugs, but he's not doing too good right now. They better get him in there like this year if they want to make something with him. There were even scenes in the more recent movies where he just didn't look like he was all there, and it was kind of frightening.
Speculate.
Did you hear his George Lucas impression at all today?
I've done a few.
Yes, he's done a few. It's very good. He has a very good George Lucas impression. Oh my god.
But I speculate Mark maybe have struggled with addictions since his car accident.
Absolutely.
I have no idea about 4. Maybe that could have been the cause of it.
I would imagine I would imagine a major car accident, which I've always believed the reason why he gets fucked up on Hoth and gets his face scratched specifically was so that they could explain the massive scarring on his face.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Poor guy got fucked up.
Yeah.
In real life.
Almost died. Yeah.
Yep. And then, of course, coming out of it, now, okay, I'm alive. My career's fucked.
Yeah. What do I do?
You know?
Even though he would still do Star Wars and is still doing Star Wars, and he found his place in animation, thankfully. But
yeah, he made his money. His estate's locked up.
Yeah.
He's good.
Yeah, he's good. He's
got the
he's
Joker
set.
royalties, a bunch of other little things.
By the way, Phil is like having fun and laughing and talking to other people.
He's dancing and jumping,
it's a little strange to see him a little more, human.
Yeah, compared to today.
So Shiny Teeth in chat says, how much direct influence does Kathleen Kennedy have? I feel like Disney corporatism is a bigger reason why the Disney era sucks. Well,
all decisions are finalized by her, and I'm pretty sure Iger's the only one who can veto her. The CEO of Disney.
Everything goes through her, and it was actually Lucas himself, like conditionally, was like, I'm giving everything to Kathleen Kennedy. Like he did
want her to be.
He was very specific during the acquisition that it had to be Kathleen Kennedy because
he was conned.
Well, I think Spielberg was good friends with Kathleen Kennedy in some capacity.
He had a long relationship,
and
working on Indiana Jones and other movies.
And I think he was convinced by Spielberg and others, and probably Kathleen Kennedy herself, that she was the one. And I think George Lucas was just tired, and he was like, okay, well, if Steven trusts her, that's what I'm going to go with. I think he was obviously conned because she does not understand Star Wars or why it's cool. Not at all.
Yes, and here's what's more bizarre. This is like DSP saying he has a fucking business degree with finance. One of her main roles when working with Steven was like a budget person.
Yes. She was a business person. She was also an editing consultant with him. Apparently, she's a good editor, which is surprising to me. A little bit of lore about me. One of my TV production professors was taught how to edit by Kathleen Kennedy. So, I mean, she knows her stuff. Like, she knows how to make movies. But I think she doesn't understand why Star Wars is good or why people liked it. So,
who was her husband?
I don't remember. Who was her?
Google it. No, I want you to.
All right,
connect some dots in real time.
you want me to find out? All right, let's see.
Well, I just want you to connect some dots in your head real time. You don't got even got to show. You can just talk about it.
Kathleen Kennedy, husband.
And then you can look up his net worth.
Oh, Frank Marshall. I know who Frank Marshall is. Oh my God! Of course. Frank Marshall is Hollywood. He basically is Hollywood. Holy shit!
Bingo.
You want to talk about Hollywood Marshall or Hollywood royalty? Frank Marshall is fucking Hollywood royalty.
Okay, who's this guy now? Sorry.
So help Miss Merch out, like she's 5.
Yeah, who is this guy?
Who is this guy?
It's not OJ.
She's not an industry person at all, and
No,
especially
I'm
with
talking
names
about-
and stuff.
This is how you don't play.
Oh goddamn
Yes, they
it!
don't play.
Fuck this stupid
that guy.
video.
Yeah,
I don't know
who
about
is that guy?
Marshall.
He's like handsome by comparison of DSP and Joe.
Leanna's other boyfriend.
Yeah.
This is the weekend boyfriend, you know?
So there was a guy named Paul that was in a couple of things that I remember DSP mentioning. I don't think that's Paul, though. I don't know.
Like I remember Leanna saying, Paul.
I have always been of the mind, not to talk too much about Phil, that Leanna did have a secret boyfriend. There's no way she didn't.
She was flirting on Twitter.
She was talking to Fred Fox at one point. It was like, yeah, I'll go on your show, Fred. Like her and Fred were in DMs.
Well, that was more to defend. You know, she used to defend the shit out of DSP. her
Yeah,
man.
true. Yeah, she did.
You know? She criticized
she was loyal to him in a.
I mean, at a certain point, after they moved to Seattle, and I think after she got a job and like met other people, she was definitely not caring about Phil.
Oh, totally.
She wasn't getting married. The relationship was falling apart.
I think that's why he's so insistent that, like, oh yeah, Kat doesn't do anything after work. She doesn't have friends. Is because when Leanna would hang out with her work friends, they'd all be like, what are you doing with that guy? You're young and vibrant. You could be doing so much better than Phil. So that's ultimately what got her out, I think.
Here's John. I recognize that big nose.
John, you big nose freak. Yeah. I'm John.
He's just as stiff and nerdy in a different way than DSP.
Yes. No finesse.
Kind of like a spidery guy. I would have called him a spidery guy back in high school.
Spider,
Johnny,
inside
like a
of my
spider.
soul. It's been there for years. You know what I'm talking about.
We're chemical toilet, dude.
Yes.
The pecan sandies.
Every time someone talks about spiders, I always think of that fucking song constantly. Or like whenever someone's talking about like night and day, I'm always thinking about Nightman and Dayman. It's inescapable. Yeah.
You see our references.
Yep.
We love them.
Whenever someone opens the curtains in the morning, I'm like, oh, it's the Dayman. The Dayman is here.
You want to get his boys hole, you gotta pay the troll toll.
Oh man,
are you chewing gum?
The Nightman cometh is a revelation. It is like one of the best television mini arcs like ever.
My siblings have seen a live performance of that.
Oh really?
Those bastards.
That's they are so lucky.
Yep.
We went to
those are limited runs.
I
don't even know if they do them anymore.
My girlfriend and I went to the restaurant in Philadelphia that Caitlin Olsen and Rob McElhenney run. It was okay.
I didn't know they had one.
The reason why people go to their restaurant is because they own it. Because it's kind of like it's like mid pub food, but it's like, yeah, we ate at the restaurant that the Always Sunny people own. That's kind of fun.
I mean, they got you.
Yeah, I know they got me. I'm a fucking mark because I paid for the thing. I paid for like a way too expensive steak. You know?
Oh my god, I would love to make a Seinfeld replica diner. That's $1 million idea right now.
Oh yeah, dude, $100 million idea. Your grandchildren's grandchildren would be set.
And they have money to spend.
There would be Zoomers that have never even seen
Monk's Cafe.
Seinfeld be showing up.
Monk's Cafe.
Central Perk. Just make Central Perk. Make a Friends gimmick.
Fuck Friends.
No, I don't like Friends either. But if,
I know,
but if I was gonna open a coffee shop, I'd call it Central Perk, and I'd make it Frenzy so that people
My
would
heart's got to be in it,
come
champ.
in. Yeah, no,
I
know, no.
no heart.
You're right. You're correct.
And that's why I sacrifice my body to make these songs and shit for you people.
You're yelling and screaming into the microphone. Yeah.
I apologize. I even backed up a little. Sorry.
No. I'm saying you sacrifice your body by screaming into the microphone. I wasn't critiquing your technique in the moment, sir. Your technique in the moment is impeccable.
I just mean the asinine way that we edit. It is based on
really?
ADHD
Okay.
avoidance and then bursts of inspiration.
No,
now that you guys are here, let's expose Miss Merchant when she made the Boy Who Self-Felt It Himself.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about that.
48-hour fever dream turn and burn, and she cranked that out. Almost no suggestions from me. She don't even remember. She blacked out.
You gave me the suggestion to actually have the drums and bass in the song. I was just gonna keep it acoustic.
And I put a fuzz on the bass that you then made your own fuzz after that. But yeah, just a few suggestions and then something in the video.
It was like I remember in the timeline. I think it was like Wednesday. It was the Wednesday, I think. That Phil.
I know.
It was like Wednesday was the day Phil did the snakening, and it was like then like the next day was like Thursday, and that's when the Kino Casino streamed, right?
Yep.
And then I remember it was Friday evening, and I'm like, I don't know, was I listening to the casino clip or something? But it was like Friday, and I'm just like, yeah, this is definitely the song. I've always wanted to make an emo song with Phil.
Perfect.
And I had other ideas in my head, but never materialized them. And then when this, the DM leaks happened, and I read through them, and I'm like, oh my God, there's so many like emo-ass statements that
it's
Phil's
incredible.
Making. Mm-hmm. Incredibly hard for me to not want to make that song.
It's very like, the meme is like this show with a Midwestern emo intro. It's that like you see it and you're like, oh, I can make an emo thing out of this. It's perfect.
Yeah, so it was like that was Friday night, and I think Saturday morning I started going through the DMs again and picking out my favorite lines. Then I had to work, and I think I got to the point where I'd gotten rough lyrics together.
Okay.
Saturday morning I had to go to work. And the Saturday evening, I started putting the music together and singing. And then Sunday morning, I finished the music, finished the singing, made the video, and published it that evening.
Oh, okay. Woo! Wow. That's intense.
Yeah, but it was like lightning in a bottle. Everything was perfect, and I just said, I have to do this now, and I just did it.
Oh, you know what? sorry to stop you, but who is this Yahoo in the tie here?
Who is that? Yeah.
Who's this motherfucker?
With the fucking tie. Did he work at the helicopter company?
Yeah.
What is that?
Did he come home from selling Bibles? Like, what the fuck?
Right?
Yeah.
He knocked on their door and told them about Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And they said, come in.
It's like a Jehovah's Witness looking motherfucker here in his tie. Yeah, but dude, that song Misery is fantastic. I had my lady listen to it like the day it came out, and she looked at me across the kitchen table and she just goes, that woman is very talented. It's like, yeah. Aww. I know. No, and she's a musical person. She plays the piano. She knows her shit. So she's like, yeah, Mrs. Merch is very talented. Tell her I hope she's not recording in the closet anymore. Did you record that song in the closet?
No, I should have.
Oh,
because
good acoustics. Yeah, sound baffling.
It's better acoustics.
Yeah.
Secondly, I did it so fast. I just plugged in this USB mic I had and recorded it with that. I didn't even use my outdated XLR microphone for that.
I'm using an outdated XLR microphone and mixer right now. Yeah.
Whenever Phil said that, he didn't want to use the XLR.
I died.
I was so
outdated.
triggered. Yeah.
I'm like, no.
What are you talking about?
I don't even remember if I messaged you or not, but I was
No.
you
did.
about
You
this
did.
XLR shit. Let's go.
You literally were like, you hear Phil talking shit about XLR today? Like, I was like, yeah, I did. As someone who has coiled a lot of XLR cables in his day at the TV station, it is not outdated technology.
buddy.
It is perfect. It is perfect
It
audio
would give him better
technology.
sound quality than the USB
Yes.
option that he's using, but he can't see the RGBs if the USB
Yes.
is not plugged in.
Yes,
Or
you know.
Or the tap mute.
Yeah. He has a
Tap-
Stream
tap
Deck.
mute.
Just configure your Stream Deck to mute your mic.
Yeah.
That's what I do. Because you can make the buttons do literally anything. Just configure it up to make your Stream Deck a mute. And also, XLR, the XLR cable, and Deposit Maker will back me up on this. The XLR cable is basically the mousetrap of the audio world. You cannot build a better cable than an XLR cable. It is impossible. They nailed it in the late 1950s with the XLR, and it's never been better. So
It's incredibly stable, sturdy.
It's cheap.
Especially in even more professional setups
Yeah.
where those locks are, you ain't pulling them out without destroying something.
no,
you know?
yeah, I have seen
Reliable as fuck.
So we had an intern at the TV station for a while. She ripped a actual XLR pot plug out of one of the mixers because she didn't know about the connector. Just fucking ripped unseated the connector. And like our station manager, who is like a technical engineer who can fix that shit, and he fixed it in like 15 minutes. But he was like, if it was anybody else, I would have fired them. But since you're an intern, you get this one. like learn from this. Don't do it again. But yeah, XLR, the XLR cable will outlive you, most likely. That's how sturdy it is.
When you were saying this guy looked like a preacher in the This Is How You Don't Play.
Yeah, he does.
So he's been doing like the arm things and like, putting up his arm like he's using the force, but it
Yes.
looks like he's like driving out demons
Yes.
from people at a church service.
I exorcise your demons, speak in tongues, and let them out. Yeah.
Corona demons be gone.
Yes. Oh my God, that is an audio bit. That is an audio bit we should work on. Is like Phil as a fundy preacher exorcising the corner demons. That'd be very funny. That would be. Okay, I'll think about it.
Oh man.
Pasta
Maker feels your pain, brother.
Oh yeah,
Continues.
the Pasta Maker.
Brother.
Yeah.
Brother in Christ.
Dude,
yeah.
The Pasta Maker and I have exchanged TV station war stories before. I've been out of the game for several years, but it stays with you for sure.
Well, here's my hot take. It's similar to your guys' story, and then since we're also been talking about the process of filmmaking, I fully support Christian Bale blowing up on that fucking guy who was fucking around on set.
Absolutely.
Behind camera
Good for
on Terminator
you.
Salvation set.
Yeah.
You gotta think you're trying to be as serious as fuck in character, on a goofy set when you think about it, not how it is in the movie, on a goofy little set with lights and all these people around you and holding mics and probably fans and shit. They're outside. And this fucking guy, some suit, walking around tripping over cables. Apparently it wasn't his first time.
The lights were moving.
Yeah. Fucking up your shit. And he's trying to, cry or whatever the intense scene was. It's like, get out of here.
Oh,
you're not professional.
So to connect Terminator Salvation to Star Wars, I can do it.
I can too.
Bryce Dallas Howard played Catherine Brewster, who is son of Ron Howard, or daughter of Ron Howard, who directed Solo. She herself also directed, I think at this point, the majority of Mandalorian episodes. She directed a lot of them.
Oh, good point. Yeah. I forgot about that. I often don't think about individual TV show directors, mainly the runners.
Yeah,
but
but eventually, at some point, like Mando season 2, almost all those episodes had her fucking name on it, and a lot of them were good. Some of them were mixed. And I know, Merch, you and I have talked about the whole Gina Carano thing of her being dismissed.
So unfortunate.
In the way that she was. So
for ridiculous reasoning, that's so ridiculous. They're now in court with it, and been moving forward.
Yeah,
Meth Bear, real quick, just to answer your question. No, not professionally. Although I did do karaoke a few weeks ago, so does that count?
We all sang in church as good Christian
yes,
folk.
we did. Yeah, I grew
Sure,
up.
yeah.
I grew up in a fundy church as well. Lots of singing there.
She's a dirty Catholic.
I am.
Yeah.
I am a stealth, classically trained operatic singer. I actually am.
I love you.
I took voice lessons. I sang Italian arias at vocal recitals. So I'm a secret singer, but it's not secret anymore. But I don't have perfect pitch like Lefty. That's amazing to me.
Oh, he has perfect. I'm jealous.
Yeah, he legit has like a perfect pitch diagnosis. Like legit. Yeah, I'm jealous. I'm jealous.
Yeah, because like all the music I make and stuff, I'm just self-taught and I play by ear.
Yeah,
So
no, me too. Me too.
We have no professional like schooling or anything, I guess, beyond singing a little bit of choir at church or something. But like, having perfect pitch, I'm legitimately jealous.
I am so jealous because
he
had
needs to help us make music. Then
I had to work. I had to work for like decades to understand how to make music sound good by having good pitch. Like it takes so much practice. So whenever I hear people having perfect pitch, I'm a little jealous. Just a little jealous.
Shit, and I'm like a quarter deaf now. I used to sing. I done blown out my voice. It's all gone.
It's all
I'm a
gone.
shell of my former self.
Look
away.
Protect your ears. Public service announcement. Protect your ears.
Yeah, kids, wear eardrums. It's
Yeah.
not cool to stand by the drum set.
Wear your eardrums, kids.
I mean earplugs.
I'm gonna put him on blast because I mentioned it in one of the Discord servers and he was making fun of me. I carry earplugs. I'm that fucking guy that'll carry earplugs. So if I end up at like a loud concert, pop them in. Your ears will thank you decades later.
I just wore earplugs to a concert. I feel like they
Hell
kind of
yeah.
almost didn't help, but
You can still hear it. You can still hear it.
effort was made.
Oh, what concert were you at?
Well, we're not gonna say that, but
Doc's info. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that.
But she wore the wrong earplugs, okay, fellas? Don't let her fool you. And I tried to give her a correct pair, and she was like, "Nah, I'll use these. They're for preventing water from getting in your ear when
you
go
wore
swimming.
swimming
Those aren't
earplugs. Those are not acoustic
I told her that.
earplugs. No.
I told her that.
Those are to prevent swimmers'
It's
ears.
like living with a private, fellas. Am I right?
All you service members in the chat, yeah.
PFC, Miss Merch over here.
Private
I
first
do it my
class.
way.
You know why she's private first class? Because she's classy, all right? She's classing up
She got
the joint.
that class ass.
That's right.
Am I right, fellas?
Classy.
Am I right, E6s? Whose career wants to go down the hole?
I feel like wearing swimmers earplugs to a concert is very. It's something you're going to learn from. You're going to take that with you. I don't think you're doing that again.
Man, I had my good shooter ones, but what happened is...
Yeah, I was gonna say, get range earplugs.
They
Wear
had
those.
a nice profile. You know, they were nice and they fit in my ears
They're
nice.
discreet. They're discreet. Yeah.
Yeah, I have my good shooter ones, but somebody flipping out behind me hit the string. And, so it yanked them. And so from there, I just pulled it out real quick and then stuffed it in my pocket, put the plugs back in. But that right one was never quite right. And for like 3 days afterwards, my right ear was underwater.
Oh no.
I mean, I was
got
at
that
the front
tinnitus.
too, so
Yeah, being at the front kind of doesn't help with the hearing situation.
No.
Plus, that's my rifle ear, and so on and so forth. It's taken a lot of abuse over the years. For various reasons.
You
Working on
gotta
machinery, da-da-da-da-da.
like so we we don't live in this town anymore, but my girlfriend works in a town on a street where there are routinely gunshots outside of her workplace. It's that kind of place. And the first time it happened a couple of years ago, she'd never heard a gun IRL before, and I have. And she called me, and she was like, first time I ever heard a gun down the street IRL. They are so fucking loud. It's not like the movies. I was like, yeah, they're deceptively quiet in films. You put a suppressor on most pistols, that ain't doing shit. That ain't doing shit.
She's about to say what I'm about to say, I think.
Yeah, I hate when they do that in movies because even if you suppress it, it's still loud. It's still enough to damage their hearing. It's not a little clip.
No,
like the movies would have you believe.
You can get something. You can get something like a 22 short with subsonic ammunition, but you got no stopping power. You're gonna have to make that one count.
Where I thought she was going is when they shoot weapons in enclosed spaces and everybody's hearing is fine.
You'd be deaf.
That's what kills me in movies, like in a car.
The Walking Dead TV series actually did this right, where Frank shoots the revolver inside the tank, and then he goes deaf for a while because he shot the zombie inside of a tank, and then he just couldn't hear for like an hour. Several hours. That's correct. That's how guns actually work. If you fire a gun inside your house, you're deaf. Your ears are ringing for days. Like,
I've never been in combat, but in training,
you've practiced.
When my right earplug shuffled loose or wasn't set quite away, oh my god, it wasn't squared away right away. That first shot, pop, straight to the brain, dude. And it's like, now I get why drill sergeant's deaf. Because the enemy doesn't wait for you to put earplugs in.
No.
You just, raise it up and shoot back.
You got to be ready. Yeah. Could you imagine? We're derailing the derail, but there's the Phil lore of him talking to the U.S. Marine recruiter, right? Could you imagine DSP actually being in combat? We'd like, hold on.
So yesterday I watched through, unfortunately, all of his Call of Duty gameplay.
Oh, I feel bad for you. Oh, that's right. You did the drawing. You did the art stream, didn't you? I saw that was on.
It was a little arting.
She's so talented.
And
receipts out.
She's like a quadruple threat. She knows how to do everything.
No, not sports. I'm very bad at sports. But like I brought that up because there were a few different times where he would be complaining about his teammates, and then there was one particular moment where his teammate was sniping from a window that he wanted to snipe from, and he said, "Oh, fuck this guy," and he runs down the stairs, and the enemy is running up the stairs, and I'm like, he could have just saved his teammate right there.
He could have waited. Yeah.
He could have watched the stairwell, covered his six.
Yeah.
Had a plan.
After complaining for the whole time, where's my team? Where's my team?
Because it's Call of Duty, so if there's a sniper in a window, eventually people are going to try and rush that window or get into the building. If Phil thought tactically, even remotely, he would have said, okay, well, eventually people are going to come in here. I can just wait and get a couple of easy kills. That's what a lot of people would do. But he's Phil,
Yeah, it was pretty terrible. The other thing that you reminded me of was, I think it was a video, I think it was maybe that Chudgu guy made.
The Life DSP never lived or something.
I've never,
and it's like 15 minutes of him just going, nope, I've never ridden on a double-decker bus. Nope, I've never.
First off, one of the things I remember he said he never did was he said he never fired a real gun before.
Oh my god, okay.
And then the other thing is that video, I honestly want to do a stream. I don't know if you'd be down for it, but we play that Never Have I Ever video, and then after each one, we pause it.
We say, "Have we done it?
Have we done
it?" I love
not?
that. Let's do another stream here, and let's just do that. The Never Have I Ever stream. It'd be great. Oh my god,
I think that would be hilarious.
You're brilliant. Yeah, and I think
I pay her well.
Well, so the thing is, Dave Burnell, Marine, right? Did time in the service.
Allegedly an MP.
Allegedly an MP. So probably fired a gun, right? Probably very familiar with guns.
Asking for his job.
Yes.
And bare minimum qualifications. We are rigorously, kept up.
So at no point,
rigorously.
At no point, David Burnell saw fit to talk to Phil about guns or instruct him about guns, or
I have a theory that Papa Burnell just never liked the personality of Phil, even as a child.
He knew.
And
he saw it.
Just
yeah.
Avoided hanging out with his son, and maybe he tried to do dad things, but Phil was just so such a whiner and inept, and everything was everyone else's fault. He just didn't like his son, so he just never taught him dad shit.
Yeah, no, you're probably right. That's a very simple but logical explanation, very plausible.
Oh my god, you're right. The preacher man is barefoot.
Oh my god. Yeah, your feet, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, and this dude's got the Lugo guy's got socks on.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was grossed out for a second.
The feet.
It was best I was muted.
Yeah, the feet.
I'm not Quentin Tarantino, man.
Yeah, no.
I ain't into that shit.
No, that's an adult male. He's not into that anyways.
Yeah, it's true. It's got to be Uma Thurman
about that?
It's got to it was Uma Thurman, Salma Hayek, and Juliette Lewis. He was really into those three ladies.
And the infamous picture too.
Well. So is it From Dusk Till Dawn? The movie he directed with Robert Rodriguez, Salma Hayek sticks her foot in his mouth in that movie, and you know that Quentin Tarantino asked for that.
Begged, probably.
Absolutely.
I don't know. Rodriguez is a weird guy,
and he drank champagne out of Uma Thurman's shoe. So that's a thing that happened.
That wasn't exactly a feminine foot.
Yeah. Well, and I love Uma Thurman. I think she's very attractive. But,
great actress.
But feet are weird. Don't be doing that.
They're like retarded hands.
Shiny Teeth says, thank you for the $2, my friend. Dave says, Dave tried to play video games with Phil. It annoyed Phil. Oh, really? I didn't know that lore. I didn't know that Dave tried to play games with Phil. I know they tried to play with action figures together, because
it was like that. That was probably
Phil.
They were probably trying to bond.
Yes.
His last day. Well, Phil likes games. I'll try and play games with him.
The games came from his uncle. That's why I wasn't so sure his dad was in on that. And he has the stories of his dad taking him to the arcade while he was doing night classes at school.
Well, he was studying business. Business classes.
Well, Dave was, little Dave was wasting quarters.
There's also speaking of the uncle, there's also
refusing rides to tea. Sorry.
Yes, refusing rides to tea. It's Phil's fault. He is no longer of this plane. Yeah, Preacher Foot. Oh my god. There's also lore, and I haven't been able to find this, but people have mentioned it. There's lore of Phil talking about dreaming about his uncle coming into his room at night when he was young. Do you remember that? Do you remember?
Correct. Because it was in response to, have you had a paranormal experience? And he's prefacing it as if it was an apparition of his uncle. And right after he's like, but my uncle wasn't dead. I'm like, dog,
your uncle was trying to go in there and touch you, my dog. He
called for his parents, and then he also said a weird line. They looked around for a prowler. It's like, who says prowler?
Who says prowler? Well, Linda Burnell. I could hear Linda Burnell saying that. You got a prowler, Dave. Go find the prowler.
Or in his little dumb mind, he's conflating a bunch of different stories / cartoons.
Yeah, but I think if his uncle did go in there, it's only one thing you'd be doing with Phil at night, Oh my god, disgusting.
I'm pretty sure one of the games they played was Ball Blazer, and I'm not joking.
Ball Blazer. I'm not familiar with Ball Blazer. Is that actual video game or is it a meme?
I think it was a NES game or a computer game.
Okay, I'll look it up at another tab. Ball Blazer.
Make sure you don't get it's one word. It's one word.
Safe search on.
It's one word.
Ball
Atari
Blazer.
Lucasfilm. Appropriate to the conversation. It all comes back. It's like poetry. It rhymes.
Yes.
Oh, it's a Lucasfilm game.
Yes. Oh, it is a Lucasfilm, dude. Oh my god. It's Ring Theory coming true on this very stream. I also thinking about Star Wars names. I also had the theory that like I didn't have a theory. I'm stealing this from a friend I went to college with. But a guy I went to college with said his theory for why George Lucas calls people things like Jabba the Hutt and Bib Fortuna is just he takes a shit in the toilet, he looks at the shit, and he's like, I'll call that one Bib Fortuna. And we thought that was the funniest fucking theory.
I love it.
That he's just like, yeah, that's
Glupshido.
yes.
Yep.
Sebulba. Yeah, like, oh my god. Greedo. Oh, do you guys know about that deleted scene from Phantom Menace where a Rodian that's supposedly Greedo knocks Anakin down and Anakin punches him? And Qui-Gon tells him, like, that was supposed to be Greedo. Like, Anakin and Greedo were supposed to have a history, like, you know?
And you see him there, I think, in he's supposed to be the same one that's part of his little friend group-ish?
Yeah, he's there.
Pirates.
Like, Greedo is
Warwick
there.
Davis, I think.
Yeah, like, Greedo knows Anakin, which I thought that was, like, interesting lore. That, like, Greedo and Vader are tangentially connected in that way.
I sent you a link on Discord with a timestamp.
Alrighty.
Where someone asked him about games, some of his favorite games growing up. Oh shit!
Oh yeah, Q&A, July 17th. Okay, relatively recent. We're gonna put this on pause for a bit.
I might actually have an even better one.
Well, I'll cue this one up in my own special way. Saw Gerrera. Sorry, Saw Gerrera. We love you, but you're going bye-bye, Saw Gerrera.
This rebellion.
Yeah, this rebellion.
It sounded like an RFK impression.
Run.
Older Saw is pretty much that. Yeah, he's
run,
on the gas.
my child. Yeah.
Vocal cords are fucked up.
Oh my god, this is back in the quiet audio era when
sorry,
he was.
yeah.
No, it's all right. I'll
Phil
boost him. I'll boost
like
him.
raw Phil, not raw
I'll
Phil.
boost him.
Save the dream. That's right.
My favorite games were Jungle Hunt, Dig Dug, Moon Patrol, Ball Blazer.
Ball Blazer.
7800. And some of my favorite games were Jungle Hunt.
You also have to be careful saying Jungle Hunt. Very careful.
Yeah,
Jungle
Hunt. That's like a vocal warm up.
That's cool.
You do, but
Jungle
in the green
Hunt.
room.
Jungle Hunt. Jungle Hunt.
And then everyone giggles when you fuck that one up.
Yeah. And if you're British, you just say the word. You know.
Dig Dug, Moon Patrol, Ball Blazer. Which I played
Ball Blazer.
Games that had polygons, and that was the first one I ever played.
My dad.
And also ran at 60 frames per second, unlike the other games I had. So
oh my god, he's being a frame snob about the Atari 7800.
I know.
60 frames.
Yeah, I'm sure people in the like late 70s, early 80s were like, "Oh, look at these frames."
Cared about
look
the
at this
frame rate. Yeah, like that's back when we measured resolution in lines. Okay, Phil, it doesn't matter.
Anytime he says that, I think of Charlie thinking he was going to count the gas.
Yes.
Solve the gas price. I'll visually count the gasoline going into the barrels. I think I'm pretty good at it.
Yeah.
So, but right there, he said Ball Blazer, which I played with my dad.
Yeah, he did. I played with my dad.
All right, so go to the next clip. I say, you know what?
So he tried. So David tried with him, like genuinely tried with him.
I think he says more in the next one, or it sounds weird.
Okay, and this is 2022. So this is a
going
year
back to the past.
Yeah, to play the shitty games that suck ass.
When my dad touched my ass.
Oh no, this is his uncle. All right, so I got this one queued up.
Oh no, Daddy was Ball Blazer.
Ball Blazer. All right, gonna need to boost him.
Looks like a big ass sweat stain on his chest.
Oh, it does, but I think it's the pop filter. It's the pop.
Yeah. It's the cologne.
Oh yeah, it is.
Clone.
It's the clone.
We know now. Yeah.
Good wants to know what was my favorite Atari game, and I can't say E.T. I wouldn't say E.T. anyway. I had E.T.
Me too. Everyone
there
did.
Were games that I like: Dig Dug, Jungle Hunt, Joust.
Oh my god, it's the same scripts.
I know.
It's like poetry. Yeah, like
I know.
If you want to talk about poetry, oh my god, just listen to the podcast. Listen to the podcast, the Daily Wrap, and then the podcast again. You'll get your ring theory for sure.
Like the most is basically the one I played with my dad, Ball Blazer. That was the only video game I
the
ever
one I played
with my
most
dad.
with my dad. Wow.
I'm not kidding.
Oh, this I hate this.
Twitching, eyes looking.
He's got like an off-kilter handlebar mustache almost.
Oh yeah. But do you see it twitching when he's saying that?
It's twitching. I hate it.
All the years that I've been a gamer, my whole fucking life I've been a gamer.
But that's what I'm saying. The memories of his dad. Look at that.
He would go outside and do sports. But when it came to video games, he
really?
literally didn't have interest. He just never cared about video games.
We would go outside and do sports.
Ball Blazer was the one.
What sports? DSP? Like I want to know what Dave tried to play with Phil. Like I want to know what that was like. Wiffle ball catch.
Wiffle ball Blazer.
He talked about quote unquote badminton.
Yeah, it's true. He mentioned that.
He mentioned that like 4 days ago. It's like, oh, my friends and I would play, and he called it badminton. Badminton? Yeah.
Wow.
Really weird. Like, really weird kid.
Game we played together. He would come home from work, and
like, okay, my friends and I played a little badminton in like middle school or high school. But when we were doing it, we did it kind of like for the memes. When it was like, oh, we'd rather be playing tennis. But we got badminton, you know?
The really strange part is, even though I suck at all things sports, when we did like badminton in like high school class, you know, oh, it's badminton time. That was like the one thing I was
fun.
Actually kind of good at. I suck at tennis.
Well,
but
it's
hitting that little birdie around. I don't know. I could do that for some
honestly,
strange reason.
It's
volleyball's
good.
not hard either.
It's good.
I suck at volleyball.
So
though.
the thing about badminton and what makes it great for us uncoordinated folks, because I am literally the least coordinated. Like I cannot ride a bicycle. I'm gonna out myself. I cannot physically ride a bicycle. I'm not coordinated enough. But it wasn't for lack of trying. Unlike DSP, my mother bought me a fucking bike. I tried, and I physically just could never gel.
Did someone steal it?
Nope. I gave it to a friend of mine because I was like, listen, I think I was like 4 or 5, and she tried her and my other brother. My brother's 2 years older than me, so he was about 7. He was riding a bike. My brother was trying to teach me. My mom was trying to teach me. My stepdad, all of them couldn't do it. But I just gave the bike to a friend of mine because I was like, here you go. I can't do it, but here you go, buddy. I wasn't afraid to ride a bike. I just physically couldn't. That's the difference. That is the difference.
Come in and see me.
But also what I was saying is the thing about badminton is that the birdie moves slowly. So if you're uncoordinated, you could probably hit that birdie, you know? So maybe
it lingers there. It gets like airtime, you know?
It kind of hovers a little bit. Yeah, it's cool.
And we would sit down and play maybe like a half an hour, 45 minutes of Ball Blazer with each other until dinner was ready. And then we would eat dinner together. And then after that, he was off to do his thing. I was off to do my homework and stuff like that.
Even the way he talks about like his childhood memories is a little bit unsettling for me. And maybe this is something to talk about, like, I don't know, certain mental health professionals that I've become acquainted with recently. It's really weird the way he talks about his childhood memories, because that is a schedule. Notice how it was like, I got home, we would play Ball Blazers for 45 minutes, and then we would eat, and then I would do my homework.
Yeah.
It's all very regimented. And that's not how I talk about my childhood memories with my dad or my mom or my brother or whoever. It's just really weird. He's not a normal person.
I wonder if his parents had a strict schedule for him.
Oh,
they're like, oh, we gotta keep him on track.
He needs structure, you know? which is true. Like a kid like Phil, we've seen what happens when Phil is left to his own fucking devices. Can you imagine him as an 8-year-old? Oh my god.
Oh man, hell on wheels.
Terrible.
I have a theory that young Phil was raised, he wasn't like an iPad kid, but he was a QVC kid.
Oh, absolutely.
Because of the way he talks about things, and like he's always like talks about food or a thing he got. He's always in like weird QVC presenter mode, and I'm like, just think about it. I stumbled across some QVC archival footage from like 1995 Christmas special, and I'm just like, I watched it, and for a second I'm like, this is probably what he watched a lot as a kid.
Linda,
his mom.
yep.
And then
Him
in
and
between QVCs, there's just regular commercial breaks. So he he probably got a really big imprint of just like people selling
Ads,
things, showing
yeah.
off projects, and then ads.
Oh my god. Maybe that's why he rambles so much, because if you look at old QVC, it's people rambling about a product for 40 minutes. Oh
And
my
that's why
you just
the
broke my
leaked-
brain. You just
leaked DMs. That's why he was so like enamored by ads in different
Oh my
languages from
god.
different countries.
That is why he
'cause-
is the way he is. It's all QVC. Oh my god.
And then Linda trying to sell Papa Brunel on why they should get it.
Yes. Oh, yes. Oh my god.
Or why he shouldn't be mad that she did get it without consulting him.
You dudes are so smart. Oh, my whole perspective on Phil has shifted. That's why he's perpetual marketing, is because all he watched was QVC with Linda. It was like QVC and TV Land, probably, was like the two things.
Yeah.
Like,
And what does he say all the time too? You know, the commercials I remember most are the ones with jingles and catchy songs.
Yeah, I remember jingles. I'm a pretty good singer. I became a good singer from singing jingles. Yeah, there's that whole thing.
And one way to get his attention in chat, or at least when they are on that subject or whatever, Q&A, whatever.
Yeah.
You know, like describe a commercial to him in a few terms, he'll remember it.
Oh yeah, well,
He will fucking remember
Derek.
you described just enough.
Derek would get him constantly. Like Derek would, Derek would punch up some old commercial on Wikipedia, and he'd be like, "Oh, DSP, do you remember the Big Mac commercial from 1995?" And he'd be like, "Why, yes, Derek, I do."
Which came out of the first, viewer's choice or viewer suggestion, Admageddon.
The Super Bowl thing. Yeah, the Super Bowl thing.
And I brought this up on Len the Deranged chat when we talked about our just on the topic of how DSP treats people, and also like things Jade says. He conditioned his audience to talk to him in certain ways, or how to get his attention. And this is why we ask, "What the fuck is for dinner?"
Yeah. Literally. That's why the dinner world order exists. You know, when people are like, DSP, what's for dinner? Or like, what's Cat making for dinner? Is how a lot of people will ask it now, which I find funny. I find so funny when like people, like the meta is ask what Cat's making for dinner, and he'll just say, not knowing that that's like a slight against him for making her make dinner all the time, despite he being the one who works from home and sits in his fucking office, you know.
And depending on the mood, you don't know what description you're gonna get.
True. And you know what? The thing is, like, I'll admit it, of the, two people in my relationship, my lady has an important job. She goes to a place where people count on her to get things done and do things. She has to do things at very specific time. She is not home a lot. I am home all the fucking time because I work from home in a corporate job, and when I'm not doing that, I'm streaming. So I do all the household shit. You know why? Because I'm home all the time. Phil should be doing that, has always been my thinking, to be honest. But
and even if Miss Merch was a Michelin chef, I like cooking, so I would still do it too for my own satisfaction and to learn things.
Listen, I can't speak for the ladies of the world. Maybe Mrs. Merch can. It has been my experience with my girlfriend now. The key to a woman's heart is through her stomach, my man. If you can cook some good shit, you're in. Like you got her. You can keep her forever that way. That's been my experience.
So let's hear what else he's doing with his dad.
Yeah, what else you doing with
Miss
your dad?
Merch had to deal with Kitty after
Cat concert. Oh, okay, got it.
Ball blazer with my dad.
Probably just wants to eat more.
Good game.
Look at look at these noodle arms here. I just noticed. Oh my god, his arms
Moves.
are
Look at that mobile outline.
Yeah, even back then, you can see it right here.
Another reason you don't get these shirts no more.
Oh yeah, the gray shirts are dead. Yeah.
I had to tend to my cat, but I heard my name mentioned while I was tending to my cat. What did you say?
No worries.
Bonnie?
I was just saying that the key to a woman's heart is through her stomach, and you got to cook for your lady. It's a key, it's one of the keys to a good relationship, I find.
Look, there are so many female style variety individuals I've talked to, and they're like, "Oh, if I was sick, so I didn't feel like cooking, and my husband couldn't," or like, "I was sick, I couldn't go to the grocery store. my husband had no idea what to buy for the family. I'm like, why'd you marry a child?
Yeah, literal child.
It's your fault.
I never wanted to be that guy. Like when I first started courting women, I literally was like, I'm going to be useful. I am never going to be the useful fucking idiot husband. That's never going to be me.
You don't got to be like as a Michelin star chef. I heard you say that from the other room. But
I said, even if you were, I would still cook for my own satisfaction.
Hell yeah.
Because I like to.
Because the food you prepare tastes good.
Everyone should know how to cook some basic stuff. That's it. And everyone should know how to shop basic stuff.
Just like everyone should be able to lift their leg and place it behind their head. Just like you say.
You should be able to sit down and lift your leg up to at least your waist, and then maybe like assisted, you could bring it up to your head. But I think you should be able to do that.
No, you're right. Functional strength.
We talked about Weird Al, and this came up earlier.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. That's why when people are like, "Oh, Phil's hyper flexible," I'm like, not really. He's pulling his leg up to a place where everyone should pull it up. If you're a he also
sits in a very strange way. I've noticed where he always has one leg crossed, not on top of his knee, but he has it crossed on top of his thigh. So it could be that he's like constantly stretching in that way. You know, There's ways.
I think he did a lot of floor sitting as a kid too.
Oh, there's floor sitting,
cross-legged style.
We've seen cross-legged videos with the move-in where he sat cross-legged on the floor for an hour just giving a pre-stream like it was nothing.
You're right.
You're
right when they first moved in.
Yeah, like he would sit and Panda would be getting annoyed. Like, can this be over? And he'd just be talking for 45 minutes cross-legged. He has good posture when he's sitting on the floor. Like, what the fuck? What's wrong with you, Phil?
It was actually probably better than in the chair, arguably.
Yeah.
Do I think it would be top 10 in the world at a gaming trivia show? No.
All right, he stopped talking about his dad. Yeah. He stopped talking about his dad. Let's go back to the Kinect stuff. We're talking about Star Wars, decline of Star Wars. Oh, another topic that the chat brought up like an hour ago was the subscriptions within subscriptions, right? Like how I mentioned
to pump up Disney Plus numbers.
Yeah, how I mentioned we subscribed to Hulu through Disney Plus because it was $4 cheaper to do it that way. And my lady,
all kinds of other deals.
Yeah,
Apple, the phone service.
Almost all of the cable providers now have a discount on Disney Plus. Which is odd because they're cable providers. That's their direct competition, by the way. But still,
set your VPN right. You can get it for like under $1 somewhere.
Yeah,
Dubai or some shit.
Set your VPN to Argentina. Exactly. Set your VPN to Argentina. You're ready.
And the viewership numbers aren't there
at
all.
Nope.
On the Nielsen's getting outdated, but there are other better streamer estimates and whatnot. And this is another reason they don't need to be or want to be upfront with actual numbers too.
And people are stealing it in massive, overwhelming numbers. People are stealing shows like Andor,
I would love to see some research on that because I feel like the pirating is actually low too.
I think it's lower than it used to be. And I think it's lower because of the steep decline in quality. But I think a good number of people
overall interest.
Yeah.
Interest amongst people willing to pirate.
I think people are frankly just burnt out on Star Wars, like how people are burnt out on Marvel. Like I'm burnt out on Marvel.
Yes, but burnt out.
It's all Disney.
It's all Disney.
They created the burnout.
Yeah.
That was a cool cut where Phil just got up in the camera. But burnout because of the amount, the quantity or the quality?
Both. It is high quantity, low quality. That's the problem.
Yep.
PPP, I call him Triple P. He said a great thing about Phil, actually. It's if you never go away, how can your audience miss you?
Yeah, give people time to miss you. And I've heard Meerkat say that on his own streams, about his own streams.
Detractors for years.
Yeah. Just come back with a banger. Like your audience is not going anywhere. If you come back with a banger, they will miss you and they'll be like, yeah, this guy's fucking cool. Where Phil, if you can count on him every day, no one's gonna care because 99% of his stuff is completely skippable, you know?
Which also doesn't mean cry that you're broke, pop a 1 million view video, and then go on a staycation.
Yeah,
That
imagine
doesn't quite mean that either.
if I got a 1 million view video, I would be grinding the fuck out of it, dude. I would not go to brunch, as they say, you know?
But his 1 million views would only buy you a brunch anyway.
Yeah, it's true.
No, not back then. That
Back
1 million
then-
view video,
back then-
that gave
back
him
then, that
good money.
was-
That is a down payment on a house. That million
near.
view video back then.
All those other shit.
Yeah.
By the way, preacher guy here is it's just cracking me up being in that suit.
He's got
not
dress
suit,
pants
shirt
and bare
tie.
feet. And,
Yeah, he's never even like untucked his shirt, you know.
Take
Also,
that tie off,
definitely.
dude.
That's OJ sitting down and been in the brown shirt the whole time.
Yeah. Oh, it is. Yeah, that is
Yep.
OJ. I didn't
I couldn't
recognize
tell
him
at first.
with shorter hair because I was always used to him with the.
Well, like
the man
no, when he
bun.
turns, you could see the ponytail. It's like the color quality on this video combined with the transparency. It's hard to see.
Oh,
And
okay,
he-
yeah.
Just a moment ago, he took his hat off
that
too.
is
and it's
OJ.
like, oh yeah, that's OJ,
AKA
it's a Mario.
John Harrington. Yeah, yeah. Oh
You gotta
my
put
god!
more effort than Phil into being a cheesy, over-the-top, ridiculous Mario than Phil did being himself.
Yeah,
Fuck.
like I have to say, like everybody in Schnozman, not Schnozman and Hole Punch, everybody else in Project 7 fucking went for it. Like they tried. DSP could barely be himself. It's like in the Larry Bundy Jr. video where Larry asks him to voice act as himself as a wrestler, and he had to ask him to re-record it because it wasn't convincing enough. Imagine not being able to convincingly play yourself.
Oh my god, Larry should have just had a call with him and then asked him to like read the lines or say the words that he wanted conversationally, and
Yeah.
that probably would have been more natural.
Yeah, if I if I was struggling, like I've sent scripts to you, one script to you and Mrs. Murch before to read audio lines, and for the fan fiction thing, Carla and Lucas, yeah, you made Lucas like a Bronx greaser. I love that
Happened on
affectation. Very fun. I'm gonna break this here water line. Yes, very fun.
I just did it. I was like, he sounds like a grug.
Very,
from that area.
very good affectation. But if those were not satisfactory, if I felt I couldn't use them, I would have literally like asked you to hop on a call and be like, "I'll record it from this call and we'll do it." That would have been that would have been so funny though. To also have Larry Bundy have a recording of Phil recording lines, like that would have been top tier detractor
Just taught
content.
by talking about them.
Yeah.
Tell me, how would you imagine Austin, would come out and say these lines?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. Read these as Austin. Read these as Hulk. You could probably tell him to talk like other wrestlers and get better results out of him.
But that speaks to the perception that Phil was able to parlay from to another big content creator who probably barely watched, not that much of Phil. Let's be fair.
Yes. People
But
thought
they're like,
he was a big
he's on
deal.
Machinima.
Yeah.
They're sending him to E3. He's cool. But they're not like watching everything. They don't realize quite who he is per se.
Well, because like the odd thing is, a lot of people on Machinima were higher caliber, higher effort creators. So I think a lot of assumptions were made about DSP, in that like if Larry Bundy was probably like, if these are his peers, he's probably okay. You know what I mean? Yeah.
He's gotten this far. He can handle himself.
He has a per view Machinima contract. There must be something to him.
Without thinking too deep about it.
Yeah.
Or figuring behind the scenes, he is not the babbling idiot because he's making money, he's making moves.
This must be a character.
That's what I mean.
Larry was probably like, this must be a character. It's performance art, because a lot of people at that time even thought he was a character, even still in like the late Machinima days.
And I'm curious if that was pre or post the House bill that he was trying to bang on about that made him feel like a mature adult.
Oh yeah, and like the whole Machinima thing is such an interesting peer and
yeah, great point. The emails, especially his E3 coverage, that when he covered those, and at that period, the guy, his handler, the way he wrote to him, Phil, my man, you're a content machine,
Yeah.
or whatever the fuck. He had no fucks clue about the quality of the content, but that guy saw the numbers and he was like, keep it going.
And kind of reminiscent of PPP in a way. A little different, but PPP...
Oh, I was going to say Disney.
Well, PPP thought he could get content out of Phil. He wasn't sure what, but he knew he could get content out of Phil, and he was like,
he was fishing, he was pushing.
If I string him along and lead him in just the right way, he might be able to make something great with us.
Send him to the convention. Hey, meet up with this woman.
Yeah.
I'm not fucking doing that. Well, God, I didn't see that coming. I didn't know he was that dumb.
Yeah, or him going to Hulk Hogan's bar would have been amazing content for viewers as well as detractors.
Imagine if they somehow pulled the strings to get Hogan to meet Phil or something, or just like give him a handshake.
It would have been
Even
incredible.
that much could have been a lot of content.
A living meme, a
Yes.
legend.
Yes.
And I think
Like
too
Phil
at that
pulled
point,
a Hogan in real life, the real,
Yes.
the real Hogan.
The real Hogan.
and I think even at that point they wouldn't have snaked him or whatever. If he was
No.
playing along to that degree, they would have still been cool. He wouldn't have filmed him, Phil taking a shit or whatever, candid.
Because there would have been a
keep in the back
payoff.
pocket, but
There would have been a payoff. The thing with PPP is he said something like, I worked him for 6 months and lost money and time on it.
Yep.
There was no payoff. Phil
And
cucked
maybe I'm
him.
giving him too much credit, but
I think
I
think it was done by accident. I think Phil, through pure dumb luck and laziness, avoided way worse outcomes. Worse, but also better in a way. Like, he would have gotten so many more viewers through that experience. Like,
it's like poetry or rhymes. You tell me he didn't treat Respect the Pack similarly?
he absolutely did.
Jerking them around their ideas. I bet you he was drunk messaging them in the middle of the night. Can you do this at this scene? And
Yeah.
what if we had fucking UFOs show up?
Oh, idea guys
Imagine
are the worst. Like,
Well, and worse than that, he thought he saw himself as the boss.
yes.
There's a great story about this Chinese movie made by a billionaire who wanted to make a Western movie in China called The Fallen Empire. It never came out. It's a fun story. You could search it on YouTube.
Fallen
Check it out
Empire.
sometime.
Okay, interesting.
But yeah, it'd be like Phil if he had $1 billion trying to make a movie.
Yeah, I just think idea guys are the worst, and you know that Phil on every school project, every work assignment, he was always the idea guy. Could
Idea
never
guys who can't produce.
Yeah, could never do any of the work. There are idea guys that can also fucking produce results, but Phil is not
I would
one
say
of
I'm
them.
that guy.
Yeah.
Plus, idea guys who don't have an understanding of the skills he's asking of
Yes.
said people or team
it's
to
like-
execute. So you
Yeah,
have
so it's
unrealistic
like-
expectations.
It's okay to be an ideas guy, but I think it's you have to be the ideas guy after you put in, the elbow grease, the hard
Yeah.
work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you got to know how things function before you could be a proper idea guy, or else your ideas just aren't going to be they're just going to be unrealistic.
Even
I'm an under budget, head of schedule ideas guy.
Yeah.
Trust me, I'll get you there. I'll get your picture made.
Exactly. We're gonna make a picture. See, it's gonna be great.
You and I can do it.
Yes.
You can take over the world.
Yes.
See?
Like fast talking Hollywood huckster.
I
Absolutely.
want to be a producer.
The producers. Yes.
Which I tried to do with Chiking 24's song entry with Endorphin Rush. I didn't think anyone would like it, at least not enough to move forward. And it backfired. And then we had to make a production for the finals.
I was there was a certain Broadway style song I was working on for Chiking, but the thing about Broadway songs is they linger, and I didn't want to cut enough. I didn't want to cut enough of it to get it down to 90 seconds.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see what you mean. Yeah.
So
linger like that.
So I'll probably end up polishing it up and just releasing it as a song at some point. I'm not going to say what it is because I want people to be surprised. But
of course.
But yeah, I don't know. And I think people should also put out songs because they think it's cool. The Chiking is a cool competition. But if you want to put something out, just
win
put
so
it
I
out.
don't gotta enter again. That's all.
Hell yeah! You want to be in the books.
It's not for clout.
And NWO
I just
News.
host the next one.
Hell yeah!
I just want to eat a burger.
Yeah, that's right. You technically do get a gift card for a burger.
Oh right.
Yeah,
Burger.
that's the whole thing.
You
NWO
can split
News
it on stream
for the $2 says, I laughed that DSP leaked his DMs and PPP not one. Yes, always remember that PPP was contemplating the leak, but DSP did it anyway.
They didn't say as much, but here's how I think it was going to go. Original plan, if they did not go to Phil into releasing them, was that he would have Gundam on the show, and he was going to I think he said several times, he would back up what he claimed. So the claims he had made up to that point, he was going to then show Gundam behind the scenes, and he would be like, "Oh my god!"
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So they were going to go claim by claim and be more selective about it. Okay.
And not reveal all the nonsense.
That's a fair way to do it. Yeah, that's a fair way to do it. So
then he gets to say, "I never leaked DMs."
So
you see what I'm saying? Plausible deniability.
Yes, I never leaked DMs. I just noticed something. So Phil is getting up. He's restarting this camera right here. Right there's this camera that you can see next to the YouTube overlay shit. That's filming the TV. That's this angle. They are editing this together, right? This is edited in a timeline somewhere. You still have cuts of DSP walking up to the camera and turning it off
to the last second.
Why not trim that shit out? It's a simple ripple trim in Premiere, brother. It takes less than 2 seconds. Literally.
He was using Vegas.
It's a simple ripple trim in Vegas. Same concepts. That's it. Everybody knows what a ripple trim is. Come on.
Man, and this took hours, remember, according to him.
Hours
and hours.
Yeah. Well, he so to give him a little credit, I think he was complaining about render time, which back at this time, rendering two video layers like this would have taken some time, but still, bro.
But here's another problem.
You're editing.
How did you capture it? What format? What was the file size? You think you optimized
there's
this workflow at all?
The frame rates were mismatched. They were different file sizes, different file types. That's the thing. If you're going to have multiple streams of video in a timeline, make them same file type, same bit depth, same bit rate, same audio, same audio bit depth and sample rate. Everything match them. Because
he's a bum.
Because he's a bum. She's fat. Yeah. Yeah, you know he did not think any of that shit through. This camera that they have the talent on seems way nicer of a camera than they're pointed at the TV. Why not? At least the color balance is better, although that may be because he's capturing the TV with auto white balance and it doesn't know what to do. But
and pass these down on the other one too. And
yeah, like they tried.
He was having fun.
And
John taught him this.
Yeah, John. I remember the first.
They had picture-in-picture stuff, with the "Don't Blow This."
Yeah,
with him and Howard.
Oh, Howard was doing some advanced shit for the time.
Streaming arcade cabinets.
He was streaming arcade cabinets.
How he was doing that.
He was splicing video signals out of PCBs and getting them into capture cards. In 2009, he was doing that shit. He was going to the actual arcade hardware and splitting the video on the board. Incredible effort.
Streaming.
Yes, streaming in 2009.
With round robins at his place.
Direct capture. And when Phil, meanwhile, a year or two later would say direct capture is impossible, it's too much, Howard was doing it from the jump as soon as he could.
That channel's still up, as far as I know.
It is. He streamed on it a few months ago, but then he stopped. Then he stopped streaming on it because it was all Phil trolls in his chat asking him about Phil. Unfortunately. We ruined it.
I think I made a tweet and was like, just let him have
Let him
fun.
be. Let him be.
Because he was playing like Oblivion or something.
That's why, like, if Panda Lee ever started streaming, people would be over there immediately.
How could you not?
Didn't she used to do streams back in the day? Like she would do some of her own gameplay
She
streams.
would, yeah. Panda Lee Games, yeah. She had her own
I'm pretty
channel.
sure she had direct capture before Phil.
She did. She did.
Bop,
Yeah.
bop, bop.
Yeah, she bought like a Hauppauge PVR2 or whatever it was at the time, and she was she was capturing like Mafia 2 or something, direct
Mortal
capture.
Kombat X.
Yeah,
Or 9 or X.
She was playing a game kind of like alongside him, where there's a time frame, and I'll have to find it
You're
sometime.
right.
Where
that was a Tevin stream. I swear to God.
where she's playing direct capture and he's not. And it's like, how does she have better video than the professional streamer, you know?
Yep.
Like a child, like an actual child. Yeah.
Oh, this is a cool Coruscant celebration cut.
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna say I like the they got rid of Yub Yub in the new version of Return of the Jedi, but I actually like the different song they added. I like it.
I liked the different song because it ends like the ending note, and then the beginning of the credit song.
Yes,
like,
they match up. They match up.
They match up really nice.
Yeah,
yeah, it matches up really nice.
There's that, and there's also the parade song at the end of Phantom Menace. When that is a great song. That is one of my favorites because it's upbeat, it's lively, it completely conveys that like Naboo, the war has left Naboo, and it like completely conveys that entire thing. And
it helps show the bumbling Nabooians or Gungans more structured and
they're cultured. Yeah, they know music
together.
And, yeah,
they're allying. There's peace.
Yeah.
Anyways, Meth Bear with the 2.
Meth Bear with the 2 says the Sharp NES combo had direct capture in 1989.
Oh,
really? The Sharp version of the NES combo? Wow.
Because would that have been where it's built into the TV and the TV had component outputs or something?
Oh, okay.
I think that's maybe how you mean.
Okay, but was it
maybe it had
was
S
it
video?
1080p 60 frames a
Yeah,
second?
you stupid bitch.
No, it would have been like 525 lines or something like
Unacceptable.
that. Yeah.
Unacceptable.
No.
I got
no
60
good.
frames on my Atari 7600. You heard the man.
Yeah.
And Ball
Blazer ran at 60. He was like ran at 60 frames per second.
Blazer.
Unlike some games today. Yeah, it's really fucking burger. Let's see. I got more Derail content. What else I got?
Let's go to the community. Because Star Wars.
Let's go to the community
for me,
because Star Wars, yes.
So many people in modern day Hollywood, and
I
VFX,
have-
practical effects, and creature effects, and makeup effects.
I have. Anybody like the show Cops?
Oh, bad boys.
We've got that Star Wars
Oh,
style.
this is a classic.
Classic.
I want to hear her stories of seeing this as a kid. I saw it as a kid. This shit's old.
1997.
Yes.
I feel like I didn't see this until like internet albino black sheep days.
I saw this.
So this was in the like early 2000s.
Yeah, I saw this early YouTube. This is one of the first things I watched on YouTube. I remember it.
If you YouTube search, I'm pretty sure you could see this was featured on news spots like Entertainment Tonight, shit like that, you know, which is how we used to get information back
this, like, I really like when you can see the little touches, like this right here up top. Up top, it's a mismatched lens. This lens doesn't go with this camera, but they used it anyway. I really like when you can see that in these fan films because they were just people making shit. Really cool.
Well, I think Cops even had that look at times too, especially when the cameraman's wiggling around running.
Yeah, that's true.
But I was going to say really good blocking of the shot here too, where Baru's from behind and you don't see much of Owen either. So you know you can be like, oh, it's close
silhouetted
enough to how they look in the movie.
Yeah. And the wear and tear on the trooper outfits is like very convincing.
Although this is either the birth of 501st or I'm pretty sure they were around before this.
Oh, absolutely.
Those costume makers.
Yeah, the 501st is amazing.
All sons
Period.
of X are
Yeah.
guilty. Period.
Amazing.
Guilty until proven dead.
Yes.
And look at this.
They had
This is around the
effects.
time of special edition. They were basically like, we can do this too. I wonder if some of these guys went on to work on with ILM.
Oh, probably.
I joined the Empire about 6 years ago. I can remember as a kid, you know, watching the holographic
Canadian stormtrooper.
Get holographic.
Yeah.
Was Fargo out at the time? Did this?
Yes.
Is that maybe inspiring
Yes.
this?
Like a Margie Gunderson style.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Ass and a...
Oh yeah. This is more like Minnesota style.
Ass is
Yeah.
playing. It's just the memories.
Fargo, 1996. This came out in 1997. This Troops.
Ooh.
Yes, 100% Margie Gunderson Fargo.
With the Tom Servo big ups.
Yes.
I almost forgot.
Tom Servo.
I almost
MST3K.
Wow.
It's your cousins. Is this your cousin? Is this your cousin? Are you his cousin? No? Okay, then who are you? Ah, you're his friend. Well, Mr. Friend, would you step over there for a moment, please? Okay, so the droid belongs to your cousin. Now, if I go over to that sand crawler over there and ask to see your
Crawler.
cousin, is he gonna have a bill of sale for this?
I like the idea that like some stormtroopers just do this shit all day, which some of them do canonically. You know.
Oh yeah, Imperial license permits. I mean, because that's the idea. It's a bureaucratic nightmare hellhole where, you know, freedom and freedom of business are heavily restricted, and that's why credits are no good out in the rim.
Yeah. Mind tricks don't work on me. Only money.
Got a runner.
I like the idea
Nice
that
digital fire.
they got like someone's kid brother or something to put on Jawa shit and just run like that. That's funny.
Like, don't worry, we're gonna overdub it all.
Yeah.
You just say whatever.
Man, look at these costumes. Holy shit.
And it unfortunately turned violent. These Jawas do this kind of stuff all the time, picking up, you know, stray droids and selling them off to the highest paying customers.
This also, by the way, ties directly into the lore canon because
That's right.
Obi-Wan
They were filling in a
and
gap here.
Luke find these bodies and they say, why would Imperial troopers want to
yes.
slaughter Jawas? So
And
this...
the crawler is all blown up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is where Aunt Bruno.
I think
And
they, yeah,
Uncle
they
Owen.
had
They
the
they get
yeah.
into an argument and, you know...
So he and his parents are gonna come down to the detention center and pick it up.
Boy, I'll bet they'll be happy.
Yep, that's what it's all about.
and of course, so tongue-in-cheek, irony, comedy, humor, but also from their point of view, they're doing good. They
Yeah.
just returned to a stolen boy's lost droid.
It's
How can you
their
hate
job.
that?
Yeah.
Those
Plus some Jawas, you can't
yeah.
trust them.
Yeah. Can't trust them.
Empire did nothing wrong. I stand by it. They were just, you know, trying to spread, you know, control.
They
over
were
the
just trying to
galaxy.
maintain order, you know?
Yeah. Or else what? Like all these Jawas, they're just gonna scrap everything.
Yeah.
Just do what they said. I like it. He's drunk off the blue milk.
That's ridiculous. Hey, I'll talk to you in a second. Right now, I'm talking to your wife. All right?
Luke's probably dead now because of you.
Yeah, they shot this very well.
With the blurred out face.
The blurred out face. And Owen looks just enough like the guy.
Mm-hmm. Plus, I believe it was the, you know, policy at the time, blur out the DV victim.
Sure, yeah, as it should.
Now, Luke's your boy.
My nephew. Anyway, he says, I think these droids we bought might be stolen. And then he says, well, I don't care. Your only concern is to get them working. And Luke is like, I want to go to the academy. And he says, well, I need you for the harvest this year. And then he starts...
Also, just a quick thing to point out that a lot of people overlook. When Luke is saying, I want to go to the academy, he's talking about the TIE Fighter Academy. He's talking about becoming an Imperial pilot. A lot of people don't make that connection. People are like, oh, the Rebel Alliance. No.
There is no academy.
He wanted to be an Imperial TIE fighter pilot. That was his intention. That's why he was practicing in his T-16. He wanted to fly fucking TIE fighters. I always thought that was cool. The
This is
idea.
also what Biggs and Wedge were doing.
Yes, like Wedge literally
deleted scenes.
So yeah, there's a deleted scene that Wedge is like, "I'm going to the academy," and Luke is happy for him, but also kind of jealous. Those were weird scenes. I see why they got cut. It's weird. Yeah.
I do like the idea that they were watching the opening battle from binoculars from the surface, though.
Yes.
Yeah, that does make sense because they were so close. Like you probably could have seen some of that happening.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But it makes sense.
And then they saw big words flying through the sky, and they're like, "Oh shit!"
Oh
they saw the
shit!
crawl.
Oh, the words are gonna hit us.
What do you mean you don't know? You obviously have a problem. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this.
I don't have a problem.
The
smell like blue milk.
Now look, do you see his ear? How it's cut like that? Now, it didn't get that way by itself, did it?
No.
And you did that, didn't you? Yes, you did. Now, see, that tells me you have a problem. And when we
Here you go. This is now Meth Bear's favorite piece of Star Wars fan
The
content.
woman is at fault. Yes. Yes.
Look, see who needs cords. You can figure this out on the spot.
Sure you are. Now, how many times
Uh-huh.
have we been out here, Baru? A lot, huh? We know the way by heart. And what did I tell you last time?
I don't know.
You don't know or you don't remember?
I don't know.
Baru, what do you want to do?
I want you to arrest him.
And you owe me big time. I can't arrest him. He hasn't done anything. If there's anybody I should be arresting, it should be you for assault. Baru, you have two choices here. And yelling and arresting him.
Baru.
Baru.
Baree.
Aunt Baru.
Baru, what do you want to do? Do you want us to
I did nothing wrong.
I did everything correct.
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you need to get anything? Some clothes or something?
Yes. You'll find Luke, won't you?
Yeah, we'll find Luke. He's just working.
Like, yeah.
But, see, the wife is under the delusion that their nephew ran away, right? And she's blaming the husband. He's saying that the kid left early to...
I kind of like the idea that the Imperial troopers were looking for Luke because of this. That's a fun thing to think about.
A domestic dispute.
It's all a misunderstanding.
Yep, right there with you.
Look, she's been under a lot of stress lately.
It's like a Coen Brothers movie.
Yeah, well, hence the Fargo.
Yeah.
This makes a lot of sense.
Exactly, yeah.
I know. But right now, I think the best thing for both of you is to get some distance from each other for a couple of days.
The man who knew too much.
Exactly.
Too little.
That's why I appreciate The Big Lebowski so much, is that it's all predicated on a dumb misunderstanding. The entire movie. You got the wrong guy.
That's another good one. With Brad Pitt and George Clooney.
Was it Burn After Reading?
Malkovich.
Burn After
Yes.
Reading.
Burn After Reading.
Yes,
Yeah.
that entire movie is just like a misinterpretation of a document. Yeah.
I have your shit.
Expected with these people. You know, I mean, the farmers out here are having a bad season. Tempers are high, and it's just bad for everyone.
Those damn farmers.
And they talk like cops, coming home from a call. They're like, yes, a little fucked
More
up.
like military patrol.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. These would be more like military police than like
Iraq
cops.
shenanigans, yeah.
Yeah. The MPs will get you. Yeah. Written and directed. Yeah, dude. These things rule. These things are awesome. Let's keep it pushing with the community. I got another thing here. Let me see. I brought too much. I gotta be selective. I got have you go ahead.
So
Go for it.
inspirational though, for as we had mentioned with some of the other stuff before, that now there's off the shelf technology more accessible to more people, that we can be making Star Wars in our backyard.
In our backyard.
Like good looking, professional level looking stuff.
Yes.
The possibilities were endless. And then plus now the internet was expanding to where we could actually start sharing this stuff, not just on tapes on any conventions and sketchy eBay sales.
And by the way, Lucas was 100% on board with people making all of this shit. He was he encouraged it in a way. He kind of alluded to the fact that I'm making movies like Star Wars so that other people can come in behind me, which was like a great attitude to have, really. He just no one predicted that would be Kathleen Kennedy. So
I'd like to know more if he whatchamacallit, poached talent from him, or if ILM did or whatever.
yeah, that would be interesting to research, because a lot of these guys were amazing. Like, this is so I don't know if you're familiar with this. Bucketheads. It's like stormtrooper, like war shit, like very heavy, like war scenes of like what it's like to be a stormtrooper, like going for a drop. Very good, very well
I've seen
produced.
this before.
It went around when it first came out. It was like
It sounds
kind of
very
viral.
familiar.
Very cool, very slick.
I think I've seen this.
2018, so not that old, comparatively speaking, anyway. Really slick CG, by the way. I don't think this is from a thing. I think this is something they made.
I mean, even at this time, they could have made an Unreal 4. Shit,
Yeah,
so
that's
good.
true. Unreal has been out there for a while.
And that's what's going to make shit even more accessible. Unreal 5 and beyond, where it's like, you're not even really CG animating the same, you know?
No.
I think those and then with AI too, these barriers are about to transcend as
Like,
well.
assets are pretty ready to go these days. You just have to license them, pretty much.
Even just in terms of like, gosh, creating and rendering more 3D worlds and the way that we'll be moving cameras.
I mean,
and hopefully they'll get lighting better.
I mean, actual Star Wars runs on Unreal 5 now. Literally, actual Star Wars does. So imagine what fans will do with it.
Love the Imperial klaxon.
Yes. Iconic. Unmistakable. So this is Endor fan fiction, by the way.
I can tell because of the trees.
Yes. The redwoods. Yes.
Typical low-budget sci-fi. Cool opening, and now we're gonna run around the trees.
Yeah, just put it in the woods, you know?
God damn it.
No
No shade on them.
You do what you
it's
gotta do. Yeah.
It's a cliche. It's funny.
Well, at least they're not in the desert.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
not a
one or the
sand
other.
planet. Yeah.
Like that big desert right outside of LA where every desert scene and every
Yes. Or
desert
like
movie is shot.
there's the Salt Flats in Utah. A lot of stuff is shot there too. Yeah, this looks like a forest, at least the way they're framing it. So
I'm fine. What happened? Rebels must have picked this up on radar. 7-1 was able to set us down, but she didn't make it.
oh, that's Commander Shepard. That's Mark Meer. You can hear it.
Oh snap!
I don't want any more surprises.
I wonder if we'll get Jennifer Hale in here.
She costs way more, I bet.
Yeah, oh yeah, she's not cheap. Meth Bear for $5 says Kennedy told Star Wars male fans and the financial base, the Force is female. We hate you. You're bad. Is in denial about why they lost money. I would actually agree with that. I think people like Kathleen Kennedy are trying to get Star Wars to speak for politics it was never intended to speak for. And that's too bad, because Star Wars itself was very deliberately and inherently political, but not in the way they want it to be. So
And that iconic picture where they're wearing the shirts, that was an ironic timing between an ad that either Adidas or Nike was doing, and they were wearing those shirts for them.
Yeah.
So I just want to throw that out there. It's kind of a misconception with the picture. She didn't get those made for the event, but they happen to have them.
Yes.
I think it was Nike.
And the thing is, and this is what I tend to say to people when things like this come up, do not give in to astonishment when it comes to these things, because everything is financially motivated. When someone like Kathleen Kennedy says something or does something, it is financially motivated. And the money is in outrage bait right now, and you see a lot of that in Star Wars. You see there is a graping scene in the current season of Andor, and I don't think you've seen the whole thing, but obviously you've read about it. You've seen clips. It's very strange to have that in Star Wars, and if you research the reasons why the writers chose to do that, it's a very strange reason. Go ahead, Mrs. Murch. I'm sorry.
Especially since, the whole time, like, Lucas was, kind of spearheading it. It was always for kids, but adults like it too.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And I think at the core, it was always supposed to be for kids. And maybe not exactly
/ young people,
adults. / young adults. I think
because there's heavy themes,
and
there's heavy themes like life, death, good, evil, but it's still something that's acceptable. For a kid to watch.
Besides
maybe if you don't like violence.
Yes, because Star Wars does get very violent at times. Even the original trilogy got very violent at times, but I think George Lucas, he acknowledged sex and the existence of rape and everything, even back in the original trilogy. A lot of that was implied. One of the really clever things he did with Anime and Padme to kind of let the adults know that they would have had sex in their summer retreat weekend is that they wake up together in pajamas and they're eating breakfast together in pajamas.
Well enough,
which is obviously they fucked, right?
He's got a toothbrush over there.
Yeah, literally he's got a toothbrush at her fucking summer home. That is very clear. You don't have to, and you can imply rape. A lot of shit was implied about what was going on in Jabba's palace and what he was doing to some of those ladies there.
Maltreatment, at least. He seemed to derive pleasure from feeding them to monsters more than he did. He's a slug man.
Yes,
he's not gonna bang a human lady. Stop it.
But that.
Stop it, you sick Disney freaks.
But that kind of indecency has always been heavily implied in Lucas's work.
Right, because he feeds them almost naked.
Yeah.
And in fact, in the original Return of the Jedi, there's a freeze frame where as she's fallen, her titty pop out.
Oh yeah.
It's gone on a special edition though.
In the OG cut.
That's the not so special edition, I guess.
Yeah. But also there's
wasn't George's intention.
there's a rotund lady, one of the dancers in the original cut that has all of those that layered dress on where it looks like layers of fat.
It's decadence and hedonism. It's conveying the
I read somewhere that the lady with the layered dress that looks like rolls of fat, Jabba makes that lady dress that way because it reminds him of his mother.
That's fun lore.
I read a George Lucas interview and he was literally like, that lady wears that dress because Jabba was in love with his mother and it reminds him of her. So he does go the psychosexual route.
There you go. Yeah, that's Ed Gein shit.
Yes, absolutely.
And Roach Spade in chat said George had a thing for the kamikaze and dogfights and samurai thinking style plot lines.
Yes, he did.
So that's the thing. It's of all the new Star Wars stuff that's come out, my favorite is Rogue One. And what is Rogue One? It's a mediocre war story with Star Wars paint, but I ended up really, really liking it. But it's simple.
But
it's simple.
It also has an actual samurai guy in it, though. An actual samurai guy in it.
Yeah, and Star Wars, the first one, A New Hope. But
yeah.
that's a very simple story. You know?
Yes.
And I think that's what the beauty of Star Wars really was it's easy to follow. It's simple,
Relatable. Yeah.
relatable. It's the ultimate story of good and evil. Kids like it, adults like it.
Yeah.
And I think the further they try to complicate it, circling back to the Force is female.
Yes.
And when you guys were talking, I was like, the original Star Wars trilogy, the Force was just the Force.
Yes.
Then in the prequels, the Force became midichlorian count.
Yes.
And then in this new trilogy, the Force is now female because marketing, but whatever.
Yes.
It's just like the Force is just let the Force be the Force. Keep Star Wars simple. Stupid.
Make Star Wars great again. Yes.
Just keep it simple war stories, good versus evil. That's what it's all about for me, You don't have to make it be this like complicated adult things with grape scenes and stuff like that.
I mean, you
it's a bit off brand. It's a bit off brand.
Well, you can make that. You can make that.
You can do that, but
Andor does that. Andor does that exceedingly well outside of the rape scene. Andor writes Star Wars for adults incredibly well, except for that, and that's just not really necessary.
The moment he decided to expand into the prequels, you can't. Even from a storytelling perspective, there's almost like no point if you're not going to flesh things out more and add and contribute more.
Yes.
So it makes more sense for the prequels to have more details, I think.
I mean, he set the tone immediately with the prequels for what they were going to be when he starts with the first scene being about a trade dispute.
Negotiations gone south.
Yes. Like, this is going to be, he basically was like, he basically said, this is a political drama now. Like, he wanted to turn Star Wars into like a drama about factions and political strife, which is exactly what the prequels end up being, to be honest.
But to set up the overall arcing tale of, again, one of the outer rings of the larger story of how even this great republic and even this seemingly ideal great thing like the Jedi can fall to corruption, to narrow-mindedness, and to rigidity, and they fell, through this masterful manipulation as well.
The manipulation, the manipulation of the systems that they thought they had control of is
to where he manufactured consent.
Yes. By playing both sides, by literally playing both sides. You know what? I'm going to run the droid army and I'm going to run the clone army. I'm just going to puppet both, and whichever one wins, that's the one I'm going to get behind,
Hegelian dialect, Machiavellian.
Completely Machiavellian.
Cunningly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Play Dooku, and we talked about Dooku Misery before you came on, but But Dooku's whole thing is
talked about a lot of things.
Dooku's whole thing is he thought he could control Sidious. He thought he could overthrow Sidious, and he thought that he could rule a fair and just republic,
especially with Anakin's help.
Yes, he was hoping Anakin would actually turn and take Sidious out, and then he could be like, no, my master Qui-Gon, who was gonna be your master, actually taught me the ways of balance of the Force, because that was Qui-Gon's whole shit. That was why the Council didn't like him. He kept insisting the Force is balance. It's not as simple as light and dark. There's a bigger picture here. Yes, he talked about the living Force. And the Council was constantly telling him, like, no, focus on your mission. Do what you're told. But Qui-Gon was like, no, there's more shit out there. And he was trying to tell Anakin, and he tried to tell Obi-Wan, but he died before he could impart that wisdom on them. And Obi-Wan didn't realize that until it was way too late, and Anakin was already lost. So, tangent, man. I love going on Star Wars tangents. Let's watch this thing.
Yeehaw.
Came here for the Star Wars spurred. That's exactly what we're providing.
Yeah. Thank you for everyone who's been around, in and out.
Oh, we
up
got
and down.
Cyrillic subtitles. What?
I've noticed that. Yeah.
Why? Oh,
That was for
oh,
inclusivity.
because they were subtitled in Russian, and for some reason the subtitles defaulted to on.
They know your secret.
I think Meth Bear.
Meerkat's in this.
I think Meth Bear may or may not be a Russian style individual. I don't know.
I think he's pure American. Hello.
All American. I like the binocular technology of Star Wars. It's very fun.
Yeah.
We could split hairs on how it don't make sense. In the
Oh, it doesn't make sense.
The UIs that they made, but in the original ones, there was a much better effort made.
I like the idea that most of the equipment is broken.
Hyperventilate about how she's holding that rifle. Sorry.
Oh, it's really bad. She's holding it literally backwards. Literally.
Like no one stopped her.
Nope.
Like when they were filming
They
this, and
can't
been like,
see.
"Hey,
They need like a firearms guy.
I can't see through the helmets, and the camera guy didn't know better.
Yeah.
And they watched the playback on a little LCD screen, so they couldn't tell.
I like that everything you see through the scopes and binoculars of Star Wars looks like dog shit. That's my favorite. See, this is too clean. This looks way too clean.
It's not awful. It's pretty close to one of the games.
But like when Luke is looking through his scope on Tatooine, it looks shitty and broken. I like that.
Yeah. Well, you could presume too, he's looking much further.
And his shit was broken.
Much further. So it was like,
yeah, and his shit was
full
old
of sand.
and dusty. Yeah.
Yes.
They have the new models, you know.
Yeah.
It's coarse and it gets everywhere.
Yeah, sand.
But yeah, you imagine how our digital zooms are now, and that's like more like what Luke's looking through.
Yeah.
Is that what they teach you in Stormtrooper school? Those rebel forces.
Yeah, that's what they call it.
Yeah, Stormtrooper School.
Could you have said Academy? Can we get a rewrite here?
Yeah. It's a good effort, but this is definitely like cringe 2015 dialogue, you know?
I'm Joss Whedon.
Yes.
Bop, bop, bop.
Oh my god. That is the thing that I hate too about current Star Wars. Nothing can be
And Marvel.
sincere anymore. Everything is ironic. Nothing can be sincere. And one of the things, like, I'm going to pause for a second. One of the things
And he's a sex pest. Fuck that guy.
Well, yeah, Andy's a sex pest, especially. But one of the things I love about, like, George Lucas Star Wars dialogue is it's very sincere. It is,
Yeah.
It is not ironic in any way. The characters mean what they say, even if it's cheesy. Where you got Rey and Finn fucking cracking jokes to each other while they're about to die, and it's like people don't do that. Like Han did that because he was a prick, but that was part of his character, you know.
My eyes at the back of my head when they were about to throw Phasma on the compactor, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm in charge. I'm in charge." I was like,
Yeah. Oh my god. Like, just take
how many
it.
improv takes you did, and you went with that one?
John Boyega, dial it back about 6 notches, my friend.
Yeah. Maybe that's why they didn't do much with your character.
Yeah.
You suck.
Maybe that's why in the next 2 movies you were a B plot.
But the Pacific Rim sequel is trash.
Yes. Pacific Rim 1 though, pretty good.
Oh,
pretty good.
brilliant. But they cut him out, and that's why the second one was trash.
Yeah.
What's his name? Rodriguez? No.
I'm trying to remember.
Del,
I know that
Del-
I know that Charlie Day was not Benicio del Toro. Guillermo del Toro. I was mixing up my Del Toros.
Del Toro.
Also in Death Stranding. Big ups.
Right. I was gonna say Kojima guy.
Yes. He does work closely with Kojima on a lot of things.
Nowadays.
Yeah.
He also was responsible for the 2 best Hellboys.
Yes. Oh my god.
Right? Isn't that him?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Hellboy 1 is still fantastic to this day.
Awesome.
The effects in it are very good.
Yeah. 2 still looks good too.
A lot of it practical, by the way. A lot of that shit was just practical.
Guys, you see why we're like stepbrothers?
See, this is pretty cool.
You're
It's
like
really well done.
Star Wars soulmates.
Yeah, we sort of are. So much space for activities. Yeah. I like the idea of like stormtroopers under fire, kind of panicking. They tried to do that in Force Awakens with Finn's friend, where he gets the blood on his helmet, and they kind of pantomime.
Yeah, that's what Finn did.
They kind of pantomime an emotional scene, like they try and do this, but they don't spend enough time on it. You know.
Yeah. The thing is, they had the jump there, and so it's a different contrast when you have the confidence and then you lose your buddy.
Yes.
And here they were ambushed, which I think they're also going for the, American colonies against the Imperials.
Yeah, absolutely.
Marching like dummies through the forest, and they guerrilled.
This is Revolutionary War, 100%. Revolutionary
Same thing
War.
with the Ewoks.
Or
you asked Miss Merch how she liked them as a kid, and for me as a kid, yeah, fuzzy guys, whatever. I was young enough to where it's definitely cute, but always, it's just I liked and appreciated them for their ability to fight back against the Empire with 60 stones and a little help from the rebels.
That's their appeal.
That was like Vietnam type stuff. Lucas kind of were like, yeah, the Ewoks were like the Viet Cong, man.
And any technologically outdated, because even with us, us and the French, we used natives here that gave them guns, trained them up.
Yep.
I mean, hell, before that, they were trading for our guns and shooting each other and us with them.
I always forget about the French-American War. Yeah, that's.
Well, they
French.
helped us also.
Yeah.
In the Revolution, bigly.
Yeah, they did.
And then inspired their insane revolution.
Big ups Bacta, by the way.
Yep.
Bacta, and then there's
nice stun effect.
Nice stun effect, yeah. There's also Colto.
Nice stun.
Colto is also the less superior healing juice.
I always loved in Battlefront the Bacta grenades.
Yes. I liked in the original Battlefront where you just stand next to the machines and it would just heal you. That was
with the glamour shot, man. Why we gotta show man ass like that?
Yeah. What is this? A Kojima directed thing? Kojima loves shooting butts.
Did a gooner female make this?
Oh my god. Kathleen Kennedy just goons. Oh my god.
Kathleen Goonady.
Hashtag justice
thanks
for
for having
Miranda's
me on the
ass.
stream tonight. Yeah.
Hashtags the force is goonin'.
Oh, it's about to be with Ryan Gosling.
Oh, really? He's gonna be in
this
the
new
thing?
movie.
Oh.
He's in the new movie, the Starfighter movie, directed by the Levy guy, the Deadpool Wolverine dude.
Okay, I like that
might
movie a
actually
lot,
be
actually.
Interesting.
I like
you know?
Deadpool
Called
and Wolverine
Starfighter.
a lot. Okay, cool.
So I'm guessing it's a repurposing of the Rogue Squadron movie they wanted to make with Patty Jenkins.
Yeah, Patty Jenkins.
That
Oh,
they announced
boy.
40 years ago.
Oh,
boy.
Starfighter.
If they make it like another Rogue One, just like, they're fighting in the stars, like that. If they do a movie like that, it'd probably be good.
Or
make it the N64 game.
Yeah.
Make it,
but a movie.
Yes.
Star Wars Starfighter. That game also Star Wars Starfighter, the episode 1 game fucking rules. That game's great. Make it like that.
Well, I mean, the Rogue Squadron game and
Yes.
the Naboo Starfighter game was cool.
Yeah.
In its own right.
Naboo Starfighter, Jedi Starfighter was also good.
Yeah.
You could use force powers in your fighter. Oh man.
It was a good ship.
Yeah.
I've always loved that design with the attached hyper fucking nacelles.
Yeah, the hyperspace ring. Oh man.
Yes.
So cool.
All that high technology lost.
Yeah, they did that to like make their shit more. Man, the Jedi had cool shit.
Cook. What?
Cuck?
What did he say?
Cuck? I don't know. He called him some slur. I don't know.
Must have been Russian.
All I know is like Ichuta is the only thing I know.
Ichuta.
Slaymo.
And then Pinche Jedi.
Yeah.
Yes. Slaymo. I know Slaymo means slime ball.
Slimo.
Yeah. Slimo, yeah. Because I just know Anakin says Discroony Dopot Slimo. And that's all I know.
Some other time too.
Like some other time, slime ball. Yeah, it's good shit.
I sent you some madness a while ago. If you still have it.
Oh
queued up, the Evan
yeah. Let's
Mathers.
see.
And this is the thing that inspired me super early on, and a buddy, and we made. This is a stop motion style situation using Star Wars action figures. And I was like, I could do that.
Let me scroll up for a bit.
So how I started before even using a computer, I had to borrow a friend's VHS camcorder.
Oh, hell
full
yeah.
VHS. And with that, I would start and stop a frame real quick. Boop, bah, essentially take a picture.
Hell yeah.
And then this thing had the cool feature where I could redub the audio.
Oh,
So I
in
made
camera?
stop motion.
That's awesome.
You'd play it back, and then you would basically it had like audio jacks.
Oh, and you could record audio over. Okay, yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
in the
man.
playback.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
No, I didn't know. I didn't know this man as a child.
No.
Now, as a kid, I also had Star Wars figures, and I also made stop motion videos with a camcorder.
Yeah.
It was like I don't know, after a while, they started coming out with those like really cheap camcorders that were like
mini DV.
Well, we did have one eventually, but no, these camcorders, they didn't record directly to a tape. You had to like still be hooked up to your VCR and recording. that way.
Wow. Okay, so you were wired in.
Yeah, so it was a wired one. I mean, it was like a cheap one that we had. It was black and white. Didn't even record color.
Cool.
So as a kid, that's what I would do. I would set up my figures and then press record for like a second and then stop and then move them. So once again, we were doing this, as kids,
in the
we
90s.
didn't even know each other. Yeah. And then here we go. Like many years later,
my brother and I did. My brother and I did the exact same thing with stuffed animals. We had a bunch of like stuffed lions and tigers and shit, and we would make them fight. Like my brother would press record on the camera. I'd move one of the animals slightly. He'd stop it. I'd move the other animals and we made like stop motion shit without really knowing what it was. And he wrote up credits that he held in front of the camera and shit. It was great.
Title cards, yeah.
Yeah. We would hold up title cards for the fight. It would be like Bengal tiger versus lion and stuff. And like he wrote all of this shit up.
Before I let it slip, Roachbait in the chat bring up great point that I definitely thought of as a kid. Them fucking Ewoks were about to eat those humans.
Oh, they were. Yeah.
Luke and C-3PO made it happen.
They were trying to cook them. Yeah.
They loved Leia, but the men, they were going to eat them.
Yes. Yes.
That sounds like a very intelligent species to me.
Absolutely. So Merch, I have some pictures you sent of the stop motion stuff, but I don't have a video. I scrolled back through our thread.
Wasn't pictures.
I have
That's fine.
A couple stills, unless man, our DM thread is long, brother. Oh no, I got the Lost sequel. No, it's not that.
No, I got you.
Okay.
Right here. Boop boop boop. Bop bop bop. Discord. Slap dash.
Okay. Gotcha. Oh, this. Oh yeah, you sent this forever ago. I don't think
true. It was like at the start.
This was like
even committed to doing this.
This was months ago, and our DM thread is long.
So this crazy man uploaded this a long time. This is not the original upload. This is pre-YouTube, and he was making it in-house, and it kind of became a big deal in the After Effects community because he was doing some things at the time.
Yeah, pre-robot chicken. Psha.
Oh
wow.
God, yes.
Okay.
And this is actually one of his somewhat later ones, but I picked it because it was short. So
Godzilla versus Disco Lando, uploaded by Benjamin Miller. Probably not the original uploader.
It is not. The guy who made this is Evan Mather.
Evan Mather, nice.
I don't think that site is good now, but there's a couple of these. Disco Lando, Kung Fu Kenobi.
Okay, interesting.
Quentin Tarantino Star Wars.
Interesting. I like this intro
I'm trying to place
so far.
It would have been 99, 2000. 2001. 02 the latest. I was still in high school and it was right after the prequels or about that time.
Okay.
And like I said, he made a few, like Quentin Tarantino Star Wars with the prequel characters because he used Sam Jackson.
Yeah, this is interesting. It definitely it's got a feel to it.
Disco Lando. Oh yeah.
I like the spinning heads.
And all the classic toys too.
A lot of them.
Gamorrean toy.
The disco ball. Lego sets. I thought that was brilliant at the time.
Yeah. I had a couple of the Gamorrean guys. Those were fun figures.
Yeah, I had one.
You gotta have a few, you know?
Yeah.
Come back.
I had a bunch of the older Star Wars toys as hand-me-downs from an older cousin. And then, of course...
Everyone's kissing.
Akbar.
Yeah.
Akbar and Lando.
Well, you know Lando's that kind of guy.
Oh yeah,
He's banging anything.
Lando is, Disney at the
Including
time
a
of
robot.
Solo described Lando as pansexual, so he's down for anything.
Now, my brother, you saw that pan, right?
Yes.
And like you think how difficult that would have been at this time.
Very difficult.
Or, you know, time consuming, we'll say.
To be this precise, yeah.
Well done. Keep it quiet.
Oh, that's another good cheat. You want to do? You could do a close up on a person, and you just handhold it and shake it like he's talking.
Oh.
Oh yes. Oh,
So we did a lot of cheats like that too.
That's a fun trick.
All wings reporting. Readiness standing by. Ray leader standing by.
The cloud car.
This is ridiculous.
I like this. I like this a lot. This is like something you'd see on like E-Bomb's World, you know?
I know, and I don't even remember how we first saw it. I guess on his own website, and it was probably split around this, Star Wars fan community groups.
Yeah. Because people used to just pass tapes around at a certain point. Like, oh, did you see this thing?
It was one of the first things I did when I got on the internet, was look at Star Wars shit.
Oh, of course.
Honestly.
Yeah. Me too.
The first time I remember using the internet, I looked up video game cheat codes.
I did too.
That's my girl.
Cheatcodecentral.com. Yep.
I was at
Cheat
the
CC.
library and was writing down cheat codes on
Hell
the
yeah.
papers.
I'm pretty sure, because we got the internet, I think my house got the internet. Broadband was just coming out just before Phantom Menace was coming out. Like, broadband had just become a thing. We had the internet. I think I was looking up articles about Phantom Menace as like a 7 or 8 year old. I remember that. It was like one of the first things I did.
I first got that on tape. The special box set with the film still in it and shit.
Oh,
The
wow.
lore book. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. My mom had to buy a couple copies of Empire because I would ate like my VCR ate that fucking tape twice because I watched it so much. Empire was the one I would always go back to.
So, growing up, I had the Star Wars trilogy on VHS, but they were just recorded from off the TV.
Yes.
So, the cuts, you try to cut the commercials, but they wouldn't be
You get like the
right.
first 8 seconds of the ad break, and then yeah.
And like the versions that I like watched over and over again, or sometimes you'd be paused because of the commercial break, and then you missed the first few seconds of the next scene.
Yep.
Oh shit. So like the version
That's
I watched
fun.
as a kid had some commercials and maybe beginnings of scenes maybe missing.
Kids don't know, like kids now don't know how magic that was when your favorite movie was on TV and you're like, we're taping that shit. Or if your VCR was fancy and had a timer you could set.
Ooh, yeah.
Or you could be like, record channel 37 at 4 p.m. And, oh, so good. My God. This is cool. I like, There's some good Lego stop motion stuff that I've seen.
Yeah.
Lego stop motion. Lego stop motion Star Wars. Yeah. Where's the one? I haven't seen this one, but it looks great. Let's.
With all those lighting effects.
17 seconds.
17 seconds. Whoa.
Brother.
That's pretty intense.
This
for
is
some
good.
Legos. Oh, they had the little puff of smoke with the
Yeah.
cotton balls. That was really a nice touch.
Oh my god. Yeah, they've got smoke coming off the barrels. Yeah. That's fucking
My
cool,
nephew
man.
was definitely into a lot of that shit.
That's fucking cool, man.
Because he loved Lego too, you know? It all went together really well for his timeline. He grew up with the prequels, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, the prequels are when Lego Star Wars started to become a thing. Lego Star Wars still good.
Fun games.
Still good.
Fun games.
It pleases me to see prequel memes on the internet. I love it.
Yes.
I'm so happy.
Whenever I hear someone say spinning, that's a good trick. I know.
To this day, if I do something wrong, sometimes I still go like, oops. Like
Yeah,
Anakin.
oops. Yeah.
Oops.
Oops. Yeah.
Fighter division. Over and out.
Now this is, I love to say, now this is podcasting when Phil's
Yes.
terrible podcaster.
Now this is podcasting.
Jumping in 3, 2.
Or whenever someone's like, "Oh, I hate this thing," you just say it's coarse. It gets everywhere. Yeah.
Check again.
But yeah, and just in general, I hate sand.
Yes. I do hate sand. I'm not a beach person.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not a beach bum, that's for sure.
I'm a pool
and I
guy.
Take precautions
I prefer
to
the
make
pool.
sure that sand stay on the beach, you know?
Yeah.
Avoidance maneuver Delta 7.
But hey, good beaches like Florida and stuff, they got rinse stations.
The sand is softer, you know.
Yeah.
I go to the beach on the East Coast. We got coarse
Crusty
sand out here.
Midwest lakes.
Yeah, I've been to some lakes. I've been to some lakes in Nebraska. I know what you're talking about.
And the great ones.
Evacuation
Yeah,
alarm.
the Great Lakes.
Abandoned ship.
Detroit-style lakes.
Yes.
Man.
Urban-style lakes.
This looks as good as the Lego movie.
It does better than the Lego movie because it's real. It's done in camera mostly. Like even this, you can tell it's a model that they shot. Really fucking cool.
Oh, those are really good trees. Very nice, very nice.
And not just trees, a Star Wars planet.
It looks
trees,
like
canopy.
Minecraft, but with Legos. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like
Everyone's
Roblox, but not.
Yeah.
Could be better. But at least we survived. So much to be happy about. Lots on the radio.
It's like millennial Roblox.
Yes.
It's like you actually play with them.
Decent clone voices. Decent.
Yeah, they're wiggling it around, warping it a bit to do that Nomura. Or Tamura Morrison.
Sergeant.
Yeah.
Do we know what in fact happened in orbit?
It looked like we missed the battle.
I still prefer Tamira Morrison over D. Bradley Baker, even though D. Bradley Baker, he's good, but nothing beats Tamira Morrison.
Not much, unfortunately.
He's also just a cool-looking guy. He's an interesting-looking guy.
Yeah, I could see why they picked him.
Planetary scans, the nearest one should be a 2-day
And they just did him dirty with Book of Boba Fett. I can't stress how much, how disappointed.
We don't need that falling into the hands of separatists.
Well, and the thing is, like, they fuck him up a lot in that because when he shows up in season 2 of Mandalorian, kind of out of nowhere, he's a badass to the point where like he's killing stormtroopers with his hands, and he's very devastating to the point where
I forgot that they had him in there, and
they
it's
had
like,
him in there.
That guy, we want him.
And he's the badass you always wanted. He fights him with like a stick in his bare hands, and he kills like 9 stormtroopers. And the last guy is fucking running from him because he's barehanded, but they're so scared of him they're running from him. All of that is lost in Book of Boba Fett. All of it. He's not that guy anymore.
I don't think anything can see us in this fog.
Didn't he come out the hole with his armor?
He did.
And then in the show, he goes back to the hole to get his armor from the hole.
He goes back to get something. Mando ends up with his armor because of plot reasons. The plot reason is his armor gets stolen by Jawas. Jawas get it from the pit somehow, and it gets sold to.
He left the pit with it.
Well,
They showed that.
He did leave the pit. You're right. He did leave the pit with
Yes,
it.
they fucked this up bad. I'm telling you.
I'll have to go back. There's a reason they explain why someone else had it. And he goes on Mando's ship and he's like, that's my armor. And it's this whole big thing. Also, anytime Tamura Morrison says a thing, it sounds cool because of the way he talks.
Feeling about this.
Just give me Django.
Yeah. Give us 1313. All right, give us 1313.
Just an old.
I know, because Boba wasn't a direct clone either.
No.
So he could have been anybody cast. And the boy continued to play his voice throughout Clone Wars, I believe.
Yeah, it's true. And
most of it.
Like, I don't want to visit the 1313 trailers again because we've watched them on stream multiple times. I actually went back through multiple of our streams and we've watched those trailers on more than one stream that we've done together because we've been so excited about 1313.
Opining for it. Yes, what could have been.
What should have been, arguably.
Splinter in the mind's eye.
Yes. Oh man, it's getting late. I'm gonna pull one more community thing, and then we'll probably call it there because I got an inspection a car inspection in 6 hours and 15 minutes. Let's fucking go.
Say less.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Community style stuff. Bucketheads. We watched. TIE Fighter anime, troops, Lego stuff. Actually, let's watch Phil go through the Star Wars costume exhibit. That is interesting content.
Yes.
Oh my god, yes.
Oh man, we've been wanting to do more Phil out in the wild
content.
content.
I found this. So let's see what he says about the. Wait, this is part 2. Hold on a second. We need to start,
and that's only like a minute.
We need to start with part 1.
Do my eyes deceive me? That only said 50 seconds.
Yeah, well, this is back in the time when he was only
part 3 is 3 minutes.
He was only popping off videos a couple minutes long because he wanted those views, you know.
And we called sandwiches Fast Freddy's, and they cost half a deck of playing cards.
Yep.
We're entering the Star Wars costume gallery. This is the new big attraction here at the EMP.
Big attraction.
What did he say?
This is the Yoda. All right, we're entering the Star Wars costume gallery. This is the new big attraction here at the EMP. This is the Yoda rehearsal puppet. What they would use to rehearse, before they use the actual on set.
That's so
Yoda
cute.
puppet, which I'm sure was probably incredibly expensive.
That is a good looking display.
Got a lot of wear.
Kermit feet.
Had a lot of wear. It did have Kermit feet, little frog feet.
Now look how cool this is. It looks like you're actually entering like a starship or something as you walk in.
God bless Frank Oz for still doing the voice for so long.
I'm gonna be petty about what Phil's doing right now because that's why we're here. He's going up the stairs on the right side of the railing. He's going against traffic. I fucking hate when people do this.
And pointing the camera at nothing.
Road rules. Just act like you're on the road, man. Go on the right side.
Wow, it's 3 floors.
Oh wow. My fat fucking ass.
He
can't
was
handle
struggling
that.
with those stairs too.
Yeah, he's out of breath.
Phantom Menace.
Padme.
Oh my god, look at that costume is great. I love it. I love it so much.
And it had to run a power cable to run the lights in that thing.
Oh really? That's cool.
Yeah. So they had to stage and frame all those shots with the cable out of frame,
Luke Skywalker's Jedi robes and young Anakin Skywalker.
Wow.
Man, I want to go to this place. This is cool shit.
Look how little.
I thought the spy museum was cool. I want to go to this place.
The snort.
Snort.
All the Senate robes. This is all from the 1990s trilogy.
No, false.
What?
False.
What?
False. The Senate robes are, well, technically, the Phantom Menace came out in the 90s. Okay.
1999.
1999.
Not the 90s trilogy. There is none.
So the Senate robes were featured in the 90s. I'm going to give him that.
It's not
He
the
said
90s, trilogy.
No, it's not the 90s trilogy. I would say early 2000s trilogy, if anything.
I say 2000s trilogy
Because-
if you had to like put a year on it.
Because this came out, Phantom Menace came out like July something of 1999. That's practically the year 2000, you know?
Brother, at this point, Revenge of the Sith is barely a decade old. There's no reason to not call this the prequel trilogy.
That's true, because Revenge of the Sith was 2005. This was February 5th, 2015. So yeah,
So
this
10
was
years.
barely 10 years old. Not even 10 years old, depending on the month Phantom Menace came out. So let's say 9 years.
The Disney deal was just penned, so like
Just
even
penned.
more so, there's
Yeah.
more reason to just call it. Oh my god!
Just call it the
I have
prequels.
autism.
Just call it the prequels.
So these are Palpatine. Oh, this is pretty cool. I like this.
He would love Palpatine. Yep.
Palpatine's
I want to put that on and say I'm the king.
I will say that Sheev knew how to dress. All right, Sheev
Dude.
Palpatine.
I'm not liking the puffy sleeves, but
No?
I do like everything else.
Yeah.
Power of the dark side. You know, his robes changed. He became
No,
bent over.
Phil.
Describing
That's the point of everything.
Describing basic visual subtext. Yes.
But he says it backwards. He says he becomes more decrepit with the dark side. No, Palpatine was the cover. Sheev was the cover.
Sheev was the mask. Yes.
That Mace Windu blew down.
And literally his face melting is the mask falling off. That's what that's supposed to symbolize.
Yes.
He was always that weird frog creature underneath. Sheev was the cover. There's also an argument to be made that that weird, burnt, fucked up form was always his true form, and he was just
Yes.
using the Force to look more human and normal.
That is what I'm saying.
Yes.
Mace Windu made it. That's what made it lose his guard down.
Shattered the illusion. Yes.
And he's also channeling his energy to fucking try and fry Mace.
Yes. Yes.
And no doubt trying to get in Anakin's head with the Force
Absolutely.
as well. So
Oh no, he fucked up my face. Anakin, help me. No.
that's also why he act like a baby. Yep.
Yeah.
Fabrics feel so heavy. People must have sweat to death making the movie. They were like incredibly tense.
Man, her voice is even more annoying on this camera. It's bad.
Well, she's touching on a point
I-
on how hard they work. And them
I
costumes are
endorse
not comfortable.
I endorse this dining gown. Very cool.
Yeah, it looks great.
I like the flow of it. The flow of it. Eddie and the neck piece. Like this is just oh my god, the costumes in Star Wars.
She was a princess, man.
Fantastic.
And Geonosis outfit.
Geonosis
still the goat.
outfit, the little tear showing the belly.
midriff, baby.
Yep. Oh man. I
like me some Natalie.
I was a very excited 12-year-old when that happened.
She's
It's
around
like,
my age. It
whoa,
worked perfectly.
whoa.
I'm like, I should have been hating Christian.
Yes, you're like that could have been me, but then you never would have met Mrs. Murch, and you know things happen the way they happen for a reason.
This
I'd
stuff.
be a millionaire.
The meadow picnic dress.
The frolic
Meadow
dress.
picnic
Oh,
dress.
Balance Padme dressed as a Naboo starfighter, right? When she had the.
I really like this Starfighter outfit too. Like that was, and the twist in episode 2 that she was posing as a pilot. Really good twist. Actually, really well done too.
That's almost like a World War One vibe.
Absolutely,
Yes.
yeah. Like
almost like a football player with the leather helmet.
Yeah,
the old
like
football
leather
player
flight
helmets.
helmet.
Yeah.
Because
But
I'm
also
pretty
bomber. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like old bombers did old bomber pilots and operators would wear leather helmets at some point. Yeah,
and goggles
of the new trilogy
before they had breathers.
Yeah,
Yes.
What's her name? God, what's her name? Who played her? I can't remember now.
I don't know. I didn't see
Jesus,
I'm having a
'cause you're
brain
drunk.
fart, but yeah, she's actually a very small, actress.
I might even be her size, maybe even slightly bigger.
she's physically small,
Leanna.
not career small. She's even back at that time. She was a massive actress, child actor.
Lana thinks she might be bigger than Natalie Portman.
No.
And The Professional, by the way, that was her big break.
Yes,
at
the
about 14 years
Professional.
old.
Yeah. Very. I like The Professional, but there's a lot of weird like jailbaity shit in that. Where if you watch it now, ugh.
I think it has more to do with really trying to portray that world in general.
Yeah.
And he kept his hands off.
No, he
okay?
did.
But
He did. He was
taught
tempted.
her how to use it, more or less.
Yes, because the whole thing about being a lady assassin is you ought to use your feminine wiles to your advantage.
Femme fatale.
Yes.
Feminine wilds.
Oh, and Leanna says feminine wiles too in that infamous argument video.
Brother,
you
she
can't
was-
resist my feminine wiles.
She was fully conscious of everything she did when she came in, the clothes she wore, how she jiggles, how she moved. In her own videos, she called it fan service.
Yeah, it's
when
why-
she put the phone down her tits.
Dude, I watched for YouTube recommended me that weird Leanna video where she's sitting where she's laying down on her bed eating chocolate and her butt's showing.
With the doggy.
Yeah. Oh, hey Yara, we're gonna talk about the games, and her ass is just up in the air. Yeah.
I don't know why these stupid people just won't make an account and vote on the
I need to
forum.
eat some fucking chocolate. That moment is very funny to me when she's like, I just need some fucking chocolate. Massive period energy. Like I showed my girlfriend that, and she's like, yeah, there's no way she's not on her period at that exact moment when
Yeah,
she's
you can
like,
smell the video.
give me some fucking you can smell it through the video. Bears can smell the menstruation.
Your name now. Everyone's gonna pan me in the comments.
Sven Bear's favorite stream. Always thinking about what the trolls say.
Always, yes.
We rule your life.
Anakin Skywalker's
Detractor
Jedi
go.
robes and Padme Amidala's wedding gown.
Oh, they have the fake arm. That is so cool. Oh my god.
Nice touch of detail.
Yeah.
From Attack of the Clones. This is when they had their
Man, this is so wasted on Phil. All this shit is wasted on Phil. I've never been to Seattle, but maybe I'll go because it's got a Star Wars museum thing.
There ain't no way this is there now.
Yeah, that's true. It's probably somewhere else. I don't know.
Oh, are we about to get something stupid here? She's about to name. Oh, okay.
No, she's actually right. She's actually right
wrong.
about this.
Very doily.
George was channeling like Victorian high class with a lot of this shit. Yeah.
Well, that's what's wonderful about Padme's wardrobe. It's all over.
Yeah. She's got like some leather kind of BDSM type shit she puts on, and she's got this frilly dress she also
Think
puts
of the
on,
think of the setting and the backstory. Her family would have been given gifts as diplomats and royalty from other people, different
They
planets,
were
all over the
nobles.
system.
Yes.
That's right.
I wonder, the fan theory, I wonder if her family, as wealthy Naboo upper crust nobles, would have known of Count Dooku and who he was. Because they were a similar sort of nobles too,
It's been a long time since I've seen those cutscenes. I wonder if they.
I wonder.
And got destroyed. So that's his replacement arm.
That's love right there. When you're willing to marry someone with a hand like that.
This is ceramic arm.
Oh, come on. He wore a glove most of the time. Shut the fuck
Look
up.
who you're with now,
Yeah,
bitch!
look who you're with. Come on.
I'll take Robo Hand over Phil any day.
Phil's hands ooze eczema, by the way. Eczema ooze hands.
Yeah. His are leaking oil no matter what.
Yeah, his hands are leaky. Yeah.
Here you go.
Oh, look how shiny that 3PO is. Holy shit.
Besides Darth Vader, I would say they're the most.
Look at the sway.
characters
Oh
from
my
the Star
god.
Wars universe. You see these guys, you know what they're from. You know what I mean?
He's trying to get over the barriers, this little bitch.
I liked C-3PO's little ring here. It always reminded me of like an analog stereo speaker. I love that.
I always got the impression it was a speaker as well. And I've had plenty of visual cross-section books and all that shit, and I don't think it's that.
They
It's a
say
sensor or
his speaker.
something.
Yeah, they say his speaker module is like in his head because
His mouth, yeah.
because he got blown apart several times throughout the now Star Wars lore, and he talks as all you gotta have is his head, and he's functional.
And
with his
Empire
head.
Strikes Back.
So yeah.
Chewie turned him on backward,
Yeah, he puts him on backwards. I love that scene where he's screaming at Chewie, and he's like, "You idiot! You put me on backwards."
And him on the backpack. Oh my god. See, and that's how you have just enough levity during a high stakes, high tension moment.
That's how you do camp. You have 3PO gets snagged on Chewie's fur so that he's basically a backpack. And that is so funny during a very tense action scene, you know?
And the misinterpreted anxiety of R2 knowing that Luke is there and but wanting to go with them as well.
Yes. Yes. And also what I love about that whole sequence to like derail the derail is the idea when Chewie has his hands around Lando's neck, what I always interpreted that as Chewie was trying to rip his fucking head off. Even
he was about to.
Yes, because Han talks about Wookiees ripping arms out of sockets. So even as a kid, I was like, oh, if Chewie has his arms around Lando's neck, he's trying to tear his head off.
He's
like
trying to pop his head off.
Yeah, literally. And because he thought Lando killed his best friend.
Was responsible for all this.
Yeah. So he's like, motherfucker, you're out of here. But Lando.
Also, how can we trust you again?
Yeah, how can we trust you again? But Lando, his deal got altered a little bit too far, and he was like, holy shit, I sold my soul, and now I'm about to get fucked over for it. This is my only way out. I'm gonna tell them where Han is, and maybe he did it to save himself. Clearly, he doesn't have his change of heart until Luke comes back into the picture. But God, like that is such a good.
Yeah, I changed the deal. Pray I don't alter it any further. That's
pray I don't alter it.
That's where he taps his wrist, talks to Lobot.
Yeah.
So, but also that's a great moment where you see that Leia realizes now that more or less she's in charge of Chewbacca.
Yes.
And then takes onus of that and fucking uses him.
Yes.
As he's intended to be her guardian.
Yes.
That was his last command.
Han says, you listen to her. You have to take care of her.
Take care of the princess.
Yes. Even though I don't know, was she really a princess at that time? Princess of what? Her planet is gone, dead.
That was the thing, though. He didn't let her forget it.
True.
He didn't want her to become a and give away her past.
And maybe it was like, you'll always be princess to me. Maybe it was that.
First met you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Apple trash can.
I know I'm going deep, but I thought about Star Wars my entire life.
Oh, me too.
Based off of the robot from Metropolis.
I had so many.
Phil, you've never seen Metropolis.
Most of my fucking lunch conversations in school from like grade 1 to graduation of high school were Star Wars shit. So yeah.
And then they show how the actor actually fit to the costume, which must have been incredibly
Costume.
I mean, come on, poor Anthony Daniels, holy shit.
Oh yeah, who's in R2D2? Say his name.
Kenny Baker. Kenny Baker was the real hero.
They would go to lunch and forget he was in there sometimes, guys. In the Tunisian desert.
Yeah, Kenny Baker sat in a tin can with a fucking RC controller to make your fucking movie. Yeah.
Certain scenes, yeah.
And R2D2 is arguably like the second or third most important character in Star Wars, if you really think about it.
Okay, yeah, great point, because what I was talking about earlier, his anxiety of that scene and everything, he never had his memory wiped.
No, he didn't.
He's the only one who knows the whole saga.
He knows the whole. So if you think of droids as real people, which Star Wars they do want you to think of droids as real people. Imagine what R2 is thinking, knowing everything, that's why he's so frustrated with everybody. He's frustrated
all the time
with 3PO. It's like, you fucking idiots have no idea what's going on here.
I mean, Star Wars is the tale of R2D2.
It is
in the end.
He's the lore keeper of the tale of Anakin.
Yeah,
and the Skywalker line.
Yes, he is. He's the only one that knows everything through 9 fucking films. He's the only one that has every piece. So
stay a while and listen.
Yes.
Oh no, this is different artwork. That's all.
Oh wait, what? Hold on. Notice how there's kind of like a saucy picture of Padme.
Oh no, this is different.
Nope, can't look at that. Nope,
pulls away really fast.
Yeah.
He's like, oh no,
work. That's all. Okay.
I mean, I get him though. He's looking for more costumes.
Yeah, sure.
So this is just one floor.
I don't know. I would like to admire some nice art of Natalie Portman. She's a nice looking lady and very talented.
I would.
The Entourage.
But I'm not
This is
filming
your
a dumb
Entourage from
video.
The first movie, Phantom Menace. Yeah.
It draws a lot of influence.
Yeah. Is that the 90s trilogy?
Yeah,
Dickhead?
90s. 90s.
God. Fucking poser, dude. That's why I hate it. He's a poser.
Fake fan.
Became her, basically her
Of everything, though.
Yes.
Of everything. He has zero identity.
Zero.
Other than I like money.
Yes.
Yeah, the sign said it. I like Star Wars.
Yeah, like most of George's costumes are like Asian inspired. Like a lot of them. Because
Well,
he's
they're real world.
Yes.
And that's
yes. He wanted Star Wars to
borrow,
be,
they don't steal.
yeah, like well, and he wanted Star Wars to be like a very multicultural thing, and that's how he did it, you know.
They're showing the
And like
contrast. So
the
Princess
Ming
Leia,
Dynasty,
here's Princess Leia on the left.
in particular, very
Amidala on the right. So that's
wealthy
the original,
time for the
trilogy,
Chinese
and then the new
Empire.
ones in
Yes.
the 90s and how the two princesses are
90s.
contrasting culture. This is more like a
This guy.
European.
Yeah,
movie.
90s.
I would say almost Middle Eastern versus.
No, that's heavily Asian. Like look at that. Yeah, that's heavily Asian inspired.
This is more Asian
Yeah,
influence.
geisha with the obi sash.
I think he means the robes were
Oh,
European.
okay, okay.
The toga.
They don't feel like they
Oh, I like those swatches. Oh man, I would
Oh,
love
touch
to
the fabric.
touch that.
Oh, he
what,
cut it off because the Star Wars music
What a-
started playing.
what a
but there's Star
waste.
Wars music playing in the background
What a
throughout the whole
waste.
thing. But he heard that fanfare. Oh shit! Gotta
All
make
right.
my money, honey.
Let's keep it. Let's keep it.
Don't want to get blocked.
All right, the music's
I don't care. This street. It's by
the music's winding down.
But by the way, Kathleen Kennedy is gonna get all of the super chat money for tonight, but I don't fucking care. I'm here for fun. Because that's what they do. They can still claim your super chat money, by the way, but I don't care.
Well, this is a lot of crazy music and sound and talking.
We're here for fun. I
You
don't.
could attempt the AI
That was the evolution of the Emperor.
removal thingy. I don't know.
If I cared about money, we would not be doing a Star Wars stream.
I think Weird Al's gonna get you. Yeah,
Yeah.
big ups to the 50. The 50
Yes.
strong here.
Oh my God.
The trilogy from the 90s.
Why are
and
you
Return of the
here?
Jedi. The first
One
movie
for
we
each
really
state.
see the Emperor in
America.
person.
That's right. There's
USA.
54
USA.
people still here at fucking past 2 in the morning.
Commonwealths too.
I might just not sleep. By the way, I'm getting to the point where it
Oh,
might be
shit.
easier just not to sleep because I don't have shit to do after I get my car inspected, so I have the whole day off. I might just go home and
Well, look at it
sleep.
this way. 90 minutes is the average full sleep cycle.
That's right.
So if you can get at least 90
If I can go to bed by 5:30, wake up at
or
7.
3 hours, that's 2
Yeah.
full cycles.
That's right.
You should wake up at morning wood.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, on the left, you've got one of the few female Jedi. from
Few?
Attack of the Clones.
Few? What? Few?
Few?
The Force is female, Phil.
My guy, have you listened to anything Kathleen has said? Come on.
The 90s prequel had a lot the 90s movies had a lot
There
of
were
females.
so Yaddle, hello?
Yeah. Lady Yoda.
Yes.
No, I think this might have been the girl who was blue, but I'm not sure.
Luminara? No, Luminara was not a blue lady.
On the
No.
right, you've got Mace Windu. That's Samuel L. Jackson's character. from
Say
the
Waste
trilogy of
Windu?
movies.
Wait, did he say waist
Oh, he
window?
keeps saying trilogy in the 90s.
I have to check that. And then on the right, you've got Mace Windu. That's
No, he said mace.
Okay, I was coughing,
Yeah.
sorry.
Waist
Was jiggling my
window
ears.
would be funny.
Samuel L.
I thought you
Jackson's
said Waste
character
Windu.
from the trilogy of the 90s.
You bitch!
And his lightsaber
Oh,
just-
that's so fucking cool.
Trilogy of the 90s.
Yep.
Like, dog, they're the trilogy of the millennia.
They defined what it is to make a sci-fi trilogy in like the
I think
modern
there
age.
was a third part, right?
Yeah, there's a third part. Yeah. All right, cool.
All right, we're on the second
This
floor
is
of the
great.
exhibit now. This is the more
Oh, they've got the Leia mask from. That's such a
Wow.
cool prop.
That Boosh costume is fantastic.
Oh my god! And I, as a kid, I was not expecting it to be Leia. I was like, who's this weird alien dude? And then
With a bomb!
yeah, he's holding a thermal detonator. Yeah.
70s, 80s
I love when the entire room just screams. That's such a funny moment.
costumes from the
It's
original
like, I want
Star
my
Wars
money.
trilogy.
Yeah.
You got Leia when she was disguised as the bounty hunter.
I like too when she starts speaking normally and it's still like, you have hibernation sickness. Your
Yes.
eyesight will return
yes.
in time. She should have kept that thing on. That I liked her with that thing on. It's cool.
And then Leia's
Fetish
slave outfit
unlocked.
for when she was Jabba the Hutt's slave.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie. She was supposed to be like a dessert, basically.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole point of it.
Window dressing.
But the costume is cool, and ultimately she does strangle his ass. So you know.
Correct.
There's no problem with the Leia costume.
No,
I hate the fact
no,
that it's,
no.
But people get mad over it.
It's
or
not.
they
It's
pretend
not.
to get mad over
it's
it.
not problematic. There's been way worse shit in way different movies than this. And
Her discomfort was from its design and actual, physical rigidity. It was not comfortable to wear.
Carrie Fisher had no problem showing skin. She showed plenty of skin in A New Hope. Okay.
And plenty of fellers behind the scenes.
Yeah,
including that Han
including
Solo there.
Harrison Ford. Yeah,
Probably.
19.
You think she didn't give Hamill at least a handy?
Yeah,
At least.
Mark Handy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, at least definitely.
You could see her coke nails in the Blu-rays.
Oh,
come on,
yeah.
guys.
There's that scene in Jedi where she's like leaning over Luke and Han in the shuttle,
Empire,
and you can see her long coke nail before they clipped it out. Yeah. Yeah, you know, I think Carrie Fisher was fine showing skin, and this costume is cool. So
But the costume itself was uncomfortable. It was very rigid, and it was hot.
Yeah,
hot. Those were metal, I think.
They were
And
actual metal.
Yeah, or parts of it.
And also, like she said she was working out to like an absurd extent to look like that, but I don't think she had a problem with that. I think because she was always known for taking care of herself and whatnot. So,
which they're saying here is actually
she was a model.
By
You know?
care of yourself, you mean cocaine? Then yes.
Yes, yes, yeah. Cocaine will make you real thin, real quick. Yeah.
Very
Motivator.
almost kind of like Moroccan or something, or Indian, you know?
She's actually kind of right. This is very kind of East Indian.
But of
Yeah.
course they took their own creative liberties.
The veil dancer kind of thing.
Yes, exactly.
Tusken Raiders. That's from the original movie. And then they came back in Return
The
of
Tusken
Jedi.
masks are so fucking cool.
Did he say come back in Return of the Jedi?
I mean, yeah, he did say come back in Return of the Jedi. I think what he means is Attack of the Clones, but you
Revenge
know.
of the Sith, but then really meant Attack of the Clones.
Yeah.
All his brain.
Yeah, that's
He's a
true.
fan, dude.
He thought Revenge of the Sith was he thought Return of the Jedi was Revenge of the Sith, but it was actually Attack of the Clones, in which Anakin slaughters an entire village of sand people. So
Solo, of course.
Gets his mama back.
that's right.
I don't want to hear this.
Gets his
slander.
mama back. She lives for precisely 30 seconds after he frees her, and then she conveniently dies. Pour
And
some
that's
out for
actually when he kills
Shmi.
them all, I think.
That is actually when he kills them all.
Yeah, he breaks into the one hut and then her death.
Oh yeah,
seals
that's
their
true.
fate.
That's true. He sneaks it. He sneaks it until the precise moment his mother dies. Yeah.
Yep. He just took out the dude up front.
And in Attack of the Clones, there was a new one.
I love Zam Wessel.
Zam Wessel, underrated character. She's so fucking cool.
And shapeshifters in Star Wars are underrated.
Yes.
But they're also really rare, apparently.
Chewbacca is one
Or
of the
no
most
one
iconic
knows.
characters as well. I don't think anyone's going to confuse him from being in something else.
Very, very tall.
Chewbacca.
Yeah, was he in the 90s movies?
Yeah, was he in the 90s movies, Phil?
Fucking asshole.
Wait, maybe when he I was gonna try and give him a little more credit. Maybe when he says 90s trilogy, he means like the 1997 special editions.
I know.
I don't know. Because
But
like
it's still not.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Trooper. Now this is cool because look how beat up it is. You know, they probably use this in 5 zillion.
So then you got to consider: is he that stupid, or does he think his audience is that stupid?
Both. Why not both?
Sure there are.
Why not?
I'm sure there's going to be.
I think Jin, just Jin holes.
That's pretty cool.
I love Stormtrooper armor. It's so cool.
Iconic, classic. Clones, amazing.
1990s
Ooh,
movies.
that
I love
guard in the black.
Panaka.
Panaka's great.
Yes.
They should have never gotten rid of Captain Panaka. Captain Panaka, yes, it did have something to do with the actor, but I also think Captain Panaka joins, like, I was reading lore about him, he joins like Imperial Corporate Security or something, and he becomes like a very high-ranking Imperial official. Not surprising, to be honest.
His brother is in the sequel.
This is
Oh, that's Captain Typho is his brother. I didn't know they were related.
I think so. Yeah.
Interesting.
a generic Imperial.
Oh, that reminds me of a conversation that Obi-Wan had with Typho, because I was talking about how George Lucas like alludes to sex but doesn't really talk about it.
Sure.
When they're waiting, Obi-Wan and Typho take Anakin and Padme to the transport, that like barge that they travel back to Naboo on from Coruscant. And he says, I hope they don't do anything foolish. And Typho goes, I'd be more worried about her doing something than him. They're talking about them getting sexually involved. I'm convinced of that. Like,
her seducing him and breaking his training.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's like, listen, brother, you got to worry about her.
She saw the way she was looking at him like a snack. Plus, she's a royalty person who probably doesn't get told no often, you know?
She knows how to play the game. And he's been in a temple most of his life at this point, so he probably doesn't, you know.
My bad. He is the nephew of Panaka.
Nephew. Okay, still blood relation.
Good old Star Wars.
Okay. Good old Wikipedia shouts out.
It looks almost like older military.
Yep, that's what it is.
Almost like Nazi. Yeah. Which one? 6 million. Pretty interesting
How about
number.
the other one with the hat and the gown? No, that doesn't trigger anything.
No.
Very reminiscent of Vader. I think on purpose they did that.
Yeah, it's Vader's with like that more military style outfit.
No, it's a stormtrooper with a breather attached to
it's
it.
Literally, yeah.
Different colors confuse them.
Yes.
They're children, yes. Forgive them, he's 38.
Yeah.
Who is? Yeah, I don't know who it is.
Thank you, alarm.
Skeletor.
Sorry if that alarm's coming through. Show my window.
I think you know who that is.
No, it's all right.
James Earl Jones.
Kind of lingered on that crotch there.
Yeah, that cod piece. He's loving that cod piece.
Just kind of funny.
Got a bulge.
Yes, Darth Vader.
This looks too deflated. It's definitely not Prowse's build.
No.
Even for someone like me who saw like the first movie and that was it.
Or the other stunt guy, Robert.
Oh, she said she saw the first movie and that was it.
What? Oh, wait, I'm dead. Go back.
No. The question is, what does she mean by the first movie?
The 90s?
Does she mean episode 1 or does she mean A New Hope?
She probably means A New Hope.
Probably Phantom Menace. Probably Jake Lloyd style. She's probably a Jake Lloyd enjoyer.
I think you're right. He's referring to the special edition because he's talking to Leanna, and Leanna considers them the 90s.
Correct.
Oh, I put it together now.
That's what I'm saying. I think they're operating on the notion of like the 1996 or 1997, whenever the first round of special editions. That's why
he knows better, but he's doing it for her and his idiot audience.
Yes, he's actually. I have to give him a little bit of credit. He's actually like kind of meeting her where she is, which is not really something he does very often. So.
Asked him, no, he didn't. He voiced the character, which is kind of funny. Yes, Darth Vader. Very nice.
Yeah, probably the most iconic, you know. Even for someone like...
Wait, she said iconic?
She
said iconic, but then the word iconic was on the screen. It's almost like when she said iconic, Phil was like, oh, iconic. Like he looked at it, you know?
Like me who saw like the first movie and that was it.
Because they're talking about Darth Vader. And then she's like, yeah, I saw the first movie.
So it's got to be A New Hope.
It's got to be A New Hope. And the 90s trilogy is the special editions, I think is what they've been talking about.
Okay. 2 floors, right?
That's a really dented way to think about it.
Bird's eye view of the bottom floor now, which is kind of nice. Look at that.
The first movie doesn't have the Imperial March.
Drop the camera, push him.
Because you wouldn't say like Blade Runner, for example. Like there's the infamous like 2005 recut or whenever it was. You don't say when you're talking about Blade Runner, you don't say 2005. You just say Blade Runner, you know?
Yeah.
And then
or
you have
specifically the director's cut.
Yes, but then you, because there's like This is not even an exaggeration. There's like 6 cuts of that fucking movie. It's confusing.
That one's difficult.
Yeah, it's difficult.
You got to do your research there.
Like fucking.
I have the good one.
Ridley Scott did so many re-edits of that movie. It's frustrating. 1 with the narration, 2 without the narration. It's very confusing.
Awesome.
Cool ass Star Wars exhibit. Hell yeah.
Great ending to that video there.
Yes.
Awesome.
Fantastic. I think I gotta call it because I gotta get up in like 4 hours. But it was awesome hanging with you dudes tonight. Well, first of all, gotta shill your channel. Let me find your channel here. You've all been monetized, so go over to Misery Merchant's channel, leave them super chat, super stickers, tips, memberships.
Well,
super
it's
thanks.
not that deep. I just figure if they're putting ads on my shit, I may as well get my shekels.
Exactly. They're gonna do it. They're gonna do it whether you opt in or not. I'm gonna link Misery Merchant in the chat. Links are already in the description. Anything else that you guys want to shill specifically? I know Merch, you mentioned a King of the Ring entry coming up. Is that true?
Of course.
Okay.
We've got ours submitted. It'll be there whenever they decide to do their thing. And we got another song in the pipe, so that way if we go to the finals, it could be
hell
for that,
yeah.
or we'll release it otherwise if we don't make it. But I'm looking forward to some good competition, baby.
You're sitting pretty, stress level 0. You are already ready for the next round. You are that confident. Wow. Okay.
Well, no, I'm just saying they can't all be bangers. You never know.
You never know.
I'm sitting pretty.
You never know. You got my vote.
The next song is just like fart noises, and that's it.
Oh, cool. It's just Phil making raspberries and fart noises. You know, there could be a song behind there if you like pitch the farts in just the right way. I don't know.
Yeah.
I tried to find, but I couldn't find it. There is definitely a clip of DSP humming Duel of the Fates in a really retarded way. You know the one I'm talking about, where he's going like he's definitely doing that, but I couldn't find it.
It's got to be like, strung throughout some. This is how you don't play.
And I was looking this morning, but I couldn't find it. I was gonna
try. And I could just hear him in my head trying to do the choir part.
Yes. He's such a good singer. But thank you, dudes, for coming. Oh, Indrid has the clip. Oh my God, I should have known. She's got a lot of shit. I should have hit her up before this. But thank you for hanging out, dudes. I think we should do, like, next month, let's do a Never Have I Ever stream.
Absolutely. And I think that'd be so fun.
And we'll watch the Chudgu video, and we will pause it after every single one. And we will we'll have to make little buzzers on the soundboard. We'll have to have little noises we make to know like who did what, but that is a great idea for a stream. Misery
could be a detractor challenge. All the other groups, you guys get together and have a little fun with that.
Yeah, we could go. It doesn't have to just be us. That being said, could do it. Everybody be very fun. But big ups, cool.
Let's see. The next thing we have in store is our next Misery streams on May 12th on Monday. How we do our every other week thing. And we'll be going over all this nonsense that Phil's been up to since the last stream.
Hell yeah. I love those streams. They're very good to like wind down out of my workday. It's fantastic. But thank you guys for coming on. I really appreciate you. We'll have you on again soon. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Thanks for stopping by, everyone. Yay!
Big ups. Thanks for the contributions. May the 4th be with you. We love Star Wars. Bye.